Chapter 2502. A profound heaven realm martial artist was nothing to Fangchen. After a few seconds, most of the Bai family members were lying on the ground. The leader trembled as he retreated. His eyes were filled with fear. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm just a passerby." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a sharp sword blade pierced through the man's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The old man and the child were dumbfounded. "Big brother is so strong!" "Kong!" exclaimed with his eyes wide open. "Thank you for saving my life." After a long time, the old man came to his senses and thanked Fangchen. "Can you tell me now?" Fangchen ignored the old man and looked at Kong. Kong smiled. He had a good impression of Fangchen. He hurriedly said, "Big brother, my grandfather and I are both from the Kong family. I'm the 9th son of the current patriarch of the Kong family, so my name is Kong Jiu. This is my grandfather Butler." The Kong family was one of the 3 dominant forces in the Kungsu impasse. Hearing this, Fangchen nodded lightly. "Big brother, the people you just killed are from the Bai family. They rely on the power of the Bai clan and often bully our Kong clan. They even want to annex our Kong clan." Kong Jiu's small face was filled with anger. Originally, the 3 major families formed a tripartite situation in the Kungsu impasse. But a while ago, the Ling family and the Bai family joined forces to threaten us, causing us to be in a passive position. The old man added, "This time the Bai family and the Li family launched a large-scale attack. The patriarch knew that we couldn't stop them, so he sent me to secretly take Kong, or out of the Kungsu impasse. I didn't expect the Bai family to be so crazy and try to stop us. Fortunately, you helped us. Otherwise, how could I explain it to the patriarch?" It was obvious that the Kong family valued this child, Kong Jiu. "I see." Fangchen had a rough understanding of what had happened. He didn't care much about the 3 families. His only goal was to find the sky crossing array and go to the azure sky. "Does the Kong family have the sky crossing array?" Fangchen asked. Kong Jiu didn't understand. His face was filled with confusion. The housekeeper said, "Originally, there were 2 sky crossing formations in the Kungsu impasse. Our Kong clan had one, but it was destroyed by the Bai clan and the Ling clan not long ago." Otherwise, he didn't say the rest, but Fangchen already knew. "In that case, the other heaven traversing formation is in the hands of the Bai clan?" The old man nodded. "That's right. Right now, the only sky traversing formation in the Kungsu impasse is also in the hands of the Bai clan." Glancing at Fangchen's expression, the old man asked tentatively, "Young hero, do you need the sky crossing array?" Fangchen nodded, not hiding anything. The old man's expression changed as he said, "The 100 clan is very ambitious to dominate the Kungsu impasse. You saved Kong, or this time and killed the 100 clan's people. You will definitely be hated by the 100 clan. It will be difficult for you to borrow their sky-traversing formation. Why don't you follow me back to the Kong family's headquarters and see if the family head has any ideas?" No matter what, Fangchen was Kong Jiu's savior, and the old man was very grateful to him. Fangchen pondered and nodded. The 3 of them quickly returned to the Kong family's headquarters. The Kungsu impasse was very huge. It was a vast land independent of the 33 heavens. On this land, the 3 major clans ruled. This situation had lasted for hundreds of millions of years, but not long ago, this stalemate was broken. The reason was that the Bai clan had used some unknown method to make the Ling clan willingly ally with them to fight against the Kong clan. In the Kong clan's headquarters, the second master of the Bai clan led many experts to negotiate with the Kong clan. "Second master, I wonder if the Kong clan will submit this time?" An elder asked. "Humph! I'm not afraid that the Kong clan won't submit. When we kidnap Kong Jiu here, the Kong clan will know what to do." The problem now was when they could kidnap Kong Jiu. "By the way, contact the people who went out and see what's going on." The second master of the Bai clan said. Soon, The second master of the Bai clan led many experts to the Kong clan's residence. Old Man Kong, what do you think? The second master of the Bai clan asked directly. The Bai clan is too much. The Kong clan's patriarch said coldly with a gloomy face, Humph, your Kong clan has to make a choice today. The second master of the Bai clan threatened. The second master of the Ling clan also mocked. Old Man Kong, do you think that the Kungsu impasse is a tripartite situation now? If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender. At least this way, the Kong clan can still survive. Otherwise, once our two clans join forces, your Kong clan will only become a part of the history of the Kungsu impasse. The second master of the Ling clan said, Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. If I'm not wrong, Kongjio is probably under our control now. Do you think that your plan is very secretive? What a joke. Do you think our two clans are idiots? Our clans. Finally, the Kong clan's patriarch's face turned completely gloomy. If you dare to touch a single hair of Kong, my Kong clan will fight you to the death. Old Man Kong, I don't want to hear any nonsense. Now you only have two choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to resist, the second master of the Bai clan said impatiently. For a moment, the Kong clan's patriarch's face changed. It was very difficult to choose. Thinking that Kongjio might fall into their hands, his heart was extremely heavy. Kongjio was the hope of the Kong clan. As long as he could escape, the Kong clan would definitely rise again. But now, he looked at the second master of the Bai clan and the second master of the Ling clan with resentment. What, can't make a choice? The second master of the Bai clan said coldly, Patriarch. Many elders of the Kong clan were filled with fighting spirit and vowed to fight to the death. However, at this moment, a voice broke the deadlock. Father. Everyone turned their heads and saw Kongjio's figure appear in the mansion. How is it, Old Man Kong? It's too late for you to regret it now. The second master of the Bai clan thought that the people he sent out had captured Kongjio. Behind Kongjio were the steward and Fong Qin. The second master of the Bai clan didn't know Fong Qin and only thought that he was a member of the Ling clan. The second master of the Ling clan thought that he was a member of the Bai clan. This gave the two of them the illusion that their people had captured Kongjio. Why did you keep an old man? The second master of the Bai clan frowned. Ju, are you okay? After the Kong clan's patriarch saw Kongjio, his heart softened and he gave up resisting. However, a voice interrupted the second master of the Bai clan. How can the two great families of the Kungsu impasse bully an 8 or 9-year-old child? Fong Qin grinned. The sudden change stunned the Kong clan's patriarch. However, when he saw Kongjio and the steward's expression, he seemed to understand something. The handsome man in front of him didn't seem to be from the two great families. How can the Ling clan have such an arrogant person like you? The second master of the Bai clan scolded. Just as the second master of the Ling clan was about to explain, Fong Qin spoke. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not from the Ling clan, nor am I from the Bai clan, Fong Qin said. Hearing this, the second master of the Bai clan's expression changed drastically. At this moment, an elder hurriedly ran over and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, the second master of the Bai clan was furious. Brat, who are you? Why are you going against the Bai clan? Going against the Bai clan? Fong Qin shrugged and said, I only saw someone bullying a weak child, so I helped. That's all. Humph, it seems that the Bai clan is too kind. How dare any Tom, Dick, or Harry bully us? The second master of the Bai clan's eyes flashed with cold killing intent and said, Since you dare to kill someone from the Bai clan, then you should be prepared to die. Fong Qin didn't feel fear because of this. He just looked at the second master of the Bai clan and said, I heard that the Bai clan has a sky crossing formation. I want to borrow it. There wasn't any tone of negotiation in his voice. It was an order. Humph, You want to borrow the sky crossing formation? Let's see if you have the ability." With that, the second master of the Bai clan gave the order to kill Fong Qin. Whoosh! 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 Countless figures whizzed out and rushed towards Fong Qin. "Anyone who dares to provoke the Bai clan will meet a tragic end." The second master of the Bai clan said coldly, "Since you've sent them to their deaths, why should I hold back?" Chapter 2503. Fong Qin wanted to discuss with the Bai family and use the sky crossing array to leave. However, the second brother of the Bai family was furious when he found out that Fong Qin had killed his men. "Kid, this is between the Bai family and the Kong family. You shouldn't have interfered." It was as if Fong Qin was just an ant in the eyes of the second brother of the Bai family. The Bai family and the Ling family attacked. Kaboom! A vast power swept through the entire mansion. Kong Jiu was very worried when he saw this. He begged his father to save his savior. "It's just the Bai family and the Ling family. They can't threaten me." Fong Qin said disdainfully. The Bai family and the Ling family were even more furious when they heard this. In the blink of an eye, the first group of people had already approached Fong Qin. "Kill!" Many martial artists attacked together. Their auras shook the sky. Even if you are a profound Qi realm martial artist, you will definitely die. The second brother of the Bai family had never imagined that Fong Qin was a profound star realm martial artist. In the Kungsu Impasse, a profound star realm martial artist was considered a dominator. In the entire Kungsu Impasse, only his elder brother, the Bai family leader, was a true profound star realm martial artist. This was also the reason why the Bai family was above the other two families. "Young friend, be careful." The Kong family leader reminded him and prepared to attack. However, before he could make a move, he saw a dazzling sword light whizzing out. "What is that?" The Kong family leader's body trembled. As a profound Qi realm martial artist, he had never seen such a domineering sword Qi in all his years. "So powerful." The Kong family leader said in a low voice. Swoosh! The majestic sword Qi emitted a shocking power as it whizzed out and shot into the crowd. Wherever it passed, the space shattered. Puchi, the first martial artist who came into contact with the sword Qi, was instantly split in half. After that, the sword Qi did not weaken and continued to attack. None of the martial artists from the Bai family and the Ling family could withstand the impact of the sword Qi. Profound Star Realm. He is a profound star realm martial artist. Seeing this, second brother of the Bai clan was completely shocked. Who would have thought that this fellow in front of him was actually in existence like his elder brother? Crack! Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. When the sword light dissipated, many warriors from the Bai clan and the Ling clan had already died. Their corpses lay on the ground as blood flowed like a river. Looking at this bloody scene, everyone's pupils shrank. They looked at Fong Qin in disbelief. Kong Jiu's mouth was agape and his heart was filled with shock. As for the steward, Master Kong, and the others, they were even more shocked. He knew better than anyone just how strong Kong Jiu's savior was. "It's too strong. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be able to withstand that sword light, right?" The heart of the head of the Kong family was filled with joy. The heavens were protecting the Kong clan. With such a powerful cultivator taking action, what could a mere Bai clan and Ling clan amount to? How is this possible? The second son of the Ling family was in a daze. His body was trembling as he looked at Fong Qin in horror. Beside him, the second son of the Bai clan looked extremely solemn. He tried his best to calm the fear in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior, please forgive me. What did you do wrong?" Fong Qin asked calmly. "Senior, you are a powerful cultivator. I apologize on behalf of the Bai clan." The second son of the Bai clan said hurriedly, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Fong Qin could not be bothered to attack the second son of the Bai clan and scolded him. The second son of the Bai clan and the second son of the Ling clan were scared witless. By the way, go back and tell the leader of the Bai clan that I will be borrowing the sky-crossing array in 3 days. Tell him to be prepared. They thought that there would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that Fong Qin would resolve it so easily? Senior, thank you for your help. After recovering from the shock, the head of the Kong clan cupped his fists and thanked him. The other warriors of the Kong clan also said, "What a joke! This was a powerful cultivator. If they could befriend him, the Kong clan would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Kungsu impasse. Brother, you are too powerful." The child Kong Jiu walked to Fong Chen's side with a smile and hugged his arm. Fong Chen also stroked Kong Jiu's little head affectionately. In fact, Fong Chen did not intend to intervene in the feud between the 3 families in the Kungsu impasse. However, when he saved Kong Jiu and returned to the Kong clan with him, he was surprised to find that Kong Jiu had great potential. After a careful examination, he found that there was a sword principal seed buried in Kong Jiu's body. This also meant that as long as Kong Jiu did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a sword principal expert in the future. There were only 2 situations for the sword principal seed in Kong Jiu's body. The first was that a powerful cultivator had been reborn and was nurtured based on the accumulation of his previous life. The second was that in the history of the Kong clan, there had been a peerless sword cultivator. Kong Jiu had inherited the bloodline power of this sword cultivator and thus had the sword principal seed. Thinking about it carefully, the sword principal seed in Kong Jiu's body should be the second situation. Fong Qin suddenly had the thought of taking him in as a disciple. However, he was not completely sure yet. Taking in a disciple needed to be considered comprehensively and carefully. He still had to test Kong Jiu and ask if he wanted to be his disciple. For various reasons, Fong Qin took action and solved the crisis of the Kong clan. In his opinion, it was just a casual action, but in the eyes of the Kong clan, he was no different from a savior sent by the heavens. The Kong clan was grateful to Fong Qin and took good care of him. In an elegant courtyard, Fong Qin sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, reading a book leisurely. This book was the history book of the Kong clan, which recorded the development of the Kong clan through the generations. As expected, after a long time, Fong Qin took a sip of tea, then closed the book in his hand and said softly. After reading the book, he was sure that the sword principal seed in Kong Jiu's body came from the ancestor of the Kong clan. I didn't expect such a peerless sword cultivator to appear in the history of the Kong clan. Fong Qin sighed. He had once read the history books of the chaotic void and had a certain understanding of some powerful venerables who had left their names in history. Venerable Thousand Sword was a legendary sword cultivator venerable. He cultivated to the profound god realm with sword principle. It was said that his comprehension of sword principle had reached a super high level. Some people even said that before Venerable Thousand Sword died, he slashed open the door to the ancient god realm. Unfortunately, he was exhausted and did not become an ancient god in the end. In any case, Venerable Thousand Sword's strength had already surpassed all the experts of the same era. He was the most promising and qualified expert of that era to step into the ancient god realm. Although he died, there were still people in the later generations who remembered him. Unfortunately, the Kong family declined too quickly. Generation after generation. It had already been passed down for hundreds of generations. Now, only the upper echelons of the Kong clan knew that Venerable Thousand Sword was an ancestor of the Kong clan. Unfortunately, the Kong clan did not even have a decent sword cultivator now. So how could they have the face to mention Venerable Thousand Sword? Brother. Just as Fong Chen was pondering, the Kong clan had brought Kong Jiu to the courtyard. Fong Chen put down the book in his hand and smiled at Kong Jiu. Senior, the Bai clan and the Ling clan are not easy to deal with. With Bai Lai's character, he will not let you off easily after you killed the members of the 2 clans in public, said the Kong clan head. It's fine. Fong Chen shrugged. The Kong clan head saw Fang Chen's indifferent expression and shook his head gently. Fang Chen was still too young and did not understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. He also did not understand the cruelty of the world. Bai Lai was also a profound Star Realm expert and had dominated the Kungsu impasse for many years. He had many supreme treasures in his hands. If he really went all out, it would be very terrifying. Brother, are you borrowing the sky-crossing array to leave the Kungsu impasse? Kong Jiu said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. I heard that the outside world is very lively. I also want to go out and take a look, Kong Jiu said with a smile. Fang Chen rubbed Kong Jiu's head and said, Jiu, the people outside are sinister. The slightest carelessness will cost you your life. You are too weak now and can't protect yourself. If you want to go out, you have to cultivate well. The Kong clan head could see that Fang Chen doted on Kong Jiu. Suddenly his heart trembled and he hurriedly said, Senior, Zhou is the future hope of my Kong clan. His talent is also not bad. I wonder if he can be your disciple. Fang Chen raised his head and glanced at the Kong clan head. The Kong clan head was shocked and hurriedly explained, If Senior feels that it's not suitable, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, Zhu potential is indeed not bad, but the matter of becoming a disciple is not child's play. First, Zhou needs to agree. Of course, even if Zhou really agrees, he has to pass my test first. Chapter 2504. Hearing this, the head of the Kong family was secretly delighted. He had seen Fang Chen's strength with his own eyes. Although he did not fully display it, that stunning sword was enough for the Kong family to cling to him. If Kong Jiu could really become his disciple, would the Bai family and the Ling family dare to bully him? Senior is a peerless powerhouse. It's my fortune to be able to be your disciple. The head of the Kong family directly expressed a stance and pulled Kong Jiu to Fang Chen's side. Kong Jiu's small eyes turned and looked at Fang Chen. He asked, If I become your disciple, can I leave Kungsu impasse? Fang Chen shook his head. No, I've said it before. Your strength is too weak. You can't survive in the outside world, Fang Chen said. Then what can you teach me? Kong Jiu asked. I can teach you swordsmanship. The head of the Kong family was stunned. His Kong family cultivated the Thunder Dao cultivation method and did not seem to have any intersection with swordsmanship. Asking Kong Jiu to give up his original foundation and learn swordsmanship from him? Was that really okay? Really? My dream since I was a child was to be a peerless sword cultivator. When I was young, I often dreamed that there was a glowing sword in my body that guided my cultivation. But every time I woke up, it felt like a dream. Kong Jiu said with some curiosity. Fang Chen smiled knowingly. In fact, it was not a dream, but the sword Dao seed was changing Kong Jiu's body. Although Kong Jiu had never come into contact with the sword Dao, the sword Dao seed had been imperceptibly influenced for a long time, and had already given him a strong potential in the sword Dao. Once it was developed, it would definitely shock the 9 heavens. The head of the Kong family's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be hesitating. If I become your disciple, can I become a powerhouse like my ancestor, the 1,000-sword venerable in the future? Kong Jiu asked. Hearing Kong Jiu's words, Fang Chen was also a little surprised. He did not expect him to know about the 1,000-sword venerable. I've looked through many historical books, but there are very few descriptions of the 1,000-sword venerable. But I can feel that the 1,000-sword venerable's strength must be very strong, Kong Jiu said with a pout. Jiu nonsense. The Kong clan master berated. Our ancestor, the 1,000-sword venerable, is a peerless expert. How can you be mentioned in the same breath as him? Fang Chen waved his hand. Patriarch, there is no need to be humble. Jiu may be weak now, but who knows what will happen in the future? Perhaps his future accomplishments will surpass Reverend Thousand's word? Plop! Kong Jiu knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Disciple Kong Jiu greets master. Fang Chen hurriedly helped Kong Jiu up and said, "You and I are connected by fate, and you like the way of the sword. I've decided to take you as my disciple, but I have to test you. If you can't pass, then I'm sorry, but I can't take you as my disciple." In fact, when Fang Chen recruited disciples, character was very important. Potential was secondary. Character was the most important. The next day, Fang Chen and Kong Jiu left the Kong family's territory and came to a mountain range. This mountain range is basically filled with Chaos Heaven God level demonic beasts. "You'll pass the test if you can last a day inside," Fang Chen said. "I understand." After watching Kong Jiu enter the mountain range, Fang Chen grinned. In the mountain range, Kong Jiu walked carefully. Roar! Suddenly, a wild wolf discovered him and roared at him. Seeing this, Kong Jiu made a prompt decision and quickly fled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, he was not as fast as the wild wolf. In the blink of an eye, he was caught up by the wild wolf. Roar! The wild wolf was provoking Kong Jiu, but the latter did not act rashly and calmly waited for the opportunity. In the dark, Fang Chen watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You didn't lose your composure in the face of danger." Seeing that Kong Jiu was very calm, the wild wolf finally couldn't help but attack. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Kong Jiu. At the same time, it grabbed at Kong Jiu's head with its claws. A dagger appeared in Kong Jiu's hand at some point. He was calm and stared at the wild wolf without moving. Rip! In a flash, the wild wolf rushed in front of him. He lowered his head and rolled, changing his direction. The wild wolf's claws missed, but it quickly turned around and rushed at him again. This time, Kong Jiu finally moved. In just a few breaths, he had found the wild wolf's weakness. Seeing the wild wolf attacking, his aura fluctuated and his defense was raised to the highest level. Rip! The wild wolf's claws scratched his arm and blood spurted out. This is it. Kong Jiu endured the pain and turned the dagger in his hand. When the wild wolf was not paying attention, he stabbed it into the wild wolf's abdomen. Roar! The wild wolf let out a miserable cry. Its huge body kept twitching and its aura weakened rapidly. Kong Jiu took advantage of the situation and continued. The dagger stabbed the wild wolf's abdomen several times in a row. Dong! After a while, the wild wolf's huge body fell to the ground and lost its vitality. Phew! Kong Jiu panted and his forehead was full of sweat. He sat on the ground. This guy knows that he can't beat the wild wolf, so he used the trick of injuring himself. Fang Chen laughed. Moreover, it's not bad to be able to find the wild wolf's weakness in such a short time. The most important thing is, thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes shone with golden light. When Kong Jiu was playing with the dagger, his aura was very similar to that of a sword cultivator. That feeling was indescribable. Fang Chen had decided to take Kong Jiu as his disciple. Just as Fang Chen was about to show himself, a miserable cry was suddenly heard. Kong Jiu, who was sitting on the ground, immediately stood up. He looked around and determined the source of the sound, then quickly ran. Soon, Kong Jiu came to an open space. At this moment, there were several wild wolves attacking a weak woman covered in blood. Damn it! Kong Jiu saw this and shouted in a low voice. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Soon after, he took out his dagger and fought with a few wild wolves in a roundabout way. Puchi! The dagger ruthlessly pierced into the body of one of the wild wolves, killing it. Seeing this, the remaining wild wolves howled at the sky and finally retreated. Are you okay? Kong Jiu helped the woman up and asked. The woman shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. It could be seen that the woman was seriously injured. Kong Jiu helped her to the side to rest. On the towering tree, Fang Chen frowned. This woman is obviously not injured. Why did she do this? Fang Chen's vital spirit was very powerful. How could a mere woman hide from him? Joe is still too soft-hearted. On the path of martial arts, you can't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers in the end. Fong Chin sighed. However, just as he sighed, something happened. While Kong Jiu was treating the injured woman, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in the injured woman's hand, and she stabbed Kong Jiu's back fiercely. Crack! Kong Jiu didn't even turn his head. His fingers firmly clamped the dagger in an instant. Then, Kong Jiu turned around with a gloomy smile on his face. You! Seeing this, the woman was a little confused. At first, I almost fell for your trick. But when I defeated the wild wolf, I realized that it was all your scam. I wanted to see what you were up to, Kong Jiu said. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the woman's eyes. Your eyes won't lie. Only then did the woman realize that her eyes had betrayed her. Humph, so what if you saw through me? You're still dead. The woman sneered and revealed her true nature. She stabbed the dagger at Kong Jiu. Idiot. Kong Jiu sneered and stood there quietly, not moving at all. Bang! Before the woman could get close to Kong Jiu, she fell to the ground. When I helped you just now, I have already injected my Kong family's frost aura into your body. As long as you activate your power, your meridians will be frozen, Kong Jiu said. On the towering tree, Fong Chin slapped the table and praised. He was about to remind Kong Jiu, but he didn't expect his disciple to be so smart. It's not easy for an 8 or 9-year-old child to have such wisdom. Fong Chin wasn't stingy with his praise. When it's time to be kind, when it's time to be ruthless, when it's time to be ruthless. Kong Jiu is better than I thought. Such a character is suitable to cultivate the sword Dao. Fong Chan was more and more convinced that choosing Kong Jiu as his disciple was the right choice. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Fong Chin directly appeared. Master. Fong Chan nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the frozen woman on the ground and said, Great wisdom appears to be stupidity. Jiu, I'm very pleased that you can perform so well. Let's go back. Chapter 2505. Fong Chin was very satisfied with this test. Although Kong Jiu was only 8 or 9 years old, he had an intellect and potential that ordinary people could not reach. When facing an opponent, no matter what choice he made, he had to hold back. When he first saw the injured woman, Kong Jiu also had a benevolent heart. At that time, he really wanted to save the woman. But when he was fighting the wild wolf, he also secretly paid attention to the woman. Through the woman's eyes, he found that there was something special about her. Then he paid more attention to her. In the end, he saw through the woman's plan. On the second day after returning to the Kong family mansion, the formal apprenticeship ceremony was held. In the chaotic void, many experts valued the apprenticeship ceremony, but for Fong Chin, it was not so important. In the meeting hall, he sat at the top with a smile on his face. Kong Jiu knelt on the ground, kowtowed to him, and at the same time served him tea. Fong Chin took the teacup, took a sip, and laughed. Good, good, good. Disciple Kong Jiu pays his respects to master. When the Kong family saw this, they were full of joy. If an expert like Fong Chin could become the backing of the Kong family, the rise of the Kong family would be just around the corner. Jiu, you are now my disciple, so you have to follow the rules of the sect. Fong Chin simply explained the rules of the sect to Kong Jiu. Kong Jiu nodded heavily. Don't worry, master. I will keep it in mind. Fong Chin helped Kong Jiu up, and with a thought, he took out a broken sword from the sword tomb. This is a gift for you, feel it well. The Kong family was a little puzzled. Why did he give him a broken sword? Only Kong Jiu was ecstatic when he took the broken sword. The sword, Dao seed hidden in his body, was really awakened at this moment. Rumble! A deafening sound came from his body, and a violent sword Dao aura swept through the entire meeting hall. The Kong family was shocked and dumbfounded. Only then did they know that the broken sword was a supreme treasure. Holding the broken sword, Kong Jiu could feel that the Sword Tao comprehension in the broken sword was resonating with the Sword Tao seed in his body. I see. The mystery of the dream that had troubled him for a long time was finally solved. Kong Jiu was very excited. At the same time, he was very grateful to his master. He finally understood why his master had asked him if he was willing to practice the sword. It turned out that master had long seen through the Sword Tao seed in his body. Information about the sword path seed appeared in Kong Jiu's mind, and he quickly understood it. Thank you, master. Kong Jiu cupped his fists. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a ray of light entered Kong Jiu's mind. When you fully comprehend the Sword Tao in this broken sword, you can cultivate the Sword Tao I left for you, said Fang Chen. What Fang Chen left behind for Kong Jiu was the comprehension method of the Azura Sword Tao and the Azura Sword Arts. With Kong Jiu's potential in the Sword Tao and his guidance, it wouldn't take long for Kong Jiu to reach the beginner level. He gave Kong Jiu a lot of cultivation resources, as well as many treasures that sword cultivators needed. In short, in just one day, Fang Chen had completely armed Kong Jiu. Even though Kong Jiu was only a heaven-opening realm pure heaven god, his battle prowess was at least on par with earth-opening realm cultivators. Moreover, now that the sword path seed had awakened, Kong Jiu was confident that he could step into earth-opening realm soon. You should cultivate well in Kong Jiu. I've left a mark here, so the Ling family and Bai family won't dare to invade. In the courtyard, Fang Chen said sincerely. He had just accepted a disciple and was about to leave. Master, are you leaving? Can you take me with you? Kong Jiu asked reluctantly. Fang Chen shook his head. The outside world was too dangerous, and he had offended too many forces. The dark blood race and monster race of the 5 great clans wanted to kill him, and there was also the Sky Pillar Zone family. There was no place for him in the vast primal chaos void. I'm leaving to do something very dangerous. If you follow me, you'll only lose your life. Fang Chen said, cultivate well here. When you reach the profound God realm, you can leave the Kungsu impasse and train in the outside world. However, remember, don't expose our relationship at that time. Although Kong Jiu didn't know why his master reminded him, he still nodded. Don't worry, master. Jiu it will cultivate hard and increase my strength as soon as possible to help master. Kong Jiu clenched his fists. The 3rd day, which was also the agreed date, Fang Chen arrived at the Bai family's territory as promised. The headquarters of the Bai family was located in the center of the Kungsu impasse. The scenery here was beautiful, and it was a fertile land. It could be seen that the Bai family was very influential in the Kungsu impasse. In the meeting hall of the Bai family's residence, Patriarch Bai Lai, do you know where that kid came from? The person who spoke was the Ling family's patriarch. Sitting at the head of the table was an old man with a big beard. He had a hooked nose and scarlet eyes. According to the second brother's guess, that person should be a profound star realm cultivator. However, our Kungsu impasse is a barbarian land, far away from the center of the primal chaos void. No experts have ever come here before. What is he trying to do? Bai Lai muttered to himself. Big brother, that guy seems to want to use our sky crossing formation to leave. Could he be from... The second brother of the Bai family stopped mid-sentence. You mean? Hearing this, Bai Lai frowned and said, Dark Cave Mountain. Everyone in the Kungsu impasse knew about the legend of Dark Cave Mountain. Everyone panicked when they heard the 2 words Immortal Cave Mountain. Don't panic. Bai Lai waved his hand and said, Dark Cave Mountain is too dangerous. A mere profound star realm cultivator entering is simply courting death. If I'm not wrong, that guy should be lucky to come out alive. However, even so, he should be seriously injured. It was already a miracle that he could come out alive from Dark Cave Mountain. It was impossible for him not to be injured. Bai Lai guessed Fang Chen's identity from the clues, and this made him even more confident. I don't care who you are. If you want to dominate our Kungsu impasse, dream on. Big brother, what should we do? Should we lend him the sky crossing formation? The second brother of the Bai family asked. Are you stupid? Bai Lai said, the energy required to open the sky crossing formation is too great. It's enough to kill countless young people. Although our Bai family is strong and prosperous, there are already signs of decline. We can't open it easily. What if that guy opens it? If he wants to do something, then he won't be able to leave. Bai Lai grinned. Thinking about it, if he could come out alive from Dark Cave Mountain, there must be countless treasures in his summer ring. Thinking of this, Bai Lai's eyes shone with a fiery light. After a while, the Ling family decided to stand together with the Bai family. Ha ha ha, that's right. Bai Lai waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, Ling family head. After this matter is dealt with, I will personally lead an army to destroy the Kong family. At that time, the entire Kungsu impasse will be ours. Thank you for your kindness. The Ling family head cupped his fists. In the sky above the Bai family residence, Fong Qin stood on a cloud and looked down. He heard the conversation between Bai Lai and the others clearly. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Fong Chen's eyes were cold as he revealed himself. Buzz! A violent force swept through the entire city. Suddenly, the people below felt an extreme pressure. Who is it? Bai Lai roared and rushed out of the meeting hall. The second brother of the Bai family and the others followed out with some fear in their hearts. In the sky, the two sides faced each other. Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back. Bai Lai's scarlet eyes stared at Fong Qin. Big brother, it's him. He killed so many of our brothers. The second brother of the Bai family reminded. Hearing this, Bai Lai's killing intent was faintly visible. Kid, who are you? Bai Lai asked. Is this important? Fong Qin spread out his hands and said, I didn't want to have a conflict with your Bai family. I just wanted to use the sky crossing formation to leave, that's all. However, not only did your Bai family not lend it to me, but you also want to deal with me. Do you really think that you can dominate the Kungsu impasse just because you're in the Xian Star realm? Kid, let me tell you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about it. Bai Lai said coldly. Fong Qin took a step forward, and a violent force approached Bai Lai. Since your Bai family is not willing to lend me the sky crossing formation, then I will kill until your Bai family agrees. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a surging sword light shot towards Bai Lai. Chapter 2506. Bang! Bai Lai punched the sword light away, causing it to change direction and shoot behind him. Crack! The second brother of the Bai clan held his neck with both hands as blood flowed out. His eyes widened as he fell to the ground. Second brother! Bai Lai shouted. Sky crossing array! After killing the second brother of the Bai clan with a single finger, Fong Qin was still calm. However, Bai Lai was completely enraged. Killing his second brother in front of him was a blatant slap to his face. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Lai clenched his fists as lightning flashed around his body. He raised his fists and slammed them together. Suddenly, the sound of an intense collision pierced through the 9 heavens. Bai Lai was enraged. At this moment, he displayed the aura of the strongest person in the Kungsu impasse. You want to die. When his aura had accumulated to a sufficient level, Bai Lai roared as he took a step forward and arrived in front of Fong Qin. Too weak. Fong Qin shook his finger and did not even look at Bai Lai. Being humiliated like this, Bai Lai was enraged. He roared in his heart as his iron fists smashed onto Fong Chen's body. Dong! The sound of vibrations could be heard as Bai Lai's fists hit the black, vibrantly golden armor. Crack! A crisp sound could be heard from the black, vibrantly golden armor. Then a violent force blocked Bai Lai's fists from moving forward. At the same time, Fong Chen's 1,000-sword body was fully released. When Bai Lai realized that his fists could not move forward, he panicked. He wanted to pull his fists out, but he could not do it. This scene caused the crowd to misunderstand. Humph, an outsider dares to challenge our Bai clan. Bai Lai's iron fists have already intimidated that guy. He doesn't even dare to move. Although Bai Lai's fists did not send that brat flying, he has already suffered internal injuries. His internal organs are damaged, and there is no hope for him to live. This is the consequence of going against our Bai clan. Some of the younger disciples of the Bai clan shouted excitedly, and at the same time, they were humiliating Fangchen. All of this was so jarring to Bailey's ears. Damn it. Beads of sweat appeared on Bai Lai's forehead. He tried his best to pull out his fist. However, no matter how hard he struggled, Fangchen just looked at him with a smile. How is this possible? Bai Lai roared in his heart. He finally understood that the latter was also a mysterious star realm martial artist. However, at the same cultivation level, he actually couldn't even break through the latter's defense. This was an inconceivable thing. After a few breaths, some of the elders of the Bai clan caught some details. Why are there beads of sweat on the forehead of Patriarch Bai Lai? What are they doing? Why aren't you moving? Could it be that Patriarch Bai Lai is absorbing the energy in this brat's body? At this moment, Bai Lai's body was clearly swaying. Furthermore, his complexion was pale and his forehead was covered with sweat. It was obvious at a glance that his mental state was not very good. However, even at this point, the people of the Bai clan were still praising Bai Lai. Hearing this, Fangchen gently shook his head, his face full of a mocking smile. Bang! With a thought, Fangchen activated the black, vibrantly golden armor, and the 1,000-sword domain instantly restrained Bai Lai. The powerful force of the 1,000-sword body slammed into Bai Lai's body. Dong! Bai Lai's body flew out like a kite and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Whoosh! Everyone in the residence exclaimed. Then their eyes widened as they stared at Bai Lai. They kept shaking their heads in disbelief. The number 1 elite of the Kungsu Impasse had been defeated so easily. It was too unbelievable. As for the Ling family patriarch, his body trembled and he staggered. At this moment, everyone looked at Fangchen as if they were looking at a demon. Demon, he is a demon. Even Patriarch Bai Lai is no match for him. Who in the Kungsu Impasse can defeat him? Does the heavens want our Bai clan to perish? In the Bai clan residence, there were cries and howls. A sorrowful atmosphere engulfed the entire place. Bai Lai struggled to get up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Fangchen with fear. My Bai clan was in the wrong. I, Bai Lai, apologized to Senior in the name of the Bai clan. Bai Lai actually gave in. Senior, if you want to use the sky crossing array, please do so. My Bai clan will support you. You don't object? Fangchen asked mockingly. Bai Lai immediately shook his head. What kind of joke was this? He was the number 1 elite of the Kungsu Impasse, but he couldn't even break through Lin Fan's defense. Lin Fan was as strong as a mystic light realm cultivator. If he continued, the entire Bai clan would die with Lin Fan. Bai Lai knew his place. He apologized to the Bai clan and hoped that Fangchen would let the Bai clan off. Then go and prepare the energy crystals, Fangchen said faintly. Yes, Senior. I will go and prepare them now. Very quickly, the energy crystals were prepared under Bai Lai's lead. The sky crossing array consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. Fangchen was going to the faraway azure sky, so it would consume even more energy. Even the Bai clan felt the pinch. However, when they thought about how terrifying Fangchen was, these energy crystals were nothing. Senior, the sky crossing array is ready, Bai Lai said carefully. Fangchen nodded and stepped into the sky traversing formation. Rumble. The sky crossing array was activated, and the giant energy crystals instantly evaporated. A terrifying energy enveloped the array. After watching Fangchen leave, Bai Lai's body suddenly shook and he nodded heavily. Hua! The sky-crossing array closed, and everyone from the Bai clan heaved a sigh of relief. Family head Bai Lai, then. The Ling clan head came over and asked with a smile. He thought that Bai Lai wouldn't let him off after being humiliated like this. However, what he got in response was a slap from Bai Lai. Pa! The slap landed on the Ling clan head's face, and a red handprint appeared. The Ling clan head's expression changed, and he suppressed his anger. From now on, no one is allowed to have any ideas about the Kong clan, or else they will be going against me, Bai Lai said in a deep voice. In fact, before Fang Chen left, he had sent a message to Bai Lai, telling him that Kong Jiu was his disciple. That was why Bai Lai made such a decision. With Bai Lai's prestige in the Kungsu impasse, no one dared to go against his orders. At least the Kong clan wouldn't be suppressed and could develop quickly. Rip! The sky-crossing array tore the sky apart. No one knew how much time had passed. Finally, after a long and dark journey, they reached their stop. Dong! Fang Chen felt that his body was falling at a rapid speed. When a ray of light shone on his face, he suddenly opened his eyes. Hua! The sky-crossing array opened, and he walked out. What entered his eyes was the bustling streets and rich origin energy. Azure sky. A look of joy appeared on Fang Chen's face. He had finally arrived at Azure Sky. The Kungsu impasse was just a small interlude in his life. With Bai Lai's deterrence, he should be able to intimidate those who have ill intentions towards the Kong clan, Fang Chen said to himself. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Bai Lai betraying him. He had left a mark on Kong Jiu's body. If Bai Lai dared to have any ideas about Kong Jiu, he would pay a price he couldn't bear. The trip to the Kungsu impasse had come to an end for the time being. The news that Kong Jiu was his disciple was still unknown to the outside world, so no one would disturb them for the time being. Kong Jiu had enough time to cultivate diligently. What he needed to do now was to seek help from the Xiu clan in Azure Sky and rescue his wife. Where is this place? Fang Chen asked. Soon he found out. This city was called Returning Sky City, a small border city at the edge of Azure Sky. The Xiu clan was located in the center of Azure Sky. If he wanted to see Venerable He Qi, he would have to go to the Xiu clan's headquarters. Let's find out more about the Xiu clan before making a decision, Fang Chen said to himself. On a mountain outside Returning Sky City. Woof, woof, woof. A large black dog with a bone in its mouth stood on top of the mountain and looked down. Huitian City, Lord actually dared to betray the Xiu clan? Truly courting death. Huitian City was under the jurisdiction of Venerable Black Red. Since something like this had happened, Big Black Dog naturally had to clean up the mess. I'll take your head as a warning to others. The big black dog spat out the bone, its eyes as big as gongs emitting a strong killing intent. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2507. In a restaurant, Fang Chen sat near the window, digesting the information he had gathered while pondering. Huitian City is a subsidiary city of the Xiu family. Why are there rumors that the city lord has betrayed the Xiu family? Fang Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Huitian city lord would not dare to betray such a huge family like the Xiu family. Something's wrong. There must be something fishy about this. Fang Chen frowned and stared at the bustling street. Suddenly, a black light flashed and disappeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen stood up and used the space-time collapse technique, disappearing from the restaurant. What a familiar aura! In that black light, Fang Chen felt a very familiar aura. He could feel that the black light seemed to be fleeing and that someone was chasing after it. Whoosh! 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 Soon, the black light escaped from Huitian City. At this time, Fang Chen finally saw its true appearance. That's it. Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that the big black dog under Venerable Black Red? Why is he in such a sorry state? Beast, where are you running to? Just as Fong Chen was deep in thought, a furious roar rang out. Then a fierce and domineering saber light cut through the sky and slashed at the big black dog. Woof! 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 The big black dog opened its bloody mouth and endured the pain on its body to block the attack of the saber light. Its huge body flew out and smashed on the ground. The saber light dissipated and a figure walked out. Huitian City Lord, how dare you betray the Xiu family? The big black dog spoke in human language and said angrily. Fong Chen had been hiding in the void, watching all this. Is this the Huitian City Lord? Sure enough, there's something wrong. Fong Chen did not act rashly. Instead, he paid close attention and was ready to take action at any time. The returning Sky City Lord gripped his scimitar, a sinister glint in his eyes. He walked step by step towards the big black dog and said, "Humph, I've worked hard for so many years and made great contributions to the Xiu clan, but in the end, I didn't get anything." Speaking up to hear the returning Sky City Lord's face turned ferocious as he angrily said, "What they can give me, your Xiu clan can't. The Xiu clan's people are so full of themselves that they have never treated me as a human being. I've had enough of this kind of life." "You're courting death," the big black dog said. "Humph, even if we die, you'll die first." Just as he finished speaking, the returning Sky City Lord's wrist shook, and the curved blade spun, whistling through the air. The big black dog cursed inwardly. Its huge body fled for its life. Pucci! The terrifying saber light shot out from the scimitar sealed off his escape route. With a bang, the big black dog hit the blade and bounced back. "You can't escape." The Huitian City Lord sneered. Everything was under his control. The big black dog was at most equivalent to a human Mystic Star Realm cultivator, while the returning Sky City Lord had already touched the threshold of the Mystic Light Realm. The big black dog roared, but there was nothing it could do. Die. The returning Sky City Lord waved his hand, and the scimitar pierced towards the big black dog with berserk energy. The latter felt despair. This was the first time it felt so close to death. "Master, I've let you down. I couldn't even do such a simple thing," the big black dog said sorrowfully. At the crucial moment, Fong Chen appeared. Bang! He sent the scimitar flying with a punch, saving the big black dog. "It's you!" The big black dog, who had been in despair, became excited when it saw Fong Chen suddenly appear. As for the returning Sky City Lord, his face was gloomy as he stared at Fong Chen. "Who are you?" the returning Sky City Lord asked coldly. "Brother Dog is my good friend. If you touch him, you're touching me," Fong Chen said. "At least you still have some conscience." Hearing this, the big black dog felt warmth in its heart, but it warned, "The returning Sky City Lord is very strong. He has one foot in the Mystic Light Realm. Be careful." Many prodigies returned to dark Cave Mountain one after another. Venerable Hei Chi had also been there, but he didn't find any trace of Fong Chen. He didn't expect him to appear here. "Then you can go and die too." The returning Sky City Lord opened his palm, and the scimitar returned to his hand. "Be careful," the big black dog warned. "Brother Dog, aren't you too weak? How can such a weak person force you into such a sorry state?" Fong Chen joked. "Humph, don't make sarcastic remarks," the big black dog said. "After 3 days, I have to look at you with new eyes. During these years in Dark Cave Mountain, my strength has also increased. Brother Dog, watch carefully." Fong Chen's casual conversation with the big black dog made the returning Sky City Lord even angrier. "You're courting death." The returning Sky City Lord's body turned into a streak of white light, and the scimitar in his hand carried unparalleled power. Wong! Fong Chen released the aura of the Mystic Star Realm, which shocked the big black dog. "You've broken through to the Mystic Star Realm." The big black dog was shocked. Back at the Wave Lake, Lin Fan was only a mystic heaven realm, cultivator. It didn't expect him to step into the mystic star realm in the blink of an eye. This means that with your talent, you do have the strength to fight against the returning Sky City Lord. The big black dog nodded its head and commented like a human. It's useless. Seeing that Fong Chen wanted to block, the returning Sky City Lord sneered. Returning Sky City Lord, I wonder if you can block my sword. Fong Chen grinned, took out the hidden star sword, and used the 13th move of the Shura sword art. Xiao! An unimaginable sword light flashed in front of the Huitian city Lord like a thunderbolt. Clang! The scimitar was knocked down, and the returning Sky City Lord quickly retreated, his face full of fear. How is this possible? The returning Sky City Lord cried out. However, it was already too late. The sword light had quietly arrived, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. In the end, under Fong Chen's control, the sword light pierced through the returning Sky City Lord's head and killed him. Kacha! When the returning Sky City Lord's corpse fell down, the big black dog was stunned. Its eyes were as big as gongs, staring at the returning Sky City Lord. This, he couldn't believe it. You're too strong, aren't you? The big black dog shook its huge head and exclaimed, My 3 stages are all messed up. Fong Chen's forehead was full of black lines. Even a dog has 3 stages? However, he didn't say this sentence out loud. The big black dog transformed into its human form, walked to Fong Chen's side, and punched him on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. You must have gotten a lot of good things in Dark Cave Mountain, right? Not bad, Fong Chen said. By the way, what's going on? Master got the news that the returning Sky City Lord betrayed the Xiao family, so he sent me to kill him. Who would have thought that the returning Sky City Lord hid his strength? Fortunately, you appeared, otherwise I would have died. Venerable Black Red also knows? Fong Chen asked. The big black dog nodded. This matter is a bit strange. There must be someone behind the returning Sky City Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to betray the Xiao family. I have to report this matter as soon as possible. After saying that, the big black dog pulled Fong Chen back to the Xiao family's headquarters. A light flashed in Fong Chen's mind, and he immediately said, Brother Dog, I killed the returning Sky City Lord. Can I inherit his position? The big black dog looked at Fong Chen in confusion. You're already so strong? Do you still care about the position of the city lord? Fong Chen shook his head. He had other intentions. Seeing this, the big black dog said, Of course you can. If you want, I'll take you back to announce it. In just a day, the returning Sky City changed hands. After the news of Fong Chen becoming the city Lord spread out, it caused a great commotion. The big black dog emphasized that the returning Sky City had been stabilized, and there wouldn't be any chaos. Only then did the situation stabilize. After that, he left Fong Chen alone to guard the returning Sky City while he went back to report. Returning Sky City, Lord's Mansion. If you want to get the Xiao family support, you need to have enough capital. Fong Chen said. His capital was nothing more than strong potential. He originally planned to go directly to Venerable Black Red, but the death of the city Lord changed his mind. He inherited the position of the city lord because he wanted to bring the merit points to the Xiao family for help. I'm afraid that Venerable Black Red alone won't be able to persuade the Xiao family to help. Fong Chen murmured. Therefore, he needed to work harder. According to his understanding of the layout of the azure sky, the Xiao family was the absolute overlord. There were a total of 180 cities in the vast azure sky. Every 10 cities formed a territory, so there were 10 major territories. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2508. There were 5 marquises in the 10 territories. The 5 marquises had the same status as Venerable Heiqi. They had absolute authority in the Xiao family. Most of the city lords of the 180 cities are at the Mystic Star Realm. The commanders of the 10 territories are at the mystic light realm. Fang Qin muttered to himself. With my current strength, it's easy for me to challenge the commanders. However, it'll be difficult to become one of the 5 marquises. The 5 marquises were at the mystic god realm. Fang Qin couldn't compare to them. I heard that the 10 marquises have some authority in the Xiu family. If I can get Venerable Heiqi's full support, I might be able to succeed. It would be difficult for him to save his wife, star, and moon. Therefore, he had to do everything he could. On the 2nd day after the big black dog returned, Fang Qin was attacked by an assassination attempt. He was cultivating in the garden when the space around him suddenly became chaotic and a black figure appeared. Then, a dagger that could disturb one's yuan soul stabbed at him. Crack! Luckily, his physical body was strong enough to block the attack. Then, Fang Qin launched a counterattack. Whoosh! He used the 13th move of the Shura sword art and hit the attacker. However, after struggling for a moment, the assailant managed to escape. You want to leave? Fang Qin sneered and used the 14th move of the Shura sword art. He pierced the attacker's head through the air. On the 3rd day, Venerable Heiqi and the big black dog arrived. Fang Qin. Venerable Heiqi felt very close to Fang Qin when he saw him. After all, Fang Qin was the only successor of his best friend, Venerable Demonic Sword. Greetings, Venerable Heiqi, Fang Qin said as he cupped his fists. I went to the Ripple Lake too. I didn't see you, so I came back, Venerable Heiqi said. Fang Qin told Venerable Heiqi about his experience in the dark cave mountain. Venerable Heiqi nodded. You did the right thing. You offended too many people in the dark cave mountain. If you weren't careful, your life would have been in danger, Venerable Heiqi said. You have the same demeanor as Brother Gobak then. Even the body of the holy son of the Dark Kindred was destroyed by you, and he almost lost his life in Cave Wu Mountain. There was also the son of Sirius of the werewolf tribe, the rogue cultivator Haifeng, and Zong Xiangshan of the Sky Pillar Zong family. You killed all the geniuses in the top 10 of the profound ranking. The big black dog sighed. When he first heard the news, he couldn't believe it. Now, after witnessing Fang Qin's battle prowess with his own eyes, he was incomparably shocked. The dark blood race hasn't made any moves for the time being. It's said that the Son of Darkness is undergoing a baptism to reconstruct his strongest body. Venerable Black Red said, but the dark vampires won't let the sword of darkness go. They'll attack as soon as there's any movement. As for the werewolves, it is said that the 5th wolf god has personally set out to search for you. Hearing this, Fang Qin's expression changed slightly. Had the 5th wolf god finally lost his patience? That was a genuine, abstruse god, realm, venerable, like Venerable Black Red. But don't worry, the 5th wolf god won't dare to come to the azure sky. As long as you don't leave, nothing will happen, Venerable Black Red comforted. After chatting with Venerable Black Red for a long time, he learned about some major events that had happened in the chaotic void recently. In the end, Fang Qin returned to the main topic. Senior Black Red, actually I came to the azure sky this time to ask for a favor. Fang Qin pondered and said, There's no need to be so polite between you and me. Just say it. Venerable Black Red had already regarded Fang Qin as his junior. Previously, when I was in the Void Star Sky, I destroyed a branch of the Sky Pillar Zong family, and they hated me. When I left the Void Star Sky, the Sky Pillar Zong family attacked the Void Star Sky and destroyed the Wuji Sword sect. They took away my wife and some other outstanding disciples. They're trapped in the Sky Pillar Zong family. Although their lives aren't in danger, I'm very anxious. I want to save them, but I can't do it alone. Fang Qin explained briefly. Let alone you, even I would find it difficult to get them from the Sky Pillar Zong family, Venerable Black Red said. Soon, Venerable Black Red understood Fang Qin's intention. You want to use this method to get help from the Xiu family? Fang Qin nodded silently. Venerable Black Red said, "Unless you can become one of the 5 vassals, it won't be of much use." The 5 vassals represented the 5 profound God Realm experts, but it's obviously impossible with your strength. Venerable Black Red said, "Of course, if you can get help from more than 3 profound God Realm venerables, it'll be much easier. If 3 or more profound God Realm venerables work together to threaten the Sky Pillar Zone family, I think the Sky Pillar Zone family won't fall out with them because of a few cultivators." Venerable Black Red said, "I'm talking about the top profound God Realm venerables." Ordinary profound God Realm venerables weren't much of a threat to the Sky Pillar Zone family, but the top venerables were different. For example, Venerable Soldier Wu could suppress a heavenly region by himself, and it was one of the 10 super heavenly regions, the Star Sky. How about this? You become one of the 10 great commanders first, and then I'll help you think of a way. Venerable Black Red sincerely wanted to help Fong Qin. "I'll go take care of things in the Sky City. You should prepare. The battle of the 10 great commanders will begin in 3 months, and you can challenge the other commanders." With that, Venerable Black Red and the big black dog left. Fong Qin clenched his fists. "You wait for me. It won't be long before I can save you." The demon ceiling tower flashed, and Bai Qingqing walked out. Qingqing. Bai Qingqing's pretty face had a trace of worry. She shook her head and said, "I want to go back to the suicide cliff." Fong Qin was puzzled. Bai Qingqing continued, "I heard your conversation with Venerable Black Red. If you want to save your wife, you'll need at least 3 top profound God Realm venerables. My master happens to be a top-notch venerable one. I'll go ask my master for help." Blackstone was a top venerable. He was very powerful, and his name shook the chaos void. He had left a trace of imprint on by Qingqing, but Zhong Xiangshan was in the immortal cave mountain. There were thousands of words in his heart, but he couldn't say them. "Don't worry, my master will definitely help." Bai Qingqing left. With the help of the big black dog, the latter took the sky crossing array and headed to Mo. Then she contacted her master with a secret technique and quickly returned to the suicide cliff. The suicide cliff was located between the dawn moon sky and Mo Shatian. On the towering suicide cliff, a black-robed old man was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone. Beside him, Bai Qingqing pulled his arm and acted coquettishly. "My precious disciple, where's that guy from Zhong Xiangshan?" Blackstone asked. "When my imprint was destroyed, I rushed to Tianqing Zhong family in a fit of anger and caused a ruckus before stopping." Hearing this, Bai Qingqing's heart felt warm. For her master actually rushed to Tianqing Zhong family to cause a ruckus. "Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, my master would definitely overturn Tianqing Zhong family." Blackstone said, "By the way, who saved you in the end?" Bai Qingqing told old freak He sure about how Fong Qin had saved her. This guy you're talking about is not bad. He's so young, but he's so powerful. He killed Zhong Xiangshan with one sword? Ha ha ha, well done." Blackstone laughed. He was in a good mood. "Master." Bai Qingqing wanted to say something, but stopped. "Qingqing, do you have something on your mind? You're not happy when you come back this time. Could it be that you suffered some humiliation in the outside world? Tell me, and let me vent your anger for you." Blackstone looked at his disciple lovingly. "The person who saved me is the person I mentioned to Master before." Upon hearing this, Blackstone was slightly surprised. "It's him? I didn't expect him to go to Dark Cave Mountain as well, and his strength to rise to such a level." Blackstone nodded in satisfaction. "You've always been thinking about it. Isn't that great?" At the critical moment, he saved the damsel in distress. "Shouldn't you be happy?" His family was taken away by the Tianqing Zhong family. Tianqing Zhong family? Just because of Zhong Xiangshan, you used such despicable methods? No matter how great the hatred between the top experts of the primal chaos void was, they would not use such a method. Blackstone said disdainfully, "You mean you want me to help him save his family?" Blackstone asked. "Ching Ching, you still don't understand the Tianqing ancestral family. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2509. The 10 Great Commanders had a very high status in Azure Sky. They were equivalent to the Xiao clan's high consecrators. Only by becoming one of the 10 Great Commanders would one be qualified to compete for the position of Marquis of the Five Directions. Although the Xiao clan was the dominant power in Azure Sky and ranked among the top 10 in the Chaos Void, the Xiao clan was still in control. However, the Marquis of the Five Directions and their subordinates were the ones who controlled the cities and waged war against the outside world. In principle, anyone from Azure Sky could compete for the position of Marquis of the Five Directions and 10 Great Commanders. This also happened to confirm the Xiao clan's policy of governing Azure Sky, delegating power, providing benefits, and firmly binding them to the Xiao clan. In this way, the Xiao clan would not only continue to be the dominant power, but would also be able to endure for a long time. In less than 3 days, Venerable Black Red returned to Returning Heaven's city. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Fan Chen found out that the betrayal of Returning Heaven's city's lord was indeed supported by a major power. As for which power it was still unknown. However, the death of Returning Heaven's city's lord had completely disrupted their plans. For the time being, those hidden powers would not dare to cause trouble in Returning Heaven's city. Could it be a power from another heaven? Fang Chen asked. Venerable Black Red shook his head in contemplation. The Xiao clan has been ruling Azure Sky all these years and has offended many powers. Many powers second only to the Xiao clan were forced to submit to the Xiao clan. As long as there is an opportunity, they will definitely not miss it. Venerable Black Red's meaning was clear. He suspected that the other first-rate powers of Azure Sky were behind this. However, there was no clear evidence for this, so it was difficult to do anything about it. After all, the Xiao clan's every move could cause dissatisfaction in Azure Sky and lead to war. Although the Xiao clan was strong, they could not withstand the collective resistance of all the powers in Azure Sky. I will report this matter to the clan. You don't have to worry. Venerable Black Red said, "There are still 3 months before the battle of the 10 Great Commanders begins. When the time comes, many old monsters will come out to compete. Cultivate well." Venerable Black Red left Returning Heaven's city. The big black dog also left. Returning Heaven's city regained its peace. However, as time passed, the battle of the 10 Great Commanders drew closer. The air was filled with an oppressive aura atmosphere. It gave off the feeling that a storm. However, during this period, Fang Chen had been cultivating. It was already very difficult for him to take another step forward. There was a gap between the Mystic Star Realm and the Mystic Light Realm that some people couldn't cross in their entire lives. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid of Mystic Light Realm martial practitioners at all. However, just as Venerable Heichi had said, there were many people who wanted to compete for the position of 10 Great Commanders. There were even some old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. Those old monsters might have limited potential and might not be able to reach the level of ancient god in their lifetime. However, after countless years, the battle experience they had accumulated was enough to crush all the younger generation. Fang Chen didn't dare be careless. He had been studying the Azura, Sword Dao. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the city lord's mansion, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. With a thought, the bloodline copper mirror appeared in Lin Yun's body. When Lin Yun took a closer look, he saw traces of blood on the bloodline copper mirror. This was Fang Chen's essence blood, and also the purest bloodline power. Ever since he had absorbed the blood of the wolf god, his blood contained the wolf god's bloodline. The wolf god's bloodline was also a branch of the darkness bloodline. With the help of the bloodline copper mirror, the darkness bloodline hidden in his body had been completely activated. Fang Qin could even feel the power vibrating in his blood. It was extremely powerful. Is this the darkness bloodline? Fang Qin opened his palm, and a trace of black blood circled around it. A trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. Wang, the bloodline copper mirror, let out a loud sound and continued to enter Fang Qin's blood, changing his bloodline power. The darkness bloodline was one of the most ancient bloodlines in the primal chaos void. The son of darkness was so strong because he had the darkness bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the sky battler. Lin Yin took a deep breath and threw this to the back of his mind. The most important thing right now was to increase his cultivation. In the distant darkness void, crack! A spatial storm appeared in an instant and directly annihilated the calm darkness void. Then lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and wolves howled incessantly. In the terrifying storm, a werewolf strolled out. His body was covered with lightning. He clenched his claws, and suddenly the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. He had a pair of golden eyes and was wearing a blood-red robe. He exuded a murderous aura. He was the fifth wolf god of the werewolf clan. I feel the aura of the wolf god's blood, the fifth wolf god said eerily. His golden eyes emitted a terrifying light. In that direction, the fifth wolf god's claws pointed in the distance and muttered to himself. Then his body flashed and disappeared into the darkness void again. The fifth wolf god had a supreme status in the werewolf clan. Moreover, the werewolf clan was a branch of the dark blood clan. The 5 wolf gods were the famous wolf guards of the dark blood clan. While the 5th wolf god was on the move, the demon clan was also secretly inquiring about Fang Qin, especially when the news of the demon sealing tower spread. It caused an uproar among the demon clan. The higher-ups of the demon clan had ordered to kill Fang Qin at all costs and take back the demon sealing tower. Time flew. 3 months later, the battle of the 10 great commanders took place as scheduled. Fang Qin, the new city lord of Huitian City, was led by the big black dog to the Xiu clan's territory in the center of Qingluo Heaven. How is it? Venerable He Qi asked. Fang Qin nodded. As long as there are no abnormal people, there shouldn't be a problem except for taking over the position of commander. In the past 3 months, another important thing had happened. The 8-feathered sky sparrow had successfully evolved into a 9-feathered sky sparrow. At that time, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. The entire sky above Huitian City was covered by a red glow. Some people thought that a supreme treasure had appeared, but in the end, the city lord's mansion came out to refute the rumor. Only then did the restless people calm down. The 9-feathered sky sparrow was the most powerful existence in their clan. It also had the purest bloodline. Just as the 9-feathered sky sparrow had said, a trace of ancestral power had awakened in its body after it successfully evolved. It was the only 9-feathered sky sparrow in the primal chaos void in the past trillion years. Luckily, it had the help of the demon tiger and beast. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for it to evolve. The 9-feathered sky sparrow's combat power was also a little exaggerated. It could even challenge the demon tiger and beast in its ethereal form. This made Fang Qin feel more at ease. The 9-feathered sky sparrow, the ethereal demon tiger and beast, the demon sealing tower, and the hidden star sword were enough for him to fight against any mystic light realm cultivator. The battle of the 10 great commanders this time is grander than I imagined. Here's a list. If you encounter these people in the competition, kill them without mercy. Venerable He Qi took out a small booklet and handed it to Fang Qin. There were a lot of names written on it, and some introductions were attached at the back. After reading it, Fang Qin was a little surprised. Most of the people on the list were the city lords of the 180 cities. This meant that a large portion of the city lords had betrayed the Xiu family. Thinking back to the betrayal of the Huitian city lord 3 months ago, it was terrifying. Fang Chen's heart shook. Who was it that was targeting the Xiu family? Wasn't this too terrifying? So many city lords had betrayed them under the Xiu family's nose. It could be imagined that the mastermind behind this was extremely powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do this. Is there a problem? Venerable He Qi asked. Fang Chen shook his head. No problem. But won't it cause a misunderstanding if I kill people in the competition? Venerable He Qi had thought about this long ago. Don't worry. I've already talked to the patriarch. You don't have to worry. Venerable He Qi said, Right, if you can complete this mission, one of the peak venerables in the family will come with me to the Sky Pillar Zong family. Hearing this, Fang Chun was excited. Wasn't the reason he fought for the position of the 10 great commanders so that he could gain the support of the peak venerables from the Xiu family? Wasn't this an opportunity? Many thanks, Senior He Qi. What Fang Chen didn't know was that Venerable He Qi had put in a lot of effort to get him the chance to complete this mission. Chapter 2510. Originally, this mission had been given to someone else. However, Venerable He Qi had gone against everyone's wishes and discussed the pros and cons with the current patriarch of the Xiu family. Of course, Venerable He Qi had paid a heavy price for this. However, Venerable He Qi believed that it was all worth it. Do your best. Venerable He Qi was very confident in Fang Chen. It was as if he saw the young Venerable Demon sword in him. If he had been a little stronger back then, Venerable Demon sword might not have died. Over the years, the scene of Venerable Demon sword's death would appear in Venerable He Qi's mind every night. After chatting with Fang Chen until night fell, Venerable He Qi left. The next day, he came again with some information about the competition. There are a total of 130 city lords participating in this competition. There are also more than 500 wandering cultivators and profound star realm members of the Xiu family. The Xiu family had a deep foundation. Although no one was ranked on the profound ranking, they had many profound star realm cultivators. These profound star realm cultivators were all old monsters who had cultivated for tens of millions of years. They were all very strong. The 10 great generals were very tempting. This competition was unprecedentedly lively. On the 3rd day after Fang Chen arrived at Venerable He Qi's residence, the various forces finally arrived. Over 1,000 participants stood in the middle of the plaza. Among them, the most eye-catching were the city lord of Iron Tooth City, Old Monster Spring Autumn, and Xiu Ichi. These 3 stood out among the thousands of participants and were the most popular candidates to become the 10 great generals. The city lord of Iron Tooth City was the strongest of the 180 city lords. Although he was only at the profound star realm, his battle prowess was comparable to a profound light realm cultivator. As for Old Monster Spring Autumn, he was a wandering cultivator and was very famous in the azure sky. He had a cruel personality and would tear anyone who offended him to pieces with his iron claws. The last person was the strongest profound star realm cultivator of the Xiu family. Furthermore, Xiu Ichi was the only son of the second elder and was deeply loved by the Xiu family. After reading the information, Fang Chen didn't have any serious expression on his face. Instead, he was very relaxed. How is it? Are you confident? Venerable Black Red asked. In this competition, we will first choose the strongest 3 among the thousands of you. Then, you will challenge the 10 great commanders. The winner will become the new commander, and the loser will be eliminated. Aside from Old Monster Spring Autumn, who is a bit difficult to deal with, the others are nothing to be afraid of. On the surface, Old Monster Spring Autumn was the weakest of the 3. However, one should never judge a book by its cover. Fang Chen came to a shocking conclusion from every piece of information. Old Monster Spring Autumn was not as strong as he appeared to be. Xiu Ichi is the favorite to win the championship, but according to my guess, his strength should be on par with Iron Tooth City's lord. Fong Chen murmured. The Iron Tooth City lord was one of the people on the must-kill list. In the Xiu family's headquarters, people came and went in an endless stream. More and more martial artists poured into the Xiu family's headquarters. In a short few days, the huge city became crowded all of a sudden. Today, the competition was finally about to begin. Thousands of contestants stood quietly in the square. There was a rostrum at the front. A black-clothed old man was seated in the middle. Beside him was Reverend Hei Qi. Is that the Xiu family's patriarch? Fong Chen's heart trembled. The Xiu family's patriarch had an aura that made people tremble. This is a true limit honorable. Fong Chen sighed. Although Venerable Soldier Wu was a peak honorable, his fighting strength was no weaker than a limit honorable. Although the Xiu family had a strong foundation, it couldn't compare to the 5 great families. After all, there were no ancient god-level powerhouses guarding the Xiu family's patriarch. The Xiu family's patriarch was the only one guarding the Xiu family. A limit honorable was someone who had 1 foot in the ancient god level. They were recognized as the strongest powerhouses in the primal chaos void. Unless an ancient god-level powerhouse intervened, a limit honorable was the strongest. What a powerful aura! Fong Chen thought to himself. He could feel that if the Xiu family's patriarch intervened, he could instantly destroy a super celestial region. This was the power of a limit honorable. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day of the Xiu family's selection of the 10 great commanders. The Xiu family's patriarch said indifferently, because the 10 great commanders have a relatively high status and are relatively important, an election is held every 100 years. 100 years ago, a total of 3 of the 10 great commanders changed hands. Today, 100 years later, I wonder if you can replace them and become the new commanders. The 10 great commanders were existences above many of the Xiu family's elders. Although they might not be as strong as some of the Xiu family's elders, they had a lot of authority. We are indebted to everyone for thinking highly of the Xiu family. This time, a total of 1,000 people will participate in the competition. The rules of the competition are very simple. 2-on-2 battles. The loser will be eliminated. In the end, the strongest 3 will challenge the 10 great commanders. The winner will become the new commander. Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment before continuing. If someone can become the new commander, he can enjoy all the cultivation resources of the Xiu family. He will also have the opportunity to challenge the 5 feudal lords. The words 5 feudal lords thoroughly ignited the atmosphere. Everyone knew that the 5 feudal lords were experts on the same level as the elders. They had a lot of authority in the Xiu family, second only to the patriarch and the great elder. For countless years, the 10 great commanders had been replaced, but the 5 feudal lords had never changed. There was an uproar in the square. Countless martial artists were shocked. The Xiu family's patriarch waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Shortly after, he said, "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. The competition will now begin." The great elder, Venerable Hei Qi, briefly explained the rules of the competition. Then the first round began. Rumble. On the martial arts stage, the sound of battle shook the sky. However, a powerful formation set up by many profound God Realm Venerables was able to block the energy fluctuations. Otherwise, if the profound Star Realm martial artists attacked with their full strength, the entire city would be turned to ashes in an instant. Dong! In just a few breaths of time, the result of the first round was announced. Fan Shou wins. The second round continued. The battles were very intense. After all, this was a once-in-a-century opportunity. No one was willing to give it up. When it was Fong Chen's turn, it was already 10 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, more than 300 battles had already taken place. Fong Chen's opponent was a profound Star Realm City Lord. His strength was similar to the City Lord of Returning Sky City. "Kid, Are you the one who killed the city lord of returning Sky City? The skinny old man asked coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. Fang Chen nodded. The news of him replacing the city lord of returning Sky City had spread among the 180 city lords. Humph! The city lord of returning Sky City is an old friend of this old man. Today, this old man will avenge him. The square below was filled with discussions. Is he the new city lord of returning Sky City? He's so young. One's appearance could be changed, but one's bone age could not be changed. Everyone present was a profound god realm martial artist. At a glance, they could see Fang Chen's bone age. In their hearts, they were slightly surprised. If the rumors were true and he killed the city lord of returning Sky City, then his potential was really strong. I don't think so. He's so young. Even if he cultivated day and night, it's impossible for him to reach the level of the city lord of returning Sky City. That's right. I've fought with the city lord of returning Sky City. The latter's reputation is not undeserved. I saw this guy with Venerable Hei Chi before. The latter must have used some tricks to make his trusted aide become the city lord. Despicable guy. If I meet him, I'll teach him a lesson. Many people were secretly cursing Fang Chen. There were even some people who were hostile towards Fang Chen. On the rostrum, the Xiu clan patriarch showed a gentle smile. He's the guy you were talking about? Venerable Hei Chi nodded and transmitted his voice. Patriarch, he's Fang Chen. He killed the son of Sirius and Zong Xiangshan of the Sky Pillar Zong family. He also took away the Sword of Darkness and destroyed the body of the Son of Darkness. The Xiu clan patriarch nodded. His dark eyes looked at Fang Chen. After a long time, he nodded with satisfaction. His potential is good. His understanding of Sword Dao is strong. Did you teach him the Azura Sword Dao? The Xiu clan patriarch asked. Venerable Hei Chi smiled but did not say anything. His relationship with Venerable Demon Sword was known to the world. There was no need to hide anything. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2511. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen and his opponent were confronting each other. Most of the city lords were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. The thin-faced old man even clamored to avenge the Huitian city lord. Humph! When he saw Fang Chen's expression, the skinny old man coldly snorted. He waved his sleeve, and instantly a wild dragon shot out from his sleeve. After that, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his skinny body whistled through the air. In a flash, the thin-faced old man's figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. At the same time, the wild dragon with majestic power had already made contact with Fang Chen. Get lost! Fang Chen bellowed, his voice rumbling. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. At this moment, the body of 10,000 swords was pushed to the extreme. An extremely violent power shrouded his fist as he smashed it onto the berserk dragon. Crack! There weren't any fancy moves. It was just a simple punch that smashed into the berserk dragon, instantly shattering it. Before Fang Chen's fist, the vast berserk dragon could not resist at all, instantly shattering into pieces. On the square, many city lords stared with wide eyes and exclaimed. Just from this punch alone, one could tell that Fang Chen's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. No wonder this guy could kill the Huitian city lord. Someone said, the Huitian city lord is a master of close combat, and his defense is not very strong. This guy must have sneaked an attack on him. His physical strength is extremely strong. As long as you don't fight him in close combat, he has no chance. For a time, the square was full of discussions again. On the martial arts stage, after the mad dragon was shattered, the skinny old man roared and waved his sleeve again. This time, what shot out was not a mad dragon condensed from energy, but a real snake-type monster beast. This was a small green snake. It spat out a green liquid from its mouth. That's the Blue Juice Snake King? Someone recognized the small green snake and exclaimed, "What? So this is Lan Ju, the Snake King?" Legend had it that the Blue Jew Snake King was the ruler of all serpents. Its venom was unparalleled, and even a Xian star cultivator would perish upon contact. The Blue Jew Snake King was the dream beast of any beast tamer. Who would have thought that it would actually be obtained by the thin-faced old man? With the appearance of the Blue Jew Snake, the old man's identity as a beastmaster was revealed. However, all of this was no longer important. Dai. The Blue Jew Serpent King floated in the air, weaving through the void as it closed in on Fangchen. Green liquid sprayed out. This was a highly toxic substance. On the rostrum, the Xiao family patriarch looked at Fangchen with great interest. If he couldn't even pass this hurdle, then what qualifications did he have to occupy the mission quota? In the arena, Fangchen narrowed his eyes as he watched Lan Ju's Serpent King approach. A beast is a beast. With a thought, the three-eyed Bear King appeared from within the demon-sealing tower. Roar! Its enormous body caused a huge commotion as soon as it appeared. The three-eyed Bear King's claws clenched into fists, and he beat his chest. Berserk energy emanated from his body. "I'll leave this little snake to you," Fangchen said. The three-eyed Bear King's eyes widened. "Can I eat it?" "If you can defeat it, then you can do whatever you want with it." Fangchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Leave it to me." The three-eyed Bear King had a violent personality, and he loved to devour special creatures. The Blue Jew Snake King happened to be one of his favorites. As the Snake King drew near, the three-eyed Bear King grinned. "You're too weak, little worm." As the words left his mouth, the three-eyed Bear King swiped at the air with his claws. Suddenly the air seemed to freeze, and the Snake King was unable to move. The thin-faced Xiao family patriarch cursed inwardly. He could no longer communicate with the Snake King. This meant Lan Ju's Kraken King was trapped. Not good. The thin-faced Xiao family patriarch called upon the full power of his beastmaster discipline. He wanted to control the Snake King, but it was too late. Kacha! The three-eyed Bear King's claws grabbed the Snake King. No matter how hard the Snake King struggled, he couldn't break free. "Little bug, be obedient and become my food." The three-eyed Bear King cackled. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he swallowed the Snake King whole. Boom! The square was in an uproar. The crowd gaped at the enormous three-eyed Bear King. He ate Lan Ju's King of Snakes. My God, he's too strong. The Snake King's venom was strong enough to kill a Black Star cultivator, but this bear had eaten it. Didn't that mean the Snake King's venom was nothing to him? Someone recognized the three-eyed Bear King. The three-eyed Bear King, the king of the bears. He eats the Blue Jew Snake King. The crowd gasped. Who the hell is the new governor? How can he control the three-eyed Bear King? They say the three-eyed Bear King has a violent personality. It's very difficult to control him. Could he be from the legendary Beast Tamer sect? Speculation about Fang Chen's identity was rife. The Xiao clan patriarch nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's go back. Having swallowed the Snake King, the three-eyed Bear King looked around, showing off. Fang Chen returned it to the tower. Just then, the thin-faced elder's ferocious attack came whistling through the air. Kid, I'll take your life. He'd paid a heavy price to get the Snake King. It was his trump card, but the Bear King ate it right in front of his eyes. I'll tear you to pieces. The thin-faced elder was furious, but even if he didn't attack, Fang Chen would. The thin-faced elder was one of the names on his kill list. Die. Without the Snake King, the thin-faced elder couldn't withstand a single blow. He threw a series of punches, each one landing on flesh. Bang! With a bang, the thin-faced elder's body flew backward and hit the ground. The crowd looked over and was shocked to find that the thin-faced elder was dead. That's terrifying. At this moment, the crowd finally realized how terrifying Fong Chen's body was. It wasn't luck that made him the new Huitian city lord. It was true strength. Interesting. Some of the city lords from the same faction as the thin-faced elder said with interest. It was said before the competition that there would be casualties in the battle. It was inevitable. The Xiao clan patriarch had spoken, so no one dared to say anything. Although the thin-faced elder's death made his companions furious, they didn't dare to openly disobey the Xiao clan patriarch. Venerable He Qi secretly gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. The latter grinned and walked down from the arena. A bunch of idiots. Walking down from the martial arts stage, Fong Chen felt countless murderous gazes directed at him. He sneered inwardly. The reason he hadn't revealed his strength was so that he could kill as many people as he could in the later stages of the competition. What a lucky bastard. I can't believe he managed to control the three-eyed bear. Old Monster Spring Autumn, who stood in the front row, said indifferently. After seeing the three-eyed bear king, he was tempted. If he could get his hands on such a beast, his strength would skyrocket. When the competition is over and I become commander, I'll take the three-eyed bear king for myself. In fact, there were many in the crowd who had such thoughts. But the competition wasn't over yet, so everyone was holding back. The battles that followed continued, one after another. Finally, when the sky darkened, more than 500 matches were completely over. The commander's battle was a cruel one. In a single day, half of the contestants had been eliminated. Even some city lords had fallen in the competition. Of course, this was only to be expected. Which of the 10 commanders hadn't walked out of a pile of bones? The first day of the competition was over. When Fong Chen returned to his residence, he ran into Old Monster Spring Autumn. "Fellow Taoist, please wait," Old Freak Spring Autumn said with a smile. Fong Chen stopped and looked at him. "Fellow Taoist, I'm very interested in your three-eyed bear king. Would you be willing to let me have it?" Old Monster Spring and Autumn asked bluntly. "How?" Fong Chen shrugged and asked, "I, Old Freak Spring Autumn, naturally won't let you suffer a loss. How about this? As long as you give me the three-eyed bear king, I can give you a weapon." "What grade of weapon?" Fong Chen asked. "Is it at the Void Fragmentation Realm?" Hearing this, Old Monster Spring Autumn's face darkened. Above the chaotic space grade was the Void Fragmentation grade. Under normal circumstances, only profound god venerables could take out a Void Fragmentation grade weapon. This clearly showed how precious a Void Fragmentation realm weapon was. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2512. How precious was a Void Fragmentation realm weapon? Not to mention him, even Xiao and the others would not be able to take it out. However, Fong Chen made such an unreasonable request. Was it not a slap to his face? "Fellow Taoist, are you joking?" Even though Old Monster Spring Autumn was very angry, he still tried to hold it in. Fong Chen shrugged and said, "I'm not joking. Do you know how precious my three-eyed bear king is? If you want to make a deal, you must show me enough sincerity." After saying that, Fong Chen glanced at Old Monster Spring Autumn and said, "At the very least, I don't see your sincerity. So I'm sorry." After saying that, Fong Chen turned around and left. Is there no room for negotiation? I like the three-eyed bear king very much, and I want it very much. Name your price. Old Monster Spring Autumn called out to Fong Chen. You don't even want to take out a Void Fragmentation realm weapon. You call that sincere? I still want your life. I can use the three-eyed bear king to exchange for it. Isn't that sincere enough? May I ask if you are willing to hand your life over to me? Fong Chen said straightforwardly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk powerful energy erupted from Old Monster Spring Autumn's body. Asterisk whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk a vast amount of energy came pressing down. Old Monster Spring Autumn was trying to suppress Fong Chen with his strength. Are you really not going to consider it? Old Monster, Spring Autumn asked. There's nothing to consider. Fang Chan waved his hand and said. Old Monster Spring Autumn's eyes were scarlet red. His killing intent was overflowing. It seemed like he was about to attack Fang Chin. The latter stood with his hands clasped behind his back as if nothing had happened. He looked very relaxed. Asterisk swoosh asterisk in the end. Old Monster Spring Autumn did not make a move. After retracting his aura, he smiled meaningfully at Fang Chin and said, There are still many more matches to come. Anyone can meet anyone. If I meet you, I will certainly teach you a good lesson. After saying that, Old Monster Spring Autumn turned around and left while muttering to himself. Young people nowadays are too ignorant. They don't know how cruel the world is. Fang Chin sneered as he looked at Old Monster Spring Autumn's back. Didn't he just want to snatch my three-eyed bear king? To actually use such a despicable method. How laughable. Fang Chin wasn't afraid of Old Monster Spring and Autumn. But after the exchange of blows just now, he was even more convinced of his theory. Iron Tooth City Lord, Old Monster Spring Autumn, and Xiao Wenqi of the three most popular candidates. Old Monster Spring Autumn was the one who kept the deepest secrets. There's actually an aura on his body that makes even me feel fear. Fang Chin thought to himself, Master, that person's aura is very evil. The mysterious Heaven Conenails artifact spirit also said, If we encounter it during the competition, we have to be on guard. Fang Chin nodded and returned to the courtyard. Many people had seen the conflict between him and Old Monster Spring Autumn. The big black dog looked him up and down, then asked, I heard that Old Freak Spring and Autumn is looking for you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Old Freak Spring and Autumn is nothing to me. Because of the three-eyed bear king, you've attracted everyone's attention. It's inconvenient for Master to come here. Otherwise his plan would be disrupted. You did well today, the big black dog said. That stupid bear sure was aggressive. It ate Lanju raw. Speaking of the three-eyed bear king, the big black dog was very excited. Oh right, where's your stupid bear? Where's it hiding? The big black dog asked curiously. Fang Chin smiled but said nothing. The big black dog saw this and did not ask any more questions. Night. A mighty wind blew gently. In the Xiao family city, many storms were hidden in the darkness. All that was needed was a fuse and it would explode. The three-eyed bear king was, without a doubt, a powerful fuse. Its appearance would cause the governor and the others to move forward with their plans. Under the cover of night, in a gloomy courtyard, Governor Iron-Tooth. When the red-robed Governor Iron-Tooth appeared, the other governors rose to greet him. Iron-Tooth gestured for them to take a seat, then looked around at them. Everyone, there's been a change of plans. The three-eyed bear king must be obtained. The three-eyed bear king has mutated. It's very strong. If we can get it, our plans will be much smoother. Iron-Tooth said, the Xiao family wanted to use this opportunity to kill them, but they also wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate their enemies. Governor Iron-Tooth, what do you think we should do? Many city lords listened to City Lord Iron-Tooth. I've already sent assassins to assassinate him. Governor Iron-Tooth said with a sinister smile. Fang Chin lived with many contestants. The sky was dark, and he was cultivating with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, a hissing sound was heard. Who's there? Fang Chin scolded. Suddenly, 3 people walked out of the darkness. After these 3 people appeared, they did not speak. Instead, they stared at Fang Chin with their dark eyes. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Fang Chin, and there were layers of ripples in their eyes. Fang Chin was about to speak when he fell into an illusion. Buzz! The whole courtyard was shrouded in an illusion. Looking from the outside, there was nothing wrong with it. Fang Chin sat on the stone bench in a daze. Seeing this, the 3 people sneered. So what if you're strong? Aren't you still controlled by our illusions? The The three walked in front of Fang Qin and said disdainfully, "Even mystic light realm cultivators can't break our illusions. A mere mystic star realm cultivator is courting death. All right, don't waste time. Hurry up and find him." As they spoke, their hands started to search Fang Qin's body. Illusions. Fang Qin instantly woke up from his daze. Seeing the actions of the three, he sneered in his heart. He was famous for the illusory sword Dao, and these three wanted to use illusions against him? Thinking of this, Fang Qin's finger trembled slightly. Traces of illusory aura silently merged into the illusion. In the blink of an eye, the illusion was changed. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice sounded in the ears of the three. The actions of the three came to an abrupt stop. "Who's talking? Did someone discover us?" The third person looked around and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. When he raised his head, he saw the smiling Fang Qin. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his face was filled with shock. What happened to you? How come I didn't fall into your illusions?" The power around Fang Qin's body vibrated, and the other two, who were still in shock, were immediately pushed back. He then stood up and patted his clothes. "Clowns like you are trying to show off in front of an expert, right? Speak, who sent you here?" Fang Qin's voice became sharp. Could it be that something went wrong with the illusion? The three looked at each other, and the aura of illusions around them surged as they used their full strength to activate the illusion. Rumble. The illusion exploded once more, but it was out of their expectations. The illusion that they had set up was actually used against them? No. The three roared in fear and tried to escape, but it was too late. Whoosh! The illusion enveloped them, twisting the universe. The three of them stood stiffly on the ground, not moving at all. "Who sent you here?" Fang Qin asked. "Lord Irontooth." "What's the purpose?" "To seize your three-eyed bear king and kill you." Fang Qin nodded, and then continued to ask, "Lord Irontooth, who's behind this?" The three shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Fang Qin then asked many questions, but the three didn't answer. Finally, Fang Qin informed the big black dog. Soon, the big black dog came across the void. "Why are you looking for me so late at night?" Fang Qin pointed at the three people whose power was restrained by him and said, "These three were sent by Lord Irontooth to kill me. Perhaps Senior He Qi can get some important information from them." "Okay, I'll take them away." The big black dog took the three people away. Time passed quickly. In the gloomy courtyard, the city lords, led by the Iron-Tooth City Lord, had been waiting quietly. They paced back and forth in the courtyard, looking a little anxious. On the stone table, it was already the 9th incense stick, and there was still one incense stick to burn before the appointed time. "Lord Iron-Tooth, did you succeed?" A somewhat anxious city lord asked directly. "Wait patiently." Lord Iron-Tooth closed his eyes to rest. Tick. Time passed, and the 10th incense stick burned out. Lord Iron-Tooth stood up and spread out his divine sense, but there was nothing abnormal in the vicinity. His face became gloomier, and a cold, murderous intent flashed past. He said, "Disperse." Lord Iron-Tooth's words confused the other city lords, but they didn't dare to ask. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2513. The Iron-Teeth City Lord's red robes fluttered in the dark pavilion. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stared at the wall in front of him. On the wall, a black glow gradually emerged and transformed into a bewitching flower. Above the flower, there was an aura that made people tremble. "Trash!" A scolding voice came from the flower. The Iron-Teeth City Lord panicked and said, "Master, I underestimated that kid's strength." After a long time, the flower shook and its aura shook the sky. "Focus on the competition. Your mission is to become one of the 10 commanders. I don't want to see anything happen." After saying that, the black flower disappeared, and the pavilion returned to normal. The Iron Teeth City Lord's eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Dawn arrived, and the darkness retreated. The Shio family's headquarters became lively again. There was a sea of people, and the noise was endless. Although many people didn't come to participate in the Battle of the Commanders, they came because of the reputation of the Battle of the Commanders. They wanted to see who would change the commander's position in this Battle of the Commanders. This was a big event in Qingluo Heaven. The next day, the competition continued. The first to fight was Old Monster Spring Autumn. His attack proved his strength once again. Before his opponent could even react, Old Monster Spring and Autumn's eyes shot out an unimaginable beam of light that pierced through his opponent. Crack! Old Monster Spring Autumn's opponent's corpse fell on the martial arts stage. Everyone below cried out in alarm. Old Monster Spring Autumn was too strong. After killing his opponent, Old Monster Spring Autumn walked down the martial arts stage. His cold gaze swept across Fang Qin. Fang Qin could feel a trace of killing intent in the depths of Old Monster Spring Autumn's eyes. Humph! Fang Qin snorted coldly. He was calm and composed. He did not feel uneasy because of Old Monster Spring Autumn's threat. After Old Monster Spring Autumn, the second to fight was Shio Ichi. I heard that Shio Ichi of the Shio family has reached the mystic light realm. I wonder if that's true. Of course it's true. Shio Ichi is extremely powerful. It's said that he has already cultivated the Shio family's secret technique to the pinnacle. Several hundred years ago, Shio Ichi once fought with the Holy War Clan's Heaven Warrior, and the final result was a draw. 100 years have passed, and Sky Warrior is already in the top 10 of the Profound ranking. As for Shioichi, he is unable to enter the Profound ranking due to his age, but it does not affect his strength at all. Many people were talking about it, digging up what had happened hundreds of years ago. However, when everyone saw Shio Wenqi's opponent, their faces were filled with helplessness. Originally, he thought that he would be able to see Shioichi display his skills. Who would have thought that the latter's opponent was actually a member of the Shio family? I admit defeat. This member of the Shio clan naturally knew Shioichi's strength and directly admitted defeat. This disappointed many martialists who wanted to see Shio Yi's skills. Shioichi's victory without a fight caused a great shock. Following that, the battles continued one after another. Although there were some outstanding warriors during this period, none of them could attract Fang Qin's attention. His target was only those martial artists on the must-kill list. Finally, it was Fang Qin's turn. In the second round, Fang Qin's opponent was not a city lord who was extremely skilled in the soul Dao and illusions. The Soul Fantasy City Lord? After seeing his opponent, Fang Qin was also stunned. Coincidences really existed in this world. This Soul Fantasy City Lord happened to be someone on the must-kill list. Fellow Taoist, the Soul Fantasy City Lord looked at Fang Qin with a smile, without any killing intent. However, this kind of Soul Fantasy City Lord was terrifying. The Iron Tooth City Lord and the others stared at Fang Qin. If Fang Qin could withstand the Soul Fantasy City Lord's illusions, then it meant that the person he sent last night had already been killed. If he could not withstand it, then the Shio family must have secretly made a move. Buzz! The Soul Fantasy City Lord deliberately talked to Fang Qin to distract him. In an instant, the violent aura of illusions spread out and enveloped Fang Qin. It's over. Many of the martial artists below shook their heads. The Soul Fantasy City Lord's illusions were extremely powerful. Among the 180 city lords, he was one of the best. Even the Iron Tooth City Lord would not be able to quickly escape from an illusion. Not to mention he was just a nobody. It seems like this guy is going to lose. Many people asserted. The Shio family patriarch and Venerable Black and Red were extremely confident in Fang Qin. The large black dog behind them saw everyone shake their heads and sneered, "A bunch of idiots!" It had personally experienced Fang Chen's illusions. They were too terrifying. How could a mere soul fantasy city lord compare? "Humph, so what if you're strong? You're still trapped in my illusions, aren't you?" The soul fantasy city lord's expression instantly darkened as he coldly spoke. He waved his hand, and the aura of the soul Tao erupted from his mind. It condensed into a soul spear in the air that shot towards Fang Chen's head. "Die!" The soul fantasy city lord growled. The soul spear was already close to Fang Chen. Just when everyone thought that Fang Chen was dead for sure, the soul fantasy city lord grinned. "A soul spear? Too bad you're too weak." With that, Fang Chen used the innate soul reversal technique. The soul spear, 10 times larger than the soul fantasy city lord's, whizzed out and slammed into the soul fantasy city lord's soul spear, mercilessly shattering it. At the same time, the illusions that bound him were also shattered. Bang! The soul fantasy city lord's body was instantly sent flying off the stage. He spat out blood, his face pale. The soul fantasy city lord still wanted to speak, but he felt something stuck in his throat. He could not speak. His hands flailed wildly as his strength drained away. With a bang, his head hit the cold ground and he lost all signs of life. The square was in an uproar. Even old Monster Spring Autumn, Shioichi, and the others were shocked. The ordinary contestants were cheering even louder. The Soul Fantasy City Lord was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest among the 180 city lords in the Soul Tao and Illusions. But now the Soul Illusion City Lord had taken the initiative to strike first. Not only did the Soul Illusion City Lord's illusory realm break, but he had also used his soul power to shatter the Soul Illusion City Lord Soul. How terrifying was that? Too strong. Are his soul Tao and illusions that strong? Only now did many people realize that the new Huitian City Lord was simply an all-around genius. In the first round, he killed a mysterious Star City Lord with his physical strength. In the second round of the competition, he easily broke through the Soul Fantasy City's city Lord's illusions and killed him from afar with the soul Tao that the latter was most proficient in. Too strong, too terrifying. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Those who had not thought highly of Fang Chen felt conflicted. The Iron Tooth City Lord's eyes flickered. I miscalculated. He had not expected this fellow's illusions to be so strong. Otherwise, he would not have tried to assassinate him so recklessly. On the main platform, the Xiao family patriarch nodded. This fellow's potential is at least in the top 5 among the younger generation in the Chaos Void. The Xiao family patriarch never praised others. Fang Chen was the first person he had praised in the younger generation. It seems that your judgment is right, the Xiao family patriarch said. Venerable Black Red was very happy. The stronger Fang Chen was, the more confident he would be in getting the position of commander. This would be very beneficial for their future operations. Good fellow, killing from a distance. That's a powerful move. Venerable Black Red rubbed his hands and chuckled as he praised. The big black dog behind him pursed its lips in displeasure. Back then, when it first saw this fellow, he was still so weak. In the blink of an eye, his strength had surpassed it. The world was really unpredictable. When he walked down the stage, Fang Chen looked at Old Monster Spring Autumn provocatively. Old Monster Spring Autumn chuckled when he saw this. A meaningful look appeared on his face. Congratulations to the Soul Fantasy City Lord. Ha ha ha. With the Soul Fantasy City Lord's strength, it's not impossible for him to get the position of commander. From the beginning, I could see that the Soul Fantasy City Lord was extraordinary. Many people wanted to befriend Fang Chen and flattered him incessantly. Fang Chen simply closed his eyes and ignored everyone, waiting for the competition to continue. He had killed 2 people in 2 moves. Fang Chen's fierce image was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Everyone was thinking, if they were to fight against Fong Qin, what were their chances of winning? Vicious and merciless without any mercy. He's not suitable to be a commander. Of course, there were also some opposing voices. They did not think highly of Fong Qin and used his bloodthirstiness as a reason to argue. Chapter 25:14. In the 2 consecutive rounds of battle, Fong Qin had displayed extremely powerful strength. His physical strength, soul Dao, and illusions were all displayed to the fullest. Even the Xiu family patriarch cherished such a talent. It was a pity that Fong Qin wasn't a disciple of the Xiu family. Otherwise, they would definitely nurture him. Wouldn't it be great if the Xiu family had such a prodigy? The Xiu family patriarch shook his head and sighed. Although many elders thought that Fong Qin had great potential, the Xiu family might have someone stronger than him. However, the Xiu family patriarch didn't say anything. He looked at the inside, not the outside. From these 2 battles, he could see that Fong Qin's potential was unprecedented. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest mysterious star realm cultivator in history. The Xiu family patriarch was looking forward to Fong Qin's performance. He wanted to see what level he could reach. Since the 2nd round didn't take much time, it was over by noon. Therefore, the 3rd round began immediately. There were only a little over 100 battles in the 3rd round. At this point, those who remained were all elites. They had many tricks up their sleeves. However, as the competition progressed, Fong Qin had become the 4th most popular candidate. He was on par with Xiu Yiqi, Old Monster Spring Autumn, and the Iron-Tooth City Lord. In the 3rd round, Fong Qin's opponent was relatively strong. It was a cultivator who had just entered the mysterious light realm. Everyone was very excited. They could finally see Fong Qin's true strength. However, in the competition, Fong Qin only used 1 sword strike to kill his opponent. The 14th move of the Shura sword art, an extremely violent sword light, pierced through his opponent's head in an instant. The cultivators in the plaza went completely crazy. They cheered. They couldn't imagine that Fong Qin's sword skills would be so strong. So he's a sword cultivator. At this moment, many people came to a sudden realization. Whether it was the Tao of the physical body, the Tao of the soul, or illusions, he didn't specialize in them. The Tao of the sword was his specialization. The more this was the case, the more shocked everyone was. What kind of force could nurture such a heaven-defying genius? Even Xiu Yiqi and the others were staring at Fong Qin, dumbfounded. After a long time, they took a deep breath and tried their best to calm the fluctuations in their hearts. Old eccentric Spring Autumn had a complicated expression on his face as he fell into deep thought. After a long while, the 3rd round of the competition ended. Fong Qin's name reverberated like thunder and quickly spread throughout the city. Countless martial artists were shouting his name. The Xiu clan patriarch's face was full of smiles. Venerable Black Red was also very happy. With Fong Qin's current strength, it was almost certain that he would become the commander-in-chief. The remaining warriors were racking their brains to think of a way to deal with Fong Qin. He was afraid that his next opponent would be Fong Qin. For a time, Fong Qin became the nightmare of many martial artists. He had killed 3 people in 3 moves. Furthermore, all 3 of them had different levels of cultivation. The last person was a mystic light realm expert. Fong Qin had become a demon in everyone's eyes. Fong Qin didn't care about these titles. He wasn't fated to stay in the azure sky forever. Darkness covered the land. This night wasn't going to be peaceful. Discussions about Fong Qin could be heard in every place that was brightly lit. The visual impact of Fong Qin was too great. Even the elders of the Xiu clan gave him a thumbs up. This was the first time that the Xiu clan had praised a person so unanimously. His potential was unprecedented. If he didn't die midway, he might even be able to reach the ancient god realm. At night, at the border of the azure sky, crack! All of a sudden, a black hole appeared in the dark void. Then, shocking lightning bolts came crashing down with a rumbling sound. A werewolf walked out of the black hole. The fifth wolf god followed the blood of the wolf god and came to the azure sky. Rumble. A violent aura was projected from the Shio clan's headquarters. Venerable Black Red's figure appeared in the air. "Stop!" Venerable Black Red yelled. "Venerable Heichi, I have no other purpose in coming here. I just want to find an enemy," the fifth wolf god explained. After all, the werewolf race and the Shio clan didn't interfere with each other. Furthermore, without the name of the blood race, the werewolf race wouldn't be able to fight against the Shio clan. Venerable Black Red was the grand elder of the Shio clan. He was the strongest person under the patriarch and had great authority. This is the territory of the Shio clan. The blood race can't enter. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite," Venerable Black Red said forcefully. Hearing this, the fifth wolf god's expression changed. A dark aura surrounded him. "I've heard of Venerable Black Red of the Shio clan a long time ago." The fifth wolf god flicked his finger, and a world appeared in the air. "Let's go in and fight?" Then the fifth wolf god entered the world. Whoosh! Venerable Black Red's true body appeared and merged with his projection before entering the world. Rumble! Deafening noises continued to ring out in the void. Above the Shio clan's headquarters, the Shio clan patriarch saw all this and nodded in satisfaction. Soon the battle was over and the world exploded. A wisp of blood mist gushed out. The fifth wolf god was in a sorry state. He paused in the air for a while before turning to leave. "Venerable Black Red, I'll repay you 100-fold in the future." Looking at the fifth wolf god's back, Venerable Black Red's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! The Shio clan patriarch appeared and supported him. "How is it?" asked the Shio clan patriarch. "The fifth wolf god has an unpredictable ability. He'll be a strong opponent in the future," said Venerable Black Red. After fighting with him, he was shocked to find that the fifth wolf god had touched the threshold of becoming an ultimate venerable. Given a little more time, he would definitely become an ultimate venerable. "I wonder if the other 4 venerables have also reached the ultimate venerable level," Venerable Black Red said worriedly. "If the 5 wolf gods all became ultimate venerables, they would definitely go to Azure Sky and attack the Shio clan. By then, how could the clan patriarch deal with them alone?" "Don't worry. The Void Tribe and the Thunder Punishment Tribe won't let that happen," the Shio clan patriarch said calmly. After all, strictly speaking, the Void Tribe and the Thunder Punishment Tribe were also part of the human race. The Dark Kindred were an alien race. Although they were not mortal enemies of the human race like the demon race, they were not allies either. That night, the battle between the 2 top-notch venerables was extremely shocking. However, Azure Sky was unusually calm. Everyone was sleeping soundly and did not know what happened at night. Only Fong Qin seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and it came from the wolf god bloodline in his body. Fong Chen, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up and felt the blood in his body become restless. His expression changed drastically. Could it be that the 5th wolf god is here? This time, the blood in his body became restless, and it was much stronger than before. Fong Chen felt a little uneasy, but the blood in his body soon disappeared. What's going on? Fong Chen was puzzled. Did the 5th wolf god come and leave? After thinking for a while, Fong Chen came to a conclusion. The 5th wolf god was afraid of the Shio clan, so he retreated. After a night of silence, early in the morning of the next day, Fong Chen followed everyone to the plaza. He glanced at Venerable Black Red and found that his eyes were a little bloodshot and his face was slightly pale. He did not look good. What's wrong with Venerable Black Red? Fong Chen was puzzled. At their level, it was impossible for them to be like this because of sleep problems. Did Venerable Black Red and the 5th wolf god fight? Fong Chen was even more convinced of his guess. At this moment, Venerable Black-Red also looked over and nodded at Fang Chen. The fourth round of the battle had officially begun. Fang Chen's opponent was actually the Iron Tooth City Lord. This made the crowd quite surprised. Both of them were popular candidates to meet the Iron Tooth City Lord so soon. One of them was bound to be eliminated in this battle. The Iron Tooth City Lord is a veteran expert. He should be able to defeat Fang Chen. That's not necessarily true. The Huitian City Lord represents the power of the new generation. He's very terrifying. I think the odds are 50-50. If the Huitian City Lord doesn't have any trump cards, he may lose to the Iron Tooth City Lord. For a moment, the discussion about who would win spread instantly. This battle was bound to be very difficult. Once he won, he would definitely occupy one of the last 3 places. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2515. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen and the Iron Tooth City Lord were facing each other. The latter grinned, his face full of mockery, as if he was mocking Fang Chen for overestimating himself. If I were you, I would just admit defeat. That way, I would lose with dignity. Dealing with the enemy was not only a competition of combat strength, but also a competition of intelligence. Sometimes, suppressing the opponent with words could cause the opponent's mind to be in chaos and lose without a fight. That was probably what the Iron Tooth City Lord was thinking. His goal was to become the commander, and to challenge the commander, he had to become one of the 3 strongest people. But I don't think so. Fang Chen shrugged and said, I want to kill you, so I can't admit defeat yet. Fang Chen said bluntly that he wanted to kill the Iron Tooth City's City Lord. These words immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. They were all shocked. Wasn't that too direct? Moreover, the Iron Tooth City Lord was not just anyone. How could he be killed so easily? Arrogant and ignorant. In the square below, Old Monster Spring Autumn and the others said disdainfully. On the rostrum, the Xiao clan leader and Venerable Heiqi looked at the scene with interest. Back on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen showed his invincible confidence. Are you sure? The Iron Tooth City Lord asked. You are the leader of the 180 City Lords. If I kill you, does that mean I am the most powerful city lord among the 180 City Lords? Fang Chen said with a grin. That's right. If you can kill me, you are indeed the most powerful city lord among the 180 City Lords. Now the question is, can you kill me? What will you use to kill me? The Iron Tooth City Lord bared his fangs, and his killing intent surged. He clenched his fists and lightning flashed. Whoosh! His arms shook violently. An entire void trembled. The Iron Tooth City Lord was best at lightning. At this moment, facing Fang Chen, he did not underestimate him and directly used his strongest trump card, Thunder Shock, using lightning as the foundation to kill from a distance. This was the essence of Thunder Shock. Fang Chen opened his palm and took out the Hidden Star Sword, saying, With this. Ha ha ha. The Iron Tooth City Lord laughed maniacally. He felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Killing with a broken sword? What a joke! Lei Zhen. The Iron Tooth City Lord could no longer tolerate Fang Chen's arrogance. As he waved his hands, the lightning in the sky swooped down and circled around his body before fusing into his hands. Dong! He casually slapped the void with his palm, causing it to collapse. Under the control of the Iron Tooth City Lord, countless bolts of lightning whizzed out. However, Fang Chen didn't just sit there and wait for death. Instead, he used space-time collapse. The powerful space-time collapse technique disappeared without a trace. He easily dodged the thunderous attack. When he appeared again, the Hidden Star Sword was finally brandished. Azura Sword skill, the 13th move. Whoosh! A beam of cold light pierced through the void and collided with the lightning in the sky. Crack! The lightning bolts that were as vast as the sea danced around like headless flies. In the end, they collided with each other, causing a shocking explosion and scattering. Everyone exclaimed. Fang Chen's strength was too terrifying to be able to break the Iron-Tooth City Lord's Lei Zhen in one strike. Just when everyone thought that the two of them were evenly matched and the battle would become more and more intense, the situation took a turn. Whoosh! Another sword. However, this time the power of this sword was countless times stronger than the previous one. Azura sword skill, the 14th move. It was enough to deal with the Iron-Tooth City Lord. The extremely violent sword light that caused people to tremble simply pierced through the void and arrived in front of the Iron-Tooth City Lord. No. The Iron-Tooth City Lord felt despair. No matter how he resisted, he couldn't withstand the pressure of the sword light. It was too powerful. The Iron-Tooth City Lord swore that this was the most powerful sword he had ever seen in his countless years of cultivation. He couldn't understand how a mysterious star realm martial artist could execute such a powerful sword move. Crack! A clear and crisp sound echoed throughout the sky. The sword light pierced through the Iron-Tooth City Lord's body. The latter's primordial spirit was about to escape, but Fang Chen's figure flickered and grabbed the primordial spirit. Rip! He exerted force in his palm, and the primordial spirit shattered. The strongest city lord in the 180 cities, the Iron-Tooth City Lord, had fallen just like that. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the battle would end so quickly? The martial artists below had long been shocked to the point of no return. On the main platform, the Xiao clan leader and Black-Red Venerable were ecstatic. As for the many elders of the Xiao clan, they were even more dumbfounded. The Huitian City Lord is victorious. A voice pulled everyone back from their shock. They looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. Even someone as strong as the Iron-Tooth City Lord could only make him use 2 moves. Among the many martial artists present who could withstand the sharpness, even Shouichi and old freak Spring Autumn felt fear in their hearts. How can he be so strong? Old monster, Spring Autumn muttered to himself. Until the end of the 4th round, everyone was still thinking about the scene of Fang Chen killing the Iron-Tooth City Lord. They would never forget how amazing that sword move was. After the 4th round of competition ended, the remaining martial artists were already scanty few. Some martial artists even voluntarily gave up their spots. I give up. How can we win against a freak like the Huitian City Lord? Our lives are more important. Yeah, the Huitian City Lord is too strong. The final 3 spots will definitely be Old Monster Spring Autumn, the Huitian City Lord, and Shouichi. I give up too. Many martial artists knew their limits and gave up the competition. In the end, only Fang Chen and the other 2 were left. The Xiao clan leader did not expect this scene. Because of Fang Chen's strong performance, the competition ended prematurely. Looking at the 3 figures in the middle of the square, the Xiao clan leader felt helpless. Venerable Black-Red Venerable also smiled bitterly. He had originally planned to let Fang Chen use this opportunity to kill more city lords who had betrayed the Xiao clan. Who would have thought that the competition would end after only 3 people were killed? However, thinking about it carefully, the death of the most important chess piece, the Iron-Tooth City Lord, was the biggest gain. The other city lords were just small fries. There was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Venerable Black-Red Venerable stood up, cleared his throat, and announced, since everyone has withdrawn from the competition, the remaining 3 people will automatically obtain the final 3 spots. Old Monster Spring Autumn, Shouichi, and the Huitian City Lord. The 3 of them finally obtained the final 3 spots. Originally, everyone thought that the Iron-Tooth City Lord would also obtain a spot. However, the world was unpredictable. A second ago, he was still clamoring to kill Fang Chen. The next second, he was killed by Fang Chen. The death of the Iron-Tooth City Lord caused a huge commotion. This was especially true for the Iron-Tooth City Lord's faction. They were fearful and fearful. After the competition ended, they left in a hurry. The 3 of you will have the opportunity to challenge the 10 great commanders. Once you succeed, you will become the new commander. Each of you only has 1 chance. If you fail, you will have to wait 100 years. Venerable Black Red Venerable said. The 3 of them nodded in unison. They had been waiting for this moment in the previous battle. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as Venerable Black Red Venerable's voice fell, a vortex appeared in the sky. A vast power spread out from it. The people in the square all retreated, feeling very oppressed. At this moment, 10 figures walked out of the vortex, one after another. The 10 of them stood on the martial stage, their auras domineering. The 10 great commanders of the Azura, heaven, had finally appeared. 10 great commanders. Someone shouted excitedly. There were also people waiting for the next battle. No matter what the final result was, at least they would be lucky enough to see the 10 great commanders in action. You can choose any one of the commanders. During the battle, you can use all means, but you cannot find helpers, Venerable Black Red Venerable said. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the martial stage. The 10 great commanders were lined up in a row from left to right. He knew very well that the one standing at the front was the strongest commander, and so on. The one standing at the back was, in comparison, the weakest one. I challenge Commander Jin Shi. Xiao Yi stepped forward. He was the first to challenge. He had chosen the weakest commander. Voila! Commander Jin, she stepped forward. He stared at Xiao Yi and said, Although you are a descendant of the Xiao family, I will not hold back. Go ahead. If I lose, it is because I am not strong enough. Chapter 25:16. Boom! A fierce battle broke out on the martial arts stage. As soon as Xiao Ichi attacked, he used the Xiao family's secret technique. However, Commander Jin Shi's strength was a notch higher. He easily blocked all of Xiao Ichi's attacks. Bang! After a fierce battle with Xiao Ichi, Commander Jin Shi forced Xiao Ichi back with a punch. Dang, dang, dang! Xiao Ichi's body kept retreating and almost fell off the martial arts stage. Standing at the edge of the martial arts stage, Xiao Ichi tried to stabilize his body. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Commander Jin Shi is very strong, but I don't want to give up. Xiao Ichi said slowly. At the same time, a thin layer of blood mist appeared on his body. When this layer of blood mist appeared, everyone cried out in alarm. This was the Xiao family's bloodline divine art. It was also regarded as a taboo divine art by the Xiao family. It was said that this divine art used the Xiao family's bloodline as a guide. It could mobilize the power of the bloodline to a large extent to strengthen the attack. Boom! Xiao Ichi's bloodline power erupted. He stomped his feet and suddenly rushed into the sky, fighting fiercely with Commander Jin Shi. Bloodline divine art? Fong Chen murmured. Although the Xiao family's bloodline was not as strong as the darkness bloodline, it was still one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. This is the foundation of a major force. Fong Chen sighed. The Xiao family was not a major force in the world, but it was second only to the major forces. This foundation was not something that ordinary forces could compare to. However, although Xiao Ichi used a taboo divine art, he still could not break through Commander Jin Shi's defense. Damn it! Commander Jin Shi made a small mistake and was almost blasted off the martial arts stage. He was thoroughly angry. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the prestige of a commander. Commander Jin Shi's body burst out with dazzling light. After accumulating a certain amount of strength, he punched out. Dong! Xiao Ichi's bloodline divine art was broken. His body flew out and was caught by the Xiao family's elder. Xiao Ichi admits defeat. The elder nodded. This was within their expectations. They had said beforehand that with Xiao Ichi's current strength, it was impossible for him to become a commander. However, the latter refused to listen and insisted on participating. It would be good to let him suffer once. At the very least, he would be able to see the difference between him and the 10 great commanders. I also challenge Commander Jean Shi. When the crowd heard this, they secretly cursed Old Monster Spring Autumn for being cunning. Commander Jean Shi fought with Xiao Wenqi, although he won. He also used up a lot of energy. Wasn't he just taking advantage of the situation by challenging Commander Jean Shi? Humph! Commander Jean Shi was a little angry and snorted coldly. Old Monster Spring Autumn's aura surged as he unleashed all of his power. Dong dong dong! Old Monster Spring and Autumn's fists landed on Commander Jean Shi's body, but they could not break through his defense. Courting death. Commander Jean Shi's aura was disdainful as he punched out. Dong! Old Monster Spring Autumn retreated, and his aura seemed to weaken. Fang Chen felt a little strange, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. Could it be? Fang Chen had a bold guess in his mind. Just as everyone thought that Old Monster Spring Autumn was about to lose, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. His aura was so weak that it was barely noticeable. Die! Commander Jean Shi roared. Just like before, he threw out a punch. But this time it was different. Behind Old Monster Spring Autumn, the shadow of a gigantic bear king appeared. Roar! The bear king roared. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Commander Jean Shi's fist. Crack! Blood spurted out. Commander Jean Shi was injured, and he could not help but retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Old Monster Spring Autumn took a step forward. The Bear King behind him released a shocking amount of energy that swept Commander Jean Shi away. Totem! Fang Chen guessed that Old Monster Spring Autumn must have had some kind of demon pet to help him, but he did not expect him to refine a Bear King into a totem. This was a secret technique, and very few people in the chaotic void used it. Now, Fang Chen finally understood why Old Monster Spring Autumn was so determined to obtain his three-eyed Bear King. He wants to use the three-eyed Bear King to raise his Bear King totem. Fang Chen said, the flesh and blood of bear-type demon beasts could be used to raise the Bear King totem, increasing its power. Totem inheritance was a very domineering inheritance. This kind of inheritance could allow a martial artist to unleash the greatest amount of power in a short period of time. Totem inheritor! Many people came to a sudden realization and cried out in surprise. They did not expect Old Monster Spring Autumn to be the strongest among the 3 most popular candidates. He had hidden his strength too well. He had only used his totem secret technique at the end to defeat Commander Jean Shi. Roar! The Bear King roared, and Commander Jean Shi fell outside the arena. His face was gloomy and he was furious, but because of the rules, he did not lose his temper. He had lost. Commander Jean Shi had lost. This was too shocking. Old Monster Spring Autumn had really become the new commander. Congratulations, Old Monster Spring Autumn, for becoming the new commander. Venerable Hei Qi nodded. Commander Jean Shi felt ashamed that he had been stripped of his position as commander. He left the arena. The other 9 great commanders all had calm expressions on their faces. There was no change in their expressions. Commander Jean Shi was the weakest of the 10 commanders. Coupled with Old Monster Spring Autumn's totem inheritance, it was reasonable that he had lost. After Old Monster Spring Autumn became the new commander, everyone's attention fell on Fang Chen. They were all guessing whether Fang Chen would choose to challenge Old Monster Spring Autumn. According to the rules, Fang Chen could challenge any of the commanders, including Old Monster Spring Autumn. Venerable Hei Qi and the Xiao clan leader were also waiting for Fang Chen to make a decision. Before everyone's gazes, Fang Chen raised his head. His pitch-black eyes swept across the 10 great commanders. Old Monster Spring Autumn is the weakest. The city lord should challenge him. That's right. Only by challenging Old Monster Spring Autumn will he have a chance. It's also possible that the City Lord knows that he can't defeat Old Monster Spring Autumn, so he might as well challenge the higher-ranked commanders. Even if he loses, he will lose with a bang. The commotion spread. However, this did not affect Fang Chen's choice. He had already made his choice from the very beginning. His gaze landed on the chief commander who was standing at the front. Golden armor, red eyes, and Commander Chi Xan. He was fully deserving of his title as the #1 commander. Some people even believed that he was the one most likely to threaten the position of the 5 feudal lords among the 10 great commanders. One could imagine how much hope everyone had for him. I challenge. Commander Chi Xan. Fang Chen's voice echoed in the square. Everyone was stunned. They had never dreamed that Fang Chen would challenge the #1 commander. Is he going to lose with a bang? He's just playing to the gallery. Many discordant voices could be heard. On the main stage, the Xiao clan leader's eyes flickered. He seemed to have thought of something. Venerable He Qi, who was beside him, was also deep in thought. The gazes of the other commanders all fell on Commander Chi Xen. He was also a little stunned, but he quickly recovered. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. Idiot, challenging Commander Chi Xan is the same as courting death. Old Monster Spring Autumn cursed inwardly. He was praying that Commander Chi Xan would go easy on Fang Chen and not kill him. Otherwise, Commander Chi Xan would definitely get the 3-eyed Bear King. If I can get the 3-eyed Bear King, my Bear King totem will definitely be strengthened again. Old Monster Spring Autumn's expression changed. Commander Qixin took a step forward and looked down at Fang Chen like a king. I'd like to know who gave you the courage to challenge me. Commander Chi Xan, the #1 commander of the 10 commanders. 10,000 years ago, he single-handedly swept through the Xian Star realm in Qingluo sky. 10,000 years later, he cultivated to the mystic light realm and easily retreated from a mystic true realm expert. Fang Chen did not answer Commander Chi Xan's question. Instead, he revealed some of the latter's important experiences. You know all this, and you still want to challenge me? Can I take it that you're courting death? Commander Chi Xan looked at Fang Chen and said, Before I came, you were the #1 commander. But now that I'm here, the position of #1 commander will change. Fang Chen's reply was very domineering. His goal was very simple, and that was to become the #1 commander. Ha ha ha. Commander Chi Xan laughed. Are you kidding me? Did a Xian Star realm martial artist think he was invincible just because he killed the Iron-Tooth City Lord? After today, there will be no more Commander Chi Xan. There will only be me, Commander Huitan. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2517. Challenging Commander Chi Xan was something that no one had expected. Did a profound Star Realm cultivator really have the confidence to defeat Commander Qixin? Or was he just trying to gain the attention of the Xiao family? In any case, Fang Chen's every move had caused a lot of heated discussion. On the martial arts platform, Commander Chi Xan smiled coldly, his heart filled with strong killing intent. He thought that this was a slap in the face. Even if Yi Futian had great potential, he was just an ant in front of him. A mere ant dared to challenge him? However, Fang Chen was very domineering and confident, as if everything was under his control. Buzz! Commander Chi Xan stood in the middle of the martial arts platform, a cold light shooting out of his dark eyes. He stared at Fang Chen and said, Since you've challenged me, I'll let you know that it's not so easy to be one of the 10 great commanders. Coincidentally, I'll also tell you that it's not that difficult to be one of the 10 great commanders. Fang Chen spread his hands and grinned. Boom! A violent power came out of Commander Chi Xan's body. He grabbed at the void with his hand, and the void trembled. Too strong. Commander Qixin's strength was so strong that it shocked the other commanders. Commander Chi Xian hasn't fought for 100 years. I remember that the last time Commander Chi Xian fought, it was against a warrior who challenged him. I remember that a warrior who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth challenged Commander Chi Xian in that battle. His head was smashed by Commander Chi Xian's punch. After 100 years, someone had challenged Commander Chi Xian again. However, everyone was guessing what the result would be this time. Bang! Commander Chi Xian exerted all the power in his body and roared. A violent fist aura whizzed out. Dong! The void distorted. Wherever his fist passed, the space collapsed, and a trembling power spread out. Fortunately, the Xiu family patriarch and other experts had joined forces to set up a restriction. Otherwise, the entire city would have been destroyed. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Commander Chi Xian's fist landed hard on Fang Chen's body. Everyone thought that this punch would be enough to break Fang Chen's physical defense. However, the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. A crisp sound came from Commander Chi Xian's fist. Black, vibrating golden armor appeared around Fang Chen's body, and a powerful defense shrouded him, forcibly blocking Commander Chi Xian's fist. Thump! Thump! Fang Chen's body involuntarily took a few steps back. His expression changed. He looked at the black, vibrating golden armor that covered his body and curled his lips. It had to be said that Commander Chi Xian's physical strength was very strong, not much weaker than his. Even the Heizhan golden armor had a crack on it. One could imagine how strong his physical strength was. Chi Xian's power? Fang Chi Xian's eyes Chi Xian. Commander Chi Xian's expression was indifferent as he said disdainfully, "This is just a warm-up. If you can't even withstand this punch, how can you be my opponent?" Below, everyone was shocked. Chi Xian, Chi Xian's S. A simple punch was enough to shatter his opponent's black vibration golden armor. Commander Chi Xian has become stronger again. Yes, the Lord of Huitian City is wearing black vibrating golden armor, but he still made a crack on it. In terms of physical strength alone, Commander Chi Xian should be able to defeat the 10 commanders, right? No wonder he's so confident. That's nothing. Commander Chi Xian is an expert who wants to challenge the 5 feudal lords. He has a lot of trump cards. It's not difficult for him to deal with the Lord of Huitian City. After witnessing the strength of Commander Chi Xian, many cultivators supported Commander Chi Xian and looked down on the city Lord of Huitian City. However, on the martial arts arena, Fang Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. He was very relaxed. Seeing this, Commander Chi Xian said gloomily, "I hope you can still laugh later." As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Chi Xian stomped his foot, clenched his fists again, and punched out. Rumble! As Commander Chi Xian approached Fang Chen, his fists, carrying extremely violent power, touched Fang Chen's body. Piss off! Fang Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he gathered his strength and punched out with both fists, clashing with Commander Chi Xian. Dong! The vibrating power spread out, and both of them retreated a few steps at the same time. Commander Chi Xian took a deep breath, and a trace of light flashed through his dark eyes. Then, while everyone was surprised, specks of starlight shot out from Commander Chi Xian's hands. Scarlet Heart darts were Commander Chi Xian's unique technique. It was also one of his important moves. Scarlet Heart darts were made from powerful meteorites and had extremely strong penetrating power. Normal mystic light, realm warriors, couldn't block them. Whoosh! Commander Chi Xian waved his hand, and 36 Scarlet Heart darts flew out, surrounding Fang Chen in the air. Scarlet Heart darts. Before the competition, Fang Chen had learned about Commander Chi Xian in detail. Although Commander Chi Xian's Scarlet Heart darts were strong, there were some loopholes. The best way to deal with Scarlet Heart darts was Kanglin Cloud Palm. This technique came from Venerable Kanglin, and it was one of Venerable Kanglin's famous techniques. Fang Chen had been secretly comprehending it all this time, and now it finally came in handy. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed, turning into a series of afterimages. In an instant, Fang Chen raised his hand, and countless hands appeared in the air. Each of his palms contained a powerful butterfly cloud concept. Whoosh! When these palms came into contact with the Scarlet Heart dart, they actually managed to hold it in their hands. Crack! In just a few breaths' time, the Scarlet Heart darts, which were so powerful that many warriors trembled, fell into Fang Chen's hands. After the numerous hands in the air dispersed, the 36 Scarlet Heart darts fell into his hands. Fang Chen picked up one of them and played with it playfully. Scarlet Heart darts are only SOO, right? Fang Chen said softly. The square below was dead silent. Wasn't this too abnormal? How powerful did it take to catch the Scarlet Heart darts with his bare hands? For a moment, everyone looked at Fang Chen with a strange look in their eyes. Even Commander Scarlet Heart was a little surprised. Only the Xiao clan leader and Venerable Hei Qi on the rostrum recognized Fang Chen's technique. Venerable Kanglin's Kanglin Cloud Palm? The Xiao clan leader was puzzled. This guy seems to have had a lot of opportunities. Venerable Hei Qi chuckled. As a venerable, he was somewhat famous in the chaotic void, and his self-created Kanglin Cloud Palm was a top-secret palm technique. He didn't expect Fang Chen to have obtained Venerable Kanglin's inheritance, using Kanglin Cloud Palm to deal with the Scarlet Heart darts. How wonderful. Venerable Hei Qi was still thinking about how Fang Chen would deal with the Scarlet Heart darts without using swordsmanship. After all, the Scarlet Heart darts were very powerful. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. Thinking of this, Venerable Hei Qi wanted to laugh. On the martial arts stage, Commander Scarlet Heart's face became gloomier. He was struggling in his heart and burning with anger. The Scarlet Heart darts he was so proud of were easily broken by his opponent. If that's all you've got, you should just admit defeat. Fang Chen joked. Commander Scarlet Heart was furious. So what if I caught the Scarlet Heart darts? Watch my next attack. It'll be unforgettable. These Scarlet Heart darts are useless. Fang Chen ignored Commander Scarlet Heart and said to himself, the three-eyed Bear King seems to like eating them. I'll leave them for him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Scarlet Heart darts in his hand disappeared. Commander Scarlet Heart was even more furious. Feeding his Scarlet Heart darts to a monster was too much. You've gone too far. A long spear appeared in Commander Scarlet Heart's hand. There was a trace of red tassels dancing on the tip of the spear, and its aura was shocking. He held the spear in his hand, and his dark eyes were spitting fire. Boy, you've gone too far. He held the spear horizontally in front of his chest, and there was a burning aura in the air. Rip! Commander Scarlet Heart shook his wrist, and the spear pierced into the void in front of him. Immediately, the void collapsed and a black hole appeared. Whoosh! A terrifying devouring power emerged from the black hole, as if it was going to devour Fang Chen. Are you finally serious? Fang Chen smiled and took out the star-concealing sword. Take my spear. Chapter 25:18. As the spear stabbed out, the sky changed color. The entire sky quickly darkened as pitch-black clouds filled the sky. In this dark illusion, a red tasseled spear pierced through the darkness and whizzed out. It carried an aura that even Mystic Light realm martial artists were surprised by. Red tasseled sky thorn. Commander Qi Xan roared. The red tasseled spear pierced through the sky and the void, arriving in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen performed the 14th move of the Shura sword art. A cold light shot into the sky. The hidden star sword was surrounded by dense Shura sword chi. When the aura rose to the strongest, the oppressive atmosphere was finally broken. The red tasseled spear and the hidden star sword collided. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided again. Sparks flew everywhere, and the two completely different forces collided with a loud bang. Dong! The martial art stage shook and trembled. The tip of the sword and the tip of the spear couldn't do anything to each other, and the two auras surrounding them were engaged in the most tenacious confrontation. Hiss! In a few breaths' time, the two completely different auras exhausted each other and collapsed. Whoosh! The sky suddenly became clear, and there were no energy fluctuations on the martial arts stage. It was as if everything before was an illusion. Only the confrontation between the hidden star sword and the red tasseled spear in the center of the martial arts stage could prove that there was indeed a great battle just now. The air became calmer and calmer. However, the calmer it was, the more terrifying it was. A terrifying power was brewing. Fang Qin and Commander Qi Xian's eyes were also facing each other. The confrontation between the hidden star sword and the red tasseled spear was a confrontation at the primordial spirit level. Fang Qin immediately performed the innate soul reversal technique. The terrifying soul power spear turned illusory to the extreme and collided with Commander Qi Xian's soul power. Crack! In terms of soul power, Commander Qi Xian was no match for Fang Qin at all. In addition, when Fang Qin performed the innate soul reversal technique, his eyes released a powerful illusion. In a single exchange, Commander Qi Xian's soul Dao attack was defeated. Then, Commander Qi Xian's body shook, and an intense pain came from his mind, directly affecting the power output of the red tasseled spear. Bang! A violent airwave burst out from the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword, sending Commander Qi Xian flying. Thud, thud, thud! After stabilizing himself, Commander Qi Xian's expression kept changing. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Fang Qin. At this moment, he finally began to take the battle seriously. Whoosh! Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The 14th move of the Azura Sword art had barely blocked Commander Qi Xian's attack. However, the next attack would definitely be thunderous. Good, very good, Commander Qixin said. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to force me to this extent. You should be proud. As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Qi Xian attacked again. The red tasseled spear danced in the air as streaks of red light appeared in the sky. When the red light completely merged together, it formed an illusory red tasseled spear. Illusory stab. One illusory and one real, one in front and one behind. This stab was earth-shattering. Too strong. Did Commander Qi Xian really master this move? The crowd exclaimed. Some of the weaker martial artists retreated quickly. The powerful air waves made them feel extremely pressured. Even Venerable He Qi and the others on the rostrum widened their eyes. Commander Qi Xian's illusory stab had already reached the limit of the mystic light realm. To be able to comprehend such an attack, Commander Qi Xian was simply a genius. If given the chance, it wouldn't take long for him to enter the mystic true realm. Back then, many experts in Azure Heaven had said that Commander Qi Xian had the chance to challenge the 5 feudal lords. It wasn't without reason. The illusory stab was Commander Qi Xian's most powerful attack so far. He had originally planned to leave it for the 5 feudal lords, but Fang Qin's swordsmanship was too strong, so he had to use it in advance. Whoosh! It looked illusory, but it was actually real. This stab was a bit interesting. Fang Qin narrowed his eyes and stared at the red tasseled spear's trajectory. The illusory spear was in front, and the red tasseled spear was behind. If it were an ordinary person, they might give up on the illusory spear and attack the red tasseled spear with all their might. Fang Qin said. However, he wouldn't do that. That was just what an ordinary person would do. As a warrior who was extremely skilled in illusions, Fang Qin saw the real intention of the illusory stab. In fact, all the power of this move was contained in the illusory spear. The red tasseled spear was at most the most ordinary attack. Haha! After understanding this point, Fong Qin immediately drugged the opponent. Shura sword technique, 15th move. This was Fong Qin's strongest swordsmanship so far. If this move couldn't even defeat his opponent, then he would have to use his trump card. The dazzling sword radiance burst out with a dazzling radiance. As it stood in the void, the surrounding radiance gradually dimmed. In the end, it seemed to be the most ordinary attack. This was the essence of the Shura sword technique's 15th move. Return to simplicity. All paths led to the same destination. The simpler it was, the harder it was to achieve it. The moment Fong Qin comprehended the 15th move, he had completely mastered this essence. Whoosh! The sword light shot toward the illusory spear. As for the red tasseled spear, Fong Qin blocked it with his bare hands. Is he crazy? Doesn't this guy know that it's just an illusory spear? How strong can the attack be? Idiot, what an idiot. Ignoring the curses of the people below, Fong Qin wholeheartedly immersed himself in fighting the enemy. On the rostrum, many elders were also discussing in low voices. The happiest ones were the patriarch of the Xiu clan and Venerable Hei Qi. They were looking forward to seeing how much potential Fong Qin could unleash and how much power he could unleash. Commander Qi Xan, who was attacking with all his strength, was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He must have blocked it carelessly. He didn't believe that Fong Qin could see through his attack. That must be it. Thinking of this, Commander Qi Xan gritted his teeth, held the red tasseled spear in his hand, and stabbed out fiercely. Dong! Fong Qin grabbed the red tasseled spear with both hands first and firmly controlled it. Just when everyone thought that the power in the red tasseled spear could shatter Fong Qin, something strange happened. Above Fong Qin, the Shura sword light collided with the illusory spear. Dong! Like a mushroom cloud, a terrifying explosive force soared into the sky. The formation restriction shook and was almost destroyed. Boom! The martial artists in the square were staggering left and right, their hearts filled with palpitations. How is this possible? They exclaimed in panic. They couldn't believe that such a powerful force could erupt from the illusory spear. At this time, they recalled what Fong Qin had just done and gasped. Could it be that he had predicted this beforehand? It was crazy. At this moment, the battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone widened their eyes, for fear of missing any second of the excitement. Crack! After the Shura sword light collided with the illusory spear, it instantly shattered. The illusory spear persisted for a while before gradually dissipating. In this regard, the Shura stab was slightly better than Fong Qin's. However, it failed to defeat Fong Qin in the end. Rip! Fong Qin suddenly let go, and the red tasseled spear immediately regained its freedom and bounced backward. Commander Qi Xan rushed up and held the red tasseled spear back in his hand. I don't believe it. Commander Qi Xan didn't believe it and continued to attack with the Shura stab. After the first experience, Fong Qin dealt with it more calmly. Although the 15th move of the Shura swordsmanship was slightly suppressed, he could still deal with it calmly. Crack! After more than 10 consecutive collisions, Commander Qi Xan finally stopped attacking. He was panting, his face was pale, and his perlicue was bleeding. There were also traces of scratches on the red, tasseled spear. All of this was caused by the star-hidden sword. Fong Qin wasn't much better. He looked a little embarrassed, and there were also some scratches on the star-hidden sword. In this battle, the two of them were evenly matched, and neither of them could do anything to the other. However, on a certain level, Commander Qi Xan had actually lost. However, the battle of the top 10 commanders was about the final result. No one had admitted defeat yet, so the battle was still going on. Chapter 25:19. The battle was still going on, and neither of them seemed to want to give up. This was a peak battle. Before this, everyone thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but now the two of them had turned in an extremely exciting battle. It was too satisfying and too shocking. Everyone trembled. He had even used the illusory stab. What other tricks did Commander Chi Xan have? On the martial arts arena, Commander Chi Xan's ferocious face gradually calmed down. The more critical the moment was, the more he couldn't panic. How could an expert like him, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, lose his composure because of this? Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Commander Chi Xan stood on the martial arts arena, holding the red tasseled spear in his hand. I admit that you are very powerful, and your swordsmanship is exquisite. You are the swordsman with the greatest potential I have seen in all these years. Speaking of this, Commander Chi Xan changed the topic and said, However, you will never know how terrifying the opponent standing in front of you is. As one of the top 10 commanders, his foundation was not something that an individual cultivator could compare with after so many years. At this moment, Commander Chi Xan showed his strong confidence. Although the latter's strength had exceeded his expectations, everything was still under control. However, everything was still under his control. He believed that he could win this final battle. What other tricks do you have? Just use them, Fong Chen said indifferently. Commander Chi Xan nodded. An opponent like you deserves my respect. In order to express my respect for you, I will use all my strength in the Jianghu. This secret has been hidden for countless years. So far, those who have seen my trump card have all died. At this moment, Commander Chi Xan no longer held back. He would win the final battle in his strongest state. Fong Chen was also very curious about what Commander Chi Xan's trump card was. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely violent power surged out of Commander Chi Xan's body. No, Fong Chen frowned. He found that something was wrong. This was because there was a trace of demonic chi in this power. Although it was insignificant, he could really sense it. Could it be that he is a demon? Soon, he gave up on this idea because a huge phantom of a tiger appeared behind Commander Cixin. A totem inheritor? Everyone in the square exclaimed in surprise. The appearance of old eccentric Spring Autumn was already shocking enough. He didn't expect that even Commander Chi Xan, the head of the top 10 commanders, was a totem inheritor. Commander Cixin has hidden himself too well. The totem inheritor is too powerful. Commander Chi Xan will definitely win this time. Many people cried out in alarm, completely boiling over. Even old monster Spring Autumn's body stiffened. His expression was wooden as he stared blankly at Commander Cixin. Totem! Fong Chen took a deep breath and stared at Commander Cixin with his dark eyes. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that the latter was also a totem inheritor. The tiger phantom opened its bloody mouth and roared continuously. A trembling power spread out. At this moment, Commander Cixin said coldly, "What do you have to fight me now? With just your three-eyed bear king?" Obviously, Commander Cixin had also paid attention to Fong Chen's competition. Roar! The three-eyed bear king was released by Fong Chen. Facing the tiger phantom behind Commander Cixin, the former was a little afraid. However, it still braced itself and charged forward to fight. The three-eyed bear king was very strong. It could eat the blue Jew snake king alive. This was evident from this. Bang! However, Commander Cixin's totem power was too strong. The tiger phantom had almost reached the limit of the mystic light realm, and its combat power was comparable to a mystic true realm cultivator. As soon as the three-eyed bear king rushed forward, it was sent flying by the tiger phantom's claw. "Open your sky eye!" The three-eyed bear king rose from the ground and uttered a furious roar. As the third eye on its forehead sprang open, a beam of light shot out from it, carrying a destructive power as it shot toward the tiger phantom. Bang! Commander Cixin tried to block with his red tasseled spear, but with a crack, the red tasseled spear was broken in half. Then it slammed into the tiger phantom. Roar! The tiger phantom roared at the sky and opened its bloody mouth. Under everyone's gaze, It swallowed the beam of light. Weak ant. The tiger phantom actually opened its mouth to speak. Under normal circumstances, totems were illusory and couldn't speak at all, unless the totem was refined to a very high level. Old Monster Spring and Autumn was inferior to a totem inheritor. Bang! The three-eyed bear king's strongest attack was blocked by the tiger phantom. The latter's huge body was pushed back and its face was pale. Using a forbidden technique had consumed too much energy and it was a bit weak. Master, I can't block it. You should summon the nine-feathered sky sparrow. The nine-feathered sky sparrow was the emperor of the sparrows. It had evolved to its strongest stage and was extremely powerful. The three-eyed bear king was far from being its match. Fong Chen thought to himself, the nine-feathered sky sparrow was very important, and he couldn't expose it for now. Otherwise, he would become a target for everyone. You go back first. Fong Chen sent the three-eyed bear king into the demon ceiling tower. Many martial artists on the square gasped. Even the three-eyed bear king had been defeated. What else could the Huitian city lord do? What else can you do? Commander Chi Xian asked coldly. Behind him, the totem phantom displayed absolute power. His face was filled with pride. He was a totem inheritor, the purest and most powerful totem inheritor. Previously, when Old Monster Spring and Autumn revealed his identity, he was very disdainful. My totem power is invincible. Even if a mysterious realm martial artist is here, I dare to challenge him. What do you have to fight me? Commander Chi Xian was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He had the right to be arrogant. Once the totem appeared, who could compete with him? For a moment, many martial artists who supported Fong Chen lowered their heads in silence. On the rostrum, the Xiao clan leader and Black Red Venerable were also slightly stunned. Two long-lost totem inheritors had appeared at once. What was this? Was the totem technique about to return to its peak? How can this guy resist? The Xiao clan leader said lightly. Venerable Black Red Venerable's face was solemn. To be able to fight to this point has already proven his potential and strength. Even if he loses the next battle, it doesn't matter. Venerable Black Red Venerable was proud of Fong Chen. His strength was completely worthy of being one of the top 10 commanders. Unfortunately, he met Commander Chi Xian. However, Fong Chen on the martial arts stage did not give up. What do I have to fight you? Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He put away the hidden star sword and restrained his aura, as if he had become an ordinary person. Your totem power is indeed very strong, but it's just an external force after all. Fong Chen said, You can use external forces, but can I? Venerable Black Red Venerable had announced in advance that the rules allowed the use of beast pets. Although the three-eyed bear king was defeated, he still had the beast army. However, Fong Chen did not intend to use the beast army. If he wanted to deal with the totem power, it was more about quality than quantity. In a flash, he had already communicated with the demon tiger and beast. It just so happened that Commander Chi Xian's totem was a tiger. The demon tiger and beast was also a tiger and emperor of the tiger race. When the demonic tiger-beast sovereign attacked, it was almost effortless for it to defeat him. However, how could he defeat it without exposing the demon tiger and beast? Fong Chen fell into deep thought. Master, if I want to destroy the opponent's totem, I will definitely expose my identity. However, if it's just to defeat it, I have many ways, the immaterial demon tiger and beast said telepathically. Oh. Fong Chen's eyes shone with golden light, and he was faintly looking forward to it. I will suppress the opponent's totem with the power of bloodline, and then crush it with the power of devour heaven. After that, I will quickly return to the demon ceiling tower. I think that other than the Xiao clan leader and Venerable Black Red Venerable, no one can see my true form, the demon tiger and beast said. Fong Chen nodded and quickly came to a conclusion. At this time, he happened to hear Commander Chi Xian's clamor. Fong Chen grinned. After fighting for so long, you must have used all your trump cards, right? Let's see what else you can do after I defeat your totem." There was an uproar below. How difficult was it to defeat a totem? It was simply wishful thinking. The inheritor of the totem was destined to become famous in the azure-wide sky because of this battle. Chapter 25:20. How difficult was it to defeat a totem? However, in Fong Chen's mouth, it sounded so nonchalant. Was he really that confident? Or was he just trying to please the crowd? It was no longer important now. What was important was that the two of them would bring an exciting battle to the crowd. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew past. Countless cultivators stared at the martial arts arena with burning eyes. At this moment, there was only the martial arts arena in their world. There was nothing else. It was already incredible that a Mystic Star Realm cultivator could force Commander Chi Xan, who was at the Mystic Light Realm, to such an extent. But now he actually said that he would defeat the totem. It was too shocking, to the point of no return. Defeat the totem? Even Commander Chi Xan was laughing wildly. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Unless a Mystic True Realm cultivator appeared, a Mystic Star Realm cultivator would be unable to defeat the totem. Like I said before, I want to defeat you, although I'm still one step away from fulfilling my promise. Did you think of this at the time? Fong Chin said calmly, "I remember that you had a mocking look on your face and even thought that you could defeat me easily. But what was the truth?" Fong Chin spread his hands and said, "You used the illusory stab continuously, but you couldn't hurt me at all. Then you used the totem divine technique, but you still couldn't defeat me. I don't understand. What are you so proud of?" Commander Chi Xan was very calm in front of Fong Chen's merciless mockery. The ending is often the most important. You see that they're all watching the show, but when the result is out, who cares about the process? Commander Qixin pointed at the people below and said, "After I defeat you, no one will remember you. Instead, everyone will talk about me, Commander Qixin. From ancient times until now, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. This is a principle that has never changed." So, Fong Chin shrugged. "So, you're destined to be the loser." Countless years later, when people talk about this battle, they will only remember that I, Commander Chi Xan, was a powerful totem inheritor. As for my opponent, he's just a particle in the dust of history. Commander Qixin was sure that he would win. However, Fong Chin was so confident. For a moment, everyone thought they were seeing an illusion. What other trump cards does the city lord have? He's just putting on an act. I don't believe that he can defeat Commander Qixin's totem power. At this point, I can only say that anything is possible. Some people supported Fong Chin, some supported Commander Qixin, and some chose to remain neutral. Regardless of the outcome, this battle was destined to go down in history. Forget it. Fong Chin still wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and stopped talking. The totem reappears. Commander Qixin didn't want to waste any more time. With a low roar, the totem phantom behind him suddenly opened its bloody mouth and enveloped Fong Chin as if it had the ability to swallow the sky. The smell of blood filled the air. The corrosive power was so strong that cracks started to appear on the array around the martial arts platform. Voila! The Xiu clan patriarch waved his hand, and the shaking formation was restored to its original state. "Do it!" Fong Chin stood quietly. Seeing that Commander Qixin's totem phantom was about to touch him, he shouted softly. Boom! His body emitted a power that caused people to tremble. Whoosh! A ray of light whizzed out, carrying a majestic power, and shot toward the totem phantom. Buzz! The pressure from the bloodline directly suppressed the totem phantom. The originally arrogant totem phantom suddenly prostrated on the ground, trembling. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the trembling light struck the illusory totem and pierced through it. Crack! The extremely powerful totem phantom was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Whoosh! Whoosh! A fierce wind blew, blowing away the totem power. Voila! It only took a breath for the totem phantom to return to normal. Even a mysterious reality realm martial artist couldn't withstand a full-strength attack from the demon tiger and beast, let alone a mere totem phantom. Seeing this scene, the Xiao clan patriarch and venerable Black Red jumped to their feet. Complicated expressions appeared on their faces. They looked at each other and then at Fang Qin. A ripple of emotion appeared in their hearts. Bang! Commander Qixin suffered a powerful backlash, and his body flew backward and fell to the ground. There were no energy fluctuations in the air. Fang Qin stood quietly on the martial arts stage with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Where's Commander Qixin's totem phantom? The totem phantom has been defeated. What's going on? Look, Commander Qixin has been sent flying. Finally, there was a great commotion in the square. Everyone stared at Commander Qi Xan, who had fallen to the ground, with their mouths agape. Such a powerful totem phantom had been defeated in a breath? What method did the city lord of Huitian City use? Many people had doubts in their hearts. After a long time, the Xiao clan patriarch and venerable Black Red sighed. He's the mysterious god with the greatest potential in this era. This evaluation was already the strongest evaluation for the younger generation. Even the Xiao clan patriarch didn't expect Fang Qin to reach this level. That black shadow just now should be a powerful venerable beast, right? Venerable Black Red thought to himself. But that venerable beast seems to be injured, and its strength has decreased. This kid always surprises people. If he could even take a venerable beast for himself, what else could he not do? Commander Qixin's defeat was justified. Fang Qin's method was too amazing. Patriarch, I highly suspect that someone secretly helped the city lord of Huitian City. Yes, Commander Qixin's totem power is so strong. How could the city lord of Huitian City defeat him? There must be an inside story. Patriarch, please investigate. This was a group of people who supported Commander Qixin. They couldn't accept the fact. Humph! The Xiao clan patriarch flung his sleeves and snorted, but he didn't say anything. Venerable Black Red waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Then he explained, Patriarch and I saw very clearly that the city lord of Huitian City didn't violate the rules. No one secretly helped him. The reason why he was able to defeat the totem shadow was entirely his own method. Since Venerable Black Red said so, no one refuted. However, when they looked at Fang Qin, their eyes were filled with a strange expression. This year's battle of the 10 great commanders was the most exciting of the previous years. Most importantly, a mysterious star realm martial artist had become the #1 commander. It was simply unbelievable. On the martial arts platform, Fang Qin seemed relatively calm. The demon tiger and beast is indeed very strong. If he wasn't injured, even the Xiao clan patriarch and venerable Black Red wouldn't be able to defeat him, right? A venerable beast, the emperor of the desolate lands demon clan, was also an extreme venerable at its peak. Now, even if it was injured, it could kill the totem shadow in minutes. Commander Qi Xian, who had suffered a backlash, fainted and was carried down. For a moment, Fang Qin became the most dazzling existence in the entire square. In this year's battle of the 10 great commanders, Old Monster Spring Autumn defeated Commander Jin Shi and succeeded him as the 10th commander. The city lord of Huitian City defeated Commander Qi Xian and succeeded him as the #1 commander, Venerable Black Red said. From now on, the city lord of Huitian City is the #1 commander of Qingluo Heaven. The other commanders must cooperate with him and obey his orders. Understood. The other 9 commanders nodded in unison. What a joke! Even an expert like Commander Qi Xian had been defeated. Even if the 9 of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for Fang Qin. Old monster Spring Autumn, who was standing at the end, had a complicated look in his eyes. Fong Qin had participated in the competition with him. He had taken advantage of the situation to defeat Commander Jin Shi, but the latter had defeated the number 1 commander directly. The difference was like heaven and earth. Sigh. He sighed and didn't say anything else. In the square, countless people were crazily shouting Fong Chen's name. Just as Commander Chi Xian had said, people only remembered the victors. No matter how amazing the losers were, they would be forgotten by history. This was human nature. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Fong Chen followed Venerable Black Red to the meeting hall. This also marked the end of the battle of the 10 great commanders. Many of the city lords in the same faction as the city lord of Iron-Tooth City felt their hearts palpitate. They hurriedly left the Xiu clan's headquarters city. Chapter 25-21. In the meeting hall of the Xiu clan's headquarters. The simple meeting hall contained a scholarly aura, giving off a simple and down-to-earth feeling. The Xiu clan's patriarch sat at the head of the table, while Venerable Black Red sat on his left. Fong Qin, come and sit here. Venerable Black Red pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Oh, right, I should call you Commander Fong now." Fong Qin chuckled and said, "Senior Black Red, please don't joke around." Venerable Black Red waved his hand and said, "I'm not joking. You defeated Commander Qixin with your own strength and became the number 1 commander. You've achieved what you have now because of yourself. I didn't help you at all." Venerable Black Red admired Fong Qin more and more. No matter how one looked at it, he was outstanding enough. Unfortunately, he was not a disciple of the Xiu clan. Nevertheless, the silver lining was that he was the successor of his best friend, Venerable Demon Sword. He could see Venerable Demon Sword's figure in him when he was young. Back then, Venerable Demon Sword also wielded his sword and traveled to the ends of the world, right? Fong Qin did not stand on ceremony and sat next to Venerable Black Red. It was his first time coming into contact with a limit venerable, so he was rather nervous. The Xiu clan's patriarch was very calm. There was no aura fluctuation on his body as he looked at Fong Qin with a smile. "Hey, Qi has told me about your background," the patriarch said. The Xiu clan patriarch said, "It's not easy for a wandering cultivator to reach this level. I saw the Azura sword path, Kanglin sword path, and many other orthodoxies in you. I'm sure you've been quite lucky to have obtained many inheritances along the way." It happened to prove that Fong Qin was the chosen one and was blessed by providence. Since ancient times, the monstrous geniuses were blessed by providence. Only those with great providence could reach the peak of glory. Your physique is the rare myriad sword's body in Sword Path, and you've cultivated it to the 8th level. You can kill a mysterious star realm martial artist with just 1 punch. The Xiu clan's patriarch said, "In terms of physique, you're invincible in the mysterious star realm. You have cultivated a decent secret technique for your soul Dao. However, you have yet to fully unleash your potential. There's also your sword Dao. You've only comprehended a portion of the Azura sword Dao. You've yet to comprehend its true essence. Of course, if my guess is correct, you should have the demon sealing tower on you, right?" Fong Qin was a little surprised by the last sentence. He cautiously looked at the patriarch of the Xiu clan. The demon sealing tower was a supreme, true treasure. If the patriarch of the Xiu clan was tempted, there was no way he could escape. "Ha ha ha, don't worry. A trifling demon-sealing pagoda isn't enough for me to make a move against you." Seemingly having seen through Fong Chen's thoughts, the Xiu clan patriarch laughed heartily. Immediately, Fong Chen's face turned slightly red. He was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, Fong Qin secretly admired the Xiu clan patriarch. An ultimate venerable one is formidable indeed. They were able to see through my secrets just by watching me fight. Unfortunately, he didn't see that I have great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance and the profound heaven all. You're now the #1 general of the Azure Civ Plane. We're family now, so I won't treat you as an outsider, said the Xiao clan patriarch. Fang Qin listened attentively. I already know everything you did in Dark Cave Mountain. I didn't believe it at first, but after watching you fight, I realized that a mere genius of the profound ranking can't possibly be your opponent. Not to mention the son of Sirius and Zhong Xiangshan. Even Su Zichen might not be your match, said the Xiao clan patriarch. Fang Chen's deeds had spread through the chaotic void. However, the Azure Civ Plane was a bit far from Dark Cave Mountain, so the news hadn't reached them yet. Only high-level experts, like the Xiao clan patriarch, knew a little about it. Right now, the Yao and vampires are hunting you down, but as long as you're in the Azure Civ Plane, I can guarantee your safety, said the Xiao clan patriarch. Fang Qin, don't worry. Your strength has already earned the Xiao clan's approval. Although you're only a general now, the Xiao clan patriarch is already considering your situation, added Venerable Black and Red. Really? Fang Chen was excited. If the Xiao clan patriarch could personally take action, that would be wonderful. As the Xiao clan patriarch, I can't do it myself. Otherwise, it'll trigger a chaotic war between the two heavens. However, I can send the clan's peak venerables to help you, said the Xiao clan patriarch. But what? Everything comes at a price. The Xiao clan can't help you for free. Great clans valued benefits above all else. Even if Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying, he still needed to pay a sufficient price to get help. As you know, something happened in the Azure Civ Plane a few days ago. Many city lords have betrayed us. I even suspect that some of the generals have betrayed us. The Xiao clan patriarch said, My mission for you is simple. Find all the traitorous generals and kill them with a reasonable excuse. Don't let any of the city lords go. Fang Qin nodded heavily. This wasn't a difficult mission. With his current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to accomplish this. When you complete the mission, I'll send troops to the Sky Pillar sect to ask for them, said the Xiao clan patriarch. Thank you, patriarch. Thank you, Senior Black and Red. Fang Qin cupped his fists in gratitude. All right, you may leave. Venerable Black and Red waved his hand. After watching Fang Qin leave, Venerable Black and Red exchanged a look with the Xiao clan patriarch and grinned. What do you think? Asked Venerable Black and Red. Not bad. He's brave and resourceful, and has many tricks up his sleeve. Given the strength he used to defeat Commander Chi Xan, he'll be able to escape unscathed even if a profound reality realm cultivator attacks him, said the Xiao clan patriarch. Such a person can help us complete our plan. Although the Xiao clan has seemed powerful in recent years, there have been internal problems. This time, we'll use Fang Qin as a breakthrough point to clean up the Xiao clan, said Venerable Black and Red. The news of Fang Qin becoming the first commander-in-chief quickly spread. The entire Azure Civ Plane was in an uproar. The position of the first general that hadn't changed for many years had actually changed. Moreover, a profound star realm cultivator had taken his place. It was too unbelievable. Many people thought the news was wrong, but after many rounds of verification, they finally believed it. Some were happy while others were worried. After Commander Chi Xian's demotion, some generals began to panic. Even the city lords who'd betrayed the Xiao clan were secretly regretting it. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's name had spread in a small area of the chaotic void. However, the people in Masha Sky were completely unaware of all of this. As of today, Goldie and the others' cultivations had all increased. Although they weren't as abnormal as their boss, they had all reached the limit of the profound Chi realm. When the four of them joined forces, a profound star realm cultivator wasn't their match at all. The four of them had also made a name for themselves in Masha Sky, the four maniacs of Masha. This title was very consistent with their image. The four of them roamed Masha Sky and challenged experts whenever they encountered them. After so many years, if the experts in Masha Sky were asked who they were most afraid of, It would definitely be the 4 maniacs of Masha Sky. When the 4 of them fought, they were simply like lunatics. As soon as they came up, they would start a fight without caring about anything. After a few rounds of fighting, they would defeat their opponents and leave without a word. Their opponents were dumbfounded. What was going on? If they were enemies, they would definitely take the opportunity to kill them, right? But if they weren't enemies, why would they come up and beat them up for no reason and then leave? At first, many people didn't know and were curious about the identities of these 4 fellows. However, when the name of the 4 maniacs of Masha Sky gradually spread, everyone finally understood. Everyone was cursing in their hearts and praying at the same time that they wouldn't encounter these 4 gods of plague. They were too terrifying. I wonder how our boss is doing. On a mountain peak, Xiao Huang said, "Our boss has entered Dark Cave Mountain. He shouldn't have come out yet. When our boss comes out, he must kill his way to the Tianqing clan and kill them all." The Tianqing clan is too much. When the 4 fellows thought of Fangchen, they were slightly sad. They didn't know when their boss would come out, but they all missed him very much. However, they didn't notice that a familiar figure was approaching them. "Kakik, brothers, I, Lord Rat, am back. Did you guys miss me?" Lord Rat muttered to himself as he ran. Chapter 25-22. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed since they parted. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Only the brotherhood remained in their hearts. As the 4 brothers chatted, they thought of Little Mouse and became sad. It would be great if Brother Mouse was here. Brother Mouse died because he saved us. No matter what, he's still our good brother. That's right. Brother Mouse's unfulfilled wish will be fulfilled by us. The 4 brothers nodded and fell into deep thought. A sorrowful atmosphere gradually spread in the air. Once upon a time, the 5 of them roamed the world together. But now they were separated by life and death. If there really was a hell in this world, the 4 of them would find Brother Mouse, even if they had to go to the heavens. Kakaka. Little Mouse was flying in the air. He was excited even before he saw Xiao Huang and the others. "The 4 of you, in the period of time that I wasn't around, you guys seem to be living quite comfortably, since you guys are the overlords of Emo Shatian." Little Mouse muttered to himself. "It must be because of Boss. Otherwise, how could 4 rookies like you do it?" Little Mouse snorted. After a while, he saw the 4 brothers sitting on the mountain peak below through the clouds. "After so many years, you guys still haven't changed." Little Mouse stopped moving. His body was trembling. He was very excited. Whoosh! When the sad atmosphere spread throughout the mountain peak, a sudden voice broke the silence. "I've only been away for 20 years, and you've changed from Brother Mouse to Brother Mouse? Are you guys trying to rebel?" The sudden voice caused the 4 fellows to be momentarily stunned. Then they raised their heads and saw a handsome man standing on the bluestone on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He was looking at them with a smile. "Brother Mouse?" The 4 of them stood up excitedly. At the same time, they rubbed their eyes to make sure that it wasn't an illusion. "Brother Mouse, are you really still alive?" "Ha ha ha, that's great. Brother Mouse is still alive." "Wait." Pangolin, who was the calmest, stopped them. "You all saw what happened back then. Brother Rat died." Pangolin reminded. "Are you saying that this person is an imposter?" Xiao Huang was the first to rush out. He put his hands on his waist and stared at the little mouse with his dark eyes. He shouted, "Who are you? How dare you impersonate Brother Mouse?" Pangolin's words ignited the anger of the 4 brothers. The little mouse was a little stunned. He touched his nose and said helplessly, "I'm not an imposter." "You're lying." Seeing that Xiao Huang was about to flip out, the little mouse hurriedly transformed into its original form. Roar! The purple aura emerged, and the huge shadow of the purple rat whizzed out. It let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. "Is it really Brother Shu?" One could disguise their appearance, but not their aura. After the little mouse transformed into its original form, a familiar aura instantly spread out. The four brothers completely let down their last bit of vigilance and rushed toward the little mouse. The latter also transformed into its human form and hugged the four brothers tightly. "Brother Shu, you're really alive. I'm so happy. We all thought that you were dead during the battle in the Demon City. We were sad for a long time. Yeah, after we enter the Demon City, we will avenge you and kill all the enemies who chased after us. Great. I knew that Brother Shu was lucky. How could he die so easily?" For a moment, the four brothers felt complicated and excited. The five brothers hugged each other tightly. After a long while, they let go of each other. Xiao Huang looked at the little mouse carefully and asked, "Brother Shu?" Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped on the head by the little mouse. "Call me Master Shu." Xiao Huang rolled his eyes helplessly. They hadn't seen each other for so many years, but the little mouse still hadn't changed. "Yes, Master Shu. Back then, I clearly saw you fall. What happened?" The other three were also very curious as they stared at the little mouse. "It's a long story. At that time, I also thought that I was going to die. Who knew that an old man would appear at the critical moment and save me?" The little mouse recalled. "Later, I found out that the old man was actually an expert from the Mouse Clan. He accidentally came to the Demon City and found me. He saved me and asked me to return to the clan with him. In the end, I agreed, but my request was for him to save all of you." "I see." The four of them came to a sudden realization. It was no wonder that when they were about to fall into a situation of certain death, the enemy suddenly fell. They were still suspecting who was the one behind all of this. It turned out that it was the helper that Master Shu had invited. Master Shu. The four of them had a heavy heart. In order to save them, the little mouse endured hardships and submitted to the elders of the clan. "Don't be like this. Aren't I standing in front of you?" The little mouse laughed and said, "Besides, when I returned to the clan, my strength increased very quickly. I've already reached the Mystic Star Realm. Under my pleas, the elders finally agreed to let me out of the mountain. I came to find you guys immediately." The little mouse said, "By the way, where did Boss go?" "Boss went to Dark Cave Mountain. We can't contact him," Xiao Huang said. The little mouse first went to Void Star Sky. After not finding Fong Chen and Xiao Huang, he came to Masha Sky. Come. Tell me what happened in these years." The little mouse pulled the four brothers and sat on the green stone. Azure Sky, Iron City. In the battle square, Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, staring in the direction of the City Lord Mansion. "City Lord Iron City, come out and accept your death." Fong Chen's voice spread throughout the entire Iron City. His voice was mighty and alarmed many martial artists. "Isn't this the new First Commander? Is he going to take our Iron City down? I heard that the new First Commander is super strong and can fight against a mystic realm martial artist. I wonder if it's true. I think City Lord Iron City is too scared to come out." City Lord Iron City is already notorious. Now he's finally going to be dealt with. Fong Chen's consciousness covered the entire Iron City. He paid close attention to City Lord Iron City's every move. The latter's body was trembling and he was crying for help. Whoosh! Fong Chen stomped his feet and rushed into the City Lord Mansion. "Since you're not willing to come out, I'll take your life personally." As he spoke, Fong Chen came to the back of the mountain. At this moment, City Lord Iron City was kneeling in front of a black formation, begging. "City Lord Iron City." Fong Chen's voice was like a hammer, hitting City Lord Iron City's heart heavily. "Commander Fong." City Lord Iron City's face was filled with fear when he saw Fong Chen. Without thinking, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the black formation. Hiss! Hiss! Instantly, the black formation was activated and a sinister aura was emitted from it. Die. With a punch, City Lord Iron City's head was smashed. Kacha! At this moment, a black figure walked out from the black formation. Who are you? Fong Chen asked coldly. Little guy, you've crossed the line, the black figure said eerily. His body was filled with an extremely evil aura. Don't poke your nose into other people's business. Humph. City Lord Iron City is one of the cities under my command. City Lord Iron City betrayed the Xiao family. What's wrong with me cleaning up the family? On the other hand, you guys are hiding and don't dare to show yourselves. Who do you think you are? Fong Chen sneered. You're courting death. The black figure was furious and attacked at lightning speed. Die. The hidden star sword danced, and the 15th move of the Azura sword art was executed. Kacha! With one slash, the black figure dispersed. After being struck by the hidden star sword, the black figure dispersed and green liquid fell to the ground. It was extremely bloody. Huff! Huff! The black formation shook violently before finally shattering. Fong Chen's expression was solemn. It seemed like the forces behind the scenes had planned this for many years. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so meticulous. He quickly reported this matter to Venerable He Qi, the latter replied, and asked him to continue killing the traitors. Next, after a short stay, Fong Chen left the Iron City after the new city lord was elected. After all, the Iron City was under his jurisdiction, and the city lord was indispensable. Since the original city, Lord Iron City, had fallen, he naturally had to replace him. This time, the new city lord was appointed by Venerable He Qi and was very reliable. Soon, Fong Chen arrived at the next city. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 25-23. In just a month, Fong Chen had eliminated more than half of the traitors. Every time he passed by a city, the city lord would tremble in fear. Pucci, after killing the last traitor, all the city lords in the 18 cities under his jurisdiction were refreshed. Next, it was up to the city lords to find the traitors in their cities. At this time, Fong Chen's target fell on the other commanders. He could use any excuse to kill the city lords. However, killing the commanders was a major event in the Azure-wide heaven and needed to be taken seriously. Fong Chen looked at the list in his hand. Out of the 9 commanders, 6 were traitors. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the enemy's infiltration was. With my current strength, it's too easy to deal with these commanders, but I need to think of an excuse. Fong Chen thought to himself. Finally, he found Venerable Black Red. Senior Black Red. Fong Chen cupped his fists. You've done well recently. The Patriarch is very satisfied. Venerable Black Red said, At this stage, your target should be the 6 commanders, right? Venerable Black Red already knew why Fong Chen had come to find him. In 3 days, the 10 commanders will go to the Heavenly Cultivator's secret territory together. Venerable Black Red said. Hearing this, Fong Chen rolled his eyes and looked at Venerable Black Red with a knowing smile. The Heavenly Cultivator's secret territory was a relatively important territory of the Xiao clan. Under normal circumstances, only Xiao clan experts could enter it. However, an exception was made this time to allow the 10 commanders to enter in the name of training commanders. After this news spread, the 6 commanders who had betrayed the Xiao clan gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Do you think the Xiao clan has discovered us? It's possible that they've discovered 1 or 2, but not all of them. Then is the Heavenly Cultivator's secret territory targeting us this time? Not necessarily. The Xiao clan values Fong Chen very much. It's possible that they've opened the Heavenly Cultivator's secret territory for him. In any case, we'll enter the Heavenly Cultivator's secret territory and find a way to kill him together. We can also get some inheritance treasures while we're at it. Soon, the 6 commanders finished their discussion. 3 days later, Venerable He Qi and the Xiao clan leader walked side by side and arrived at the forbidden area behind the Xiao clan. Behind them, the 10 Supreme Commanders slowly walked over. The Heavenly Cultivator Secret Realm is one of the most important secret realms of the Shio clan. I hope you won't disappoint us this time. Venerable Black and Red joined forces with the Shio clan leader to open the Heavenly Cultivator Secret Realm. Rumble. A violent aura emanated from the secret realm. Fong Chen's group of 10 entered one by one. Voila! A white light flashed before his eyes, and Fong Chen felt that he had appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is the Heaven Cultivation Mystic Realm? Fong Chen did not think that there was anything in the Heaven Cultivation Mystic Realm that attracted him. His goal was very simple, to kill the 6 great traitors. I didn't expect us to be separated. Fong Chen felt a little helpless. It would be very troublesome if he had to search alone. The Heaven Cultivation Mystic Realm was very big. After a few days, Fong Chen finally walked out of a mountain range. He stood on a peak in front of the mountain range and looked down at the ground. I wonder where the 6 of them are, Fong Chen said. Just then, a black shadow appeared in the sky. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and looked over. An energy fluctuation came from afar. Totem Shadow? Isn't that Old Monster Spring Autumn? Fong Chen recognized Old Monster Spring Autumn's totem shadow. Soon, he saw Old Monster Spring Autumn's face clearly. Someone is chasing after him. Old Monster Spring Autumn used his totem technique to escape from danger. However, the person behind him was still chasing after him. It seemed like he would not give up until he killed him. That is, after seeing that person, Fong Chen smiled evilly. He had searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Wasn't this the purpose of his trip? Old Monster Spring Autumn, you can't escape. The 7th Supreme Commander laughed eerily. At the same time, he punched Old Monster Spring Autumn's totem shadow. The latter's body fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Old Monster Spring Autumn's body almost collapsed. His bones were shattered, and he was on the verge of death. 1 step, 2 steps, the 7th Supreme Commander approached Old Monster Spring Autumn, who looked at him with resentment. You, Old Monster Spring Autumn, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. Forget it. If I die, I die. Damn it. I will die in the hands of a despicable person like you. Old Monster Spring Autumn roared into the sky. Die. The 7th Supreme Commander stretched out his hand and grabbed Old Monster Spring Autumn's head. Bang! At this critical moment, a sword light burst out from afar. Following that, a miserable cry came from the 7th Supreme Commander's mouth. His other hand hugged his broken arm. Pain spread throughout his body, and blood spurted out from the wound. Someone saved me? Old Monster Spring Autumn was puzzled. He turned his head to look. Why is it him? Old Monster Spring Autumn's emotions were complicated. He did not expect the person who saved him to be Fong Chen. It's you! The 7th Supreme Commander also noticed Fong Chen. He endured the pain and said coldly, Boom! Just as Fong Chen was about to speak, the 7th Supreme Commander opened his palm. A gray aura appeared in front of him and covered him. Let's go! The 7th Supreme Commander was ready to escape. Where are you going? With a bang, Fong Chen kicked the 7th Supreme Commander away. What are you doing? The 7th Supreme Commander looked at Fong Chen in horror and kept retreating. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Whoosh! The sword Qi decapitated the 7th Commander-in-Chief, cleanly killing him. Are you okay? Without even looking at the 7th Supreme Commander, Su Mo turned his head and asked. Old Monster Spring Autumn woke up from his shock. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine. Thank you. Fong Chen waved his hand. In fact, there was no enmity between the two of them. Back then, they had fought for the position of Supreme Commander. Besides, Old Monster Spring Autumn was not a traitor. Fong Chen would not attack him. Old Monster Spring Autumn thought that Fangchen had come to save him. He was touched. The journey to the heavenly cultivation mystery land will not be peaceful. Be careful. If you encounter other supreme commanders, it's best to take a detour, Fangchen reminded him. Old Monster Spring Autumn nodded and said, I owe you a favor. With that, Old Monster Spring Autumn disappeared into the void. Not bad. Fangchen smiled. After killing one, there were 6 left. I have to find a way to lure them out. The 10 supreme commanders were scattered all over the heavenly cultivation mystery land, looking for the inheritance treasure. Meanwhile, in a certain dark place, the 5 commanders were gathered together. Why isn't Old Seventh here yet? He knows this place. He will definitely come. Could Old Seventh have been killed by Fangchen? Impossible. The heavenly cultivation mystery land is so big. After entering, we will be separated. How could we encounter Fangchen so easily? The 5 supreme commanders waited anxiously. However, at this moment, a piece of news spread. Have you heard? The 6th supreme commander said as he hurried back to the dark place. I fought with a demonic beast and learned a secret from it. What? The other 4 looked at the 6th supreme commander. A supreme, true treasure has appeared on heavenly Cultivation Mountain. Hearing this, the 4 supreme commanders were all tempted. After looking at each other, the 6th supreme commander asked, What do you think? I think we can put the killing of Fangchen aside. It won't be too late to deal with him after we get the supreme, true treasure on heavenly Cultivation Mountain. Plus, he might have heard something and is likely to go to heavenly Cultivation Mountain. That's right. The supreme, true treasure is important. On the path of martial arts, the most important thing was to increase one's strength. In the hearts of the 6 supreme commanders, strength was the most important thing. Killing Fangchen came second. Let's go to heavenly Cultivation Mountain. In the center of the heavenly cultivation mystery land on heavenly Cultivation Mountain, Fangchen gently stroked the head of a lion and said, How is it? Don't worry. I have followed your request and spread the news of the supreme treasure here, the lion said. Lion said, I have many subordinates. One of my subordinates just sent back the news that a human warrior fought with him and learned about the situation here from him. Fangchen nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad. You have done well. If you succeed this time, you will be greatly rewarded. The lion smiled greedily and said, As long as I can enter the demon's sealing tower to cultivate with the senior beasts. After the lion was conquered by Fangchen, it was amazed by the cultivation illusion of the demon sealing tower, as well as the 3-eyed bear king, the 9-feathered sky sparrow, the demon tiger and beast, and many other powerful beasts. It was very eager to enter the demon sealing tower. Chapter 25-24. After waiting for 7 days, someone finally came to heavenly Cultivator Mountain. The 8th commander. It was the 8th commander. He wasn't within Fangchen's kill range. First commander. The 8th commander cupped his fists. Are you here for the supreme, true treasure of heavenly Cultivator Mountain too? Fangchen grinned. You can leave now. There is no supreme, true treasure in heavenly Cultivator Mountain. I was the one who spread the news. Huh. The 8th commander was confused. Among the 10 commanders, someone betrayed the Xiu family. The opening of Heavenly Cultivator Secret Land is to clean up the family, Fangchen explained simply. The 8th commander didn't believe Fangchen. Was this guy trying to fool him so that he could get the supreme, true treasure alone? Seeing that the 8th commander wasn't leaving, Fangchen didn't bother to say anything more. He closed his eyes. The 8th commander pondered for a while. Finally, he walked to another place and started to look for supreme, true treasures. After 3 days, the 5 commanders arrived at the foot of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. We have arrived at Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. The 5 raised their heads and looked at the towering Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. They were excited. Someone is up there. It seems to be the 8th commander. Humph, let's take the chance to kill him. Hoo hoo hoo. At this moment, the 9th commander arrived. Everyone, the 9th commander-in-chief stopped and greeted the 5 of them. Kill. The 5 didn't hesitate. They attacked at lightning speed. The 9th commander was caught off guard and was severely injured. You guys? The 9th commander roared in anger. He dragged his battered body and rushed to the peak of heavenly Cultivator Mountain. You can't escape. The cold shouts of the 5 people came from behind. Show! A beam of sword light forced the 5 people who were chasing after the 9th commander to retreat. It bought some time for the 9th commander to escape to heavenly Cultivator Mountain. First commander. The 9th commander asked for help. At this moment, the 8th commander walked over. He was shocked when he saw the scene. What's going on? Before he could finish asking, the 5 of them arrived at heavenly Cultivator Mountain. You are here too? When the 5 of them saw Fong Qin, they were a little surprised, but they quickly calmed down. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked at Fong Qin mockingly. Since you're here, you've saved us some trouble. The 8th commander-in-chief's heart trembled and his pupils shrank. He finally believed what Fong Qin had said. Take good care of the 9th commander. Today I'm going to kill a dog. Fong Qin said domineeringly. The 8th commander-in-chief supported the 9th commander-in-chief and walked to the side, trying not to disturb Fong Qin. Brat, do you really think you're the #1 commander? In our eyes, you're just a joke. 6 of the 10 great commanders have betrayed the Xiu family. It seems that the power behind you all is truly omnipotent. Fong Qin said indifferently. Humph. What's the point of saying all this when you're about to die? Aren't you going to ask where the 7th commander went? Fong Qin's words caused the 5 people's expressions to change drastically. Are you the one who killed the 7th commander? The 2nd commander-in-chief glared at Fong Qin, the aura around him fluctuating. Who do you think spread the news of a supreme, true treasure appearing in heavenly Cultivator Mountain? Fong Qin sneered, looking at them as if they were idiots. Are you baiting us? You finally know? You're not too stupid, Fong Qin joked. The 5 of them sneered. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Fong Qin shrugged and said, the consequences are that all 5 of you will die here. Fong Qin, you think too highly of yourself. I admit that we are no match for you alone. But if the 5 of us work together, we won't even be afraid of a true Xianjin realm elite, let alone you. That's right. Today, we'll cut you into pieces. The 5 of them were filled with murderous intent. Fong Qin shook his head. It seemed that the 5 of them had forgotten the battle where he had defeated Commander Chief Hexin. However, to the 5 of them, that attack was indeed powerful. But how many times could Fong Qin perform it? Especially the last shocking attack. They didn't believe that Fong Qin could perform it casually. Indeed, as they had guessed, a single attack from the virtual demon tiger and beast would consume a lot of energy. After that, he would need a long time to recuperate. However, they had guessed wrong about the recovery time of the demon tiger and beast. Moreover, besides the demon tiger and beast, there was still the 9-feathered sky sparrow. Do it, the 2nd commander-in-chief scolded in a deep voice. Suddenly, the 5 of them worked together and formed a joint battle formation. Rumble. A berserk power was emitted from the battle formation. The power of the 5 of them suddenly increased to a new level. Interesting. Fong Qin's eyes lit up and he murmured. This joint battle formation was able to increase the cultivation of the 5 of them by a level in a short period of time. In other words, the 5 of them were originally in the mystic light realm, but now they had reached the mystic true realm. Whoosh! Fong Qin felt a trace of danger approaching, so he opened the demon ceiling tower without hesitation. Roar! The virtual demon tiger and beast attacked again with all his strength. Dong! The space twisted and the sky changed color. How is this possible? The 5 of them cried out when they saw this. Crack! The joint battle formation that they were so proud of was instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the demon tiger and beast returned to the demon's ceiling tower. This attack had used up all of its energy, so it needed to rest. Although it didn't kill the 5 of them, it was enough. The demon tiger and beast's attack had broken the joint battle formation of the 5 of them, and their cultivation had dropped from the mystic true realm to the mystic light realm. This way, Fang Qin could kill them all by himself. Whoosh! The 15th move of the Shura sword technique was executed, and the 6th commander's head instantly exploded. Then, Fang Qin attacked the 5th commander. Attack together. Don't act alone. The 2nd commander-in-chief yelled in panic. However, it was too late. Fang Qin's attack was too strong. Without the joint battle formation, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Pucci! In the blink of an eye, 4 of them had been killed by Fang Qin. Only the 2nd commander was left. Damn it! The 2nd commander panicked. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. A talisman in his hand was instantly activated. Flames shot into the sky and enveloped the 2nd commander. Too weak. The talisman that the 2nd commander used to save his life was too weak in Fang Qin's eyes. He saw the fatal weakness of the talisman with one glance. He executed the Shura sword technique, and the hidden star sword pierced through the flames and into the 2nd commander's head. Crack! The 6 great commanders had all fallen. Master will not let you go. The 2nd commander's angry roar could be heard in the air. He flicked the tip of his sword and took away their sumo rings. Then he looked at the 8th and 9th commanders. All right, I've killed the traitor. This trip to the Heavenly Cultivator secret realm is over. It's up to you whether you want to leave or stay, Fang Qin said. Thank you for your help, 1st commander. The 9th commander cupped his fists and thanked him. Then he looked at the 8th commander and made the decision to leave. We'll take our leave first. Watching the 2 commanders leave, Fang Qin was in a good mood. The task given to him by the Xiu clan leader had been completed. This also meant that he could go to the Tianqing clan. Soon he would be able to see his wife, the star and moon. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and was extremely excited. Just as he was about to leave, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit suddenly reminded him, Master, there seems to be something special in this Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. Fang Qin stopped in his tracks, and his eyes flickered. Are you saying that there really is a supreme, true treasure in Heavenly Cultivator Mountain? Fang Qin asked. There had always been such a legend in the Heavenly Cultivator's secret realm. However, no one knew if it was true or not. Fang Qin did not care too much. He entered the Heavenly Cultivator's secret realm just to clean up the mess. After the weapon spirit's reminder, Fang Qin's heart moved slightly. He seemed to have thought of something. I can feel that there seems to be a familiar fluctuation inside Heavenly Cultivator Mountain, but I'm not sure. The weapon spirit muttered. Fang Qin was even more tempted. Anyway, he had completed the task. He was not in a hurry. Maybe he could really get a supreme, true treasure. It would be very beneficial to his strength improvement. Let's look around and see if we can find it. After thinking for a while, Fang Qin made a decision. Heavenly Cultivator Mountain is like a hole. There is a faint layer of halo covering it. I can't find the entrance to the underground. After checking, Fang Qin exclaimed, Chapter 25. The Heavenly Cultivation Secret Realm was one of the most powerful secret realms of the Xiu family in Azure Luo Heaven. Many of the higher-ups of the Xiu family came out from the Heavenly Cultivation Secret Realm. In the beginning, Fang Qin and the others did not think much of the Heavenly Cultivation Secret Realm. He was only there to complete his mission. Now that the 6 great commanders were all killed, he had completed his mission perfectly. At this time, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit suddenly told him that there was a high possibility that a true true treasure existed on Heavenly Cultivation Mountain. At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was stirred. If he could really obtain a true treasure, that would be great. Thinking of this, Fong Chen searched carefully and seriously. After a long while, he did not find anything. Heavenly Cultivation Mountain was like a single entity. He did not find anything. Strange. Why do I feel that it's vaguely familiar? Fong Chen sat on a piece of bluestone and muttered to himself. The entire Heavenly Cultivation Mountain is like a single entity. It seems to be quite similar to the Formation Tao. Suddenly, Fong Chen patted his head and thought of this. That's right. Why didn't he think of it? The contents of the 3,000 scrolls of Formation Tao appeared in his mind. I see. After a while, a smile of excitement appeared on Fong Chen's face. The 3,000 scrolls of Formation Tao hid some peerless formations. The description of one of the peerless formations was similar to Heavenly Cultivation Mountain. The more flawless it is, the more suspicious it is. Thinking of this, Fong Chen was delighted. He began to use the contents of the 3,000 scrolls of Formation Tao to crack the formation. After about 3 days, Fong Chen finally found the origin of the formation. He was amazed. The person who set up the formation is really amazing. Fong Chen could not help but sigh. This peerless formation had a total of 8 formation bases. Most importantly, the 8 formation bases were gathered together and were not separated. This went against the principles of the Formation Tao. However, this was a real thing. Moreover, what made Fong Chen exclaim was that the core of this formation was also together with 8 formation bases. When Fong Chen used the formation to break through the layers of fog and saw the core of the formation, he was even more flabbergasted. He swore that this was the most amazing formation he had ever seen. There was actually such a strange formation in the world. He sighed at his own inferiority. If I didn't have the 3,000 scrolls of Array Tao, I wouldn't have been able to find the center of the array. Having this thought, Fong Chen waved his hand, causing a strong aura of Formation Tao to spread out. Rip. The core of the formation was gradually controlled by Fong Chen. Open! With a low shout, the core of the formation and the 8 formation bases separated and floated in the sky. Hoo hoo hoo! Fong Chen stripped the peerless array that enveloped Mount Tianxiu. Go in! Without even thinking, Fong Chen directly entered Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. Soon he arrived at the interior of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. It was as if he was one with it, forming a space of its own. It had a unique aura that gave people a sense of oppression. Is this the interior of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain? Fong Chen said to himself, Master, that familiar aura is even clearer. The mysterious heaven cone nail's perception confirmed one point. There should be a true treasure inside Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. What's that? Just as Fong Chen was looking around, he found a skeleton in front of him. The skeleton sat cross-legged on a futon with its palms together. It seemed to be a Buddhist. Fong Chen quickly walked to the skeleton. In an instant, a dazzling light was emitted from the skeleton. Buzz! A golden aura appeared behind the skeleton's head. Fong Chen exclaimed. The skeleton had shown its spirit. Could it be that the true treasure was really here? The skeleton's body emitted a vast aura that wrapped around Fong Chen as if it wanted to see through his entire body. After a while, the golden light behind the skeleton's head dissipated, and the skeleton returned to normal. Then Fong Chen heard a sigh. Sigh. The voice came from the skeleton. What's going on? Fong Chen was a little surprised. He could feel that the skeleton's body contained an extremely powerful force. If he guessed correctly, the skeleton must have been an ultimate honorable when it was alive. It was even very likely that it had 1 foot in the legendary ancient god level. It's not suitable. Traces of divine consciousness fluctuations were transmitted from the skeleton's mind. After Fang Chen heard it, his expression changed and he frowned. But soon he realized that the skeleton's words were directed at him. In other words, he was not the most suitable candidate for the inheritance to the skeleton. Thinking of this, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly and prepared to leave. However, a string of black beads suddenly appeared in the skeleton's palm. "What's this?" Fang Chen was attracted by the black beads. He stopped and stretched out his palm to take the black beads. Dong! There was a vibration, and a shocking power erupted from the black beads. Fang Chen had an illusion in his mind. He saw an ancient battle scene. Two peerless experts were fighting fiercely. One of them was a Buddhist cultivator. He was holding a string of black Buddhist beads in his hand and was chanting a secret technique of the Buddhist sect. Just by looking at the battle scene, one could tell that both of them were ultimate honorables. In the beginning, both of them were evenly matched. After fighting for about 15 minutes, the Buddhist cultivator suddenly infused his power into the black Buddhist beads. Suddenly, an extremely violent power surged out, shattering the void in an instant. Oh no! The other ultimate venerable cursed in his heart. He flashed and quickly fled. A black power was released from the black Buddhist beads. It pierced through the void and severely injured the ultimate honorable. Puchi! In the void, blood spurted out. The ultimate honorable fled the scene, despite being injured. The Buddhist put the black beads away and put his palms together. His face was slightly pale. "Golden Buddha Honorable?" Fang Chen's eyes widened and he cried out. Golden Buddha Honorable was famous in the chaos void. Tens of billions of years ago, Golden Buddha Honorable could be said to have run amok in the world. Unexpectedly, there was Golden Buddha Honorable's inheritance in the heaven cultivation secret land. Looking at the black Buddhist beads in his hand, Fang Chen felt a little enlightened. Could this string of black Buddhist beads be the one he saw in the shocking battle just now? Is this a supreme, true treasure? Fang Chen was ecstatic. Although Golden Buddha Honorable's inheritance was not suitable for him, he still got the black beads. It seems that activating the black beads can release a powerful force. Fang Chen infused his own power into the black pearl and immediately felt a heart-palpitating power. So powerful. At the same time, a huge amount of information emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Golden Buddha beads? Fang Chen said. In an instant, Fang Chen knew the origin of the string of black beads and the identity of the skeleton in front of him. Fang Chen guessed correctly. This skeleton was Golden Buddha Honorable, a Buddhist expert who was famous in the chaos void tens of billions of years ago. Golden Buddha Honorable was also an ultimate venerable. He was so powerful that he was the most powerful person in the history of Buddhism. The string of black beads in his hand was called the Golden Buddha beads. It was a Dharma treasure that Golden Buddha Honorable used when he became a Buddha. With Golden Buddha Honorable's voice, there was a strong Buddhist mind power in it. Once it was activated, the power released was comparable to a full blow from a mysterious realm expert. Good stuff! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim as he played with the Golden Buddha beads carefully. Then he bowed to Golden Buddha Honorable. Thank you, Golden Buddha Honorable, for giving me the Golden Buddha beads. Golden Buddha Honorable's inheritance was not suitable for him, but it was not easy to come here. This was probably a reward from Golden Buddha Honorable. Unfortunately, the Golden Buddha beads could only be used once. Once it released its internal power, it had to be recharged. Fang Chen was not a Buddhist, so he could not recharge it. Therefore, he could not use it again after using it once. Once I use the Golden Buddha beads, I can at least escape from a mysterious realm expert. Fang Chen said. He collected his thoughts and put away the Golden Buddha beads. Then he took a step out and left the interior of heavenly Cultivator Mountain, appearing on the peak of the mountain. Buzz! A breeze blew past and blew on Fang Chen's cheeks. The latter seemed to be enjoying it. I can leave now. After obtaining the golden Buddha beads, he knew that he would not be able to obtain golden Buddha honorable inheritance, no matter how hard he tried. Therefore, he might as well give it up to avoid wasting time. Moreover, he had completed his task, and it was time to leave. Chapter 25-26. The trip to the heavenly cultivator's secret realm had come to an end. In just a few months' time, he had killed all 6 of the great commanders. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained the golden Buddha beads from Venerable Golden Buddha, which was a pleasant surprise. When Fong Qin came out of the heavenly cultivator's secret realm, the other 3 commanders also came out. Well done! The patriarch of the Xiu clan and Venerable He Qi personally came to welcome Fong Qin into the meeting hall. They had already learned about the heavenly cultivator's secret realm from the other 3 commanders. Therefore, they were very excited when they saw Fong Qin. Your mission has been completed. Rest for a few days, and the Xiu clan will send troops to the Tianqing clan, said the patriarch. Thank you, patriarch. Fong Qin cupped his fists in gratitude. As the ruler of the Azure Sky Plain, the patriarch had the entire Xiu clan behind him. He couldn't go to the Tianqing clan at will. This time he had to send 3 top venerables, including Venerable He Qi, to accompany Fong Qin. Don't worry, the Tianqing clan will consider the big picture and won't make things difficult for you, Venerable He Qi comforted. In the following days, Fong Qin rested in the Azure Sky Plain. At the same time, the Chaos Void had undergone a huge change. The Yao clan couldn't wait to kill Fong Qin. For this, they didn't hesitate to join forces with the Dark Kindred. In a dark void outside the Azure Sky Plain. What do you think? 5th Wolf God looked at the people in front of him with an indifferent expression. Fong Qin possesses the demon sealing pagoda. His life is yours, but the demon sealing pagoda must be ours. An elder of the Yao clan said. 5th Wolf God nodded. He didn't care about the demon sealing tower. He just wanted to cut Fong Qin into pieces. Deal. 5th Wolf God grinned. However, Fong Qin has always been in the Azure Sky Plain. With the Xiu clan's protection, we can't do anything to him. Our young master is already on his way. When he arrives, we will challenge the younger generation of the Azure Sky Plain in the name of the Yao clan. Then, we can take the opportunity to kill Fong Qin. The demon race and the werewolf race reached an agreement. A few days later, when Fong Qin was about to head to the Sky Pillar sect, he received a message. The demon clan and the 5th Wolf God have come together. Venerable Black Red said with a gloomy face. Oh, Fong Qin was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the demon race to ally with the dark blood race. Are you here for me? Fong Qin asked. Venerable Black Red pondered and said, They came to the Azure Civ Celestial with the purpose of interacting with the younger generation. Our Xiu clan can expel them. An exchange between the younger generation? Upon hearing this, Fong Qin's expression became even more solemn. This time, the young lord of the demon clan, Yao Yan, has personally taken action. Many of the younger generation of our Green Net sect have already been defeated, Venerable Black Red said. Fong Qin's eyes flashed as he pondered for a moment. He then asked, If I were to kill Yao Yan, would the demonic beasts and the 5th Wolf God dare to attack each other in the Azure Sky Heaven? Humph. Although the Xiu clan isn't as powerful as the major clans, we aren't pushovers. If you can kill Yao Yan in a fair battle, even the Lord of the Demon clan won't be able to say anything. Upon hearing this, Fong Qin smiled sinisterly and said, Take me there. He was very anxious and wanted to go to the Tianqing clan as soon as possible. However, the Demon clan and the Wolfman clan had come for him. If he didn't deal with this problem, it would be very difficult for him to leave. In the Xiu clan city, on a large square, the Demon clan and the 5th Wolf God sat in a shady area. There were many cultivators behind them. At this moment, Yao Yan's expression was calm as he stood on the martial arts stage. His eyes were filled with mockery. Bang! He casually attacked and sent his opponent flying with a punch. Is there no one else in the Xiao clan? Yao Yan mocked. Is there no one in the younger generation who can fight? If there's no other choice, Mystic Light Realm cultivators can also attack. I, Yao Yan, will take them all. The members of the Xiao clan were enraged by Yao Yan's mockery, but there was nothing they could do. Although there was hatred between the major clans, it was normal for them to spar. The Xiao clan was the ruler of the Azure Sky, but no one in the younger generation could fight against Yao Yan. Moreover, the most important thing was that every single cultivator who had stepped onto the stage to battle could not even withstand a single attack from Yao Yan. This was a slap to the face. As a top clan, the Xiao clan couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Damn it. Many cultivators on the square glared angrily at Yao Yan. They wanted to tear him into pieces. On the martial arts stage, Yao Yan's expression was filled with arrogance as he looked around. If there's no one in the Xiao clan that can fight, then the demon clan won't force you. Yao Yan's words were very unpleasant. The elder of the demon clan in the demon clan's area chuckled. I thought that the Xiao clan, the ruler of the Azure Sky, had a very deep foundation, but it seems that they're only SOSO. Elder Yao is right. The Xiao clan is a rising star. They're nothing compared to our 5 major clans. Fifth Wolf God sneered. If it weren't for the agreement between the Dark Kindred and the Xiao clan, we would have led our people to occupy the Azure Sky long ago. It seems that the Xiao clan is destined to lose miserably in this youth exchange. The elder of the demon clan and Fifth Wolf God looked at each other and mocked the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan patriarch's face was gloomy. Fifth Wolf God was about to speak when he suddenly felt the blood in his body boil. Then his expression changed and his scarlet eyes stared into the distance. Many members of the Xiao clan stepped aside to make a path. Venerable He, Qi, and Fong Qin arrived at the square side by side. Fifth Wolf God clenched his fists when he saw Fong Qin. His entire body exuded a cold killing intent. Although he'd never seen Fong Qin before, he could sense that Fong Qin's body contained a very strong wolf god blood. You must die for destroying my molt, Fifth Wolf God said. Yao! Yan also looked at Fong Qin with a smile. You're really lucky. Even Dark Cave Mountain couldn't take your life. Fong Qin shrugged. How can I die when you're still alive? With that, Fong Qin took a step forward and arrived at the arena. Patriarch, can I represent the Xiao clan? Of course. The Xiao clan patriarch laughed when he saw Fong Qin come out. I thought you would continue to be a coward, Yao Yan said indifferently. Fong Qin ignored Yao Yan and glanced at Venerable He, Qi the latter understood, and whispered a few words in the patriarch's ear. The Xiao clan patriarch coughed softly. Sparring between the younger generation is inherently risky. If you're weaker and die in the hands of your opponent, you can't blame anyone else. Speaking of this, the Xiao clan patriarch looked at the demon clan elder and Fifth Wolf God and asked, If you're afraid of Yao Yan being killed, you can leave now. How can a bastard fight against our young master? That's right. Do you think you can do whatever you want in Dark Cave Mountain after killing Zhong Xiangshan, the son of Sirius, and banishing Heifeng? How ridiculous. Yao Yan, the expert ranked 3rd on the profound ranking, had reached the acme of perfection in his strength. He had never fought in Dark Cave Mountain. Now he was finally going to fight with Fong Qin. A life and death battle was something that Fong Qin had discussed with Venerable He Qi before he came. Only by killing Yao Yan could the demon clan and Fifth Wolf God retreat. In this way, he would have a chance to go to Tianqing Zhong family. Hand over the demon ceiling tower, and the demon clan will leave immediately, Yao Yan said indifferently. Fong Qin shook his head and said, Come and get it yourself if you have the ability. Are all the demon clans like you only good at talking? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yao Yan's face became completely gloomy. Good, very good. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the demon clan. In fact, Fang Chen had no interaction with the demon clan. It was only because of the demon ceiling tower. In the demon clan area, some demon clan warriors were whispering. Elder, Fang Chen's methods are very strange. Young Master is ranked 3rd on the profound ranking. No matter how strong that guy is, he's only a little stronger than Heifeng. The difference in strength between the top 10 of the profound ranking was huge. To be ranked 3rd on the profound ranking was enough to be proud of the younger generation of the Chaos Void. The demon clan elder was very confident in Yao Yan. Fifth Wolf God's blood-red eyes flickered, and the blood in his body trembled. However, if they knew that Fang Chen had defeated Commander Qi Xan by himself and became the leader of the top 10 commanders of Qingluo Heaven, who knew how they would feel? Chapter 25-27. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen and Yao Yan. One was the leader of the 10 great commanders of Qingluo Heaven, while the other was the young master of the demon clan, the 3rd strongest on the Xian ranking. Both of them were the focus of the younger generation, and they were also recognized as outstanding experts. The battle between them was undoubtedly a clash between the demon clan and the younger generation of Qingluo Heaven. No matter what the reason was, this battle was destined to be very exciting. On the martial arts practice platform, a faint ray of light shot out from Yao Yan's pitch-black eyes. He looked at Fang Chen lazily, like a hunter looking at his prey. The Xiao clan leader and Venerable He Qi on the platform were not worried at all. With Fang Chen's strength, dealing with Yao Yan shouldn't be a problem, said the Xiao clan leader. Yes, the demon clan has gone too far. Although they are a big clan, it's impossible for them to force our Xiao clan, said Venerable He Qi in a deep voice. The human clan and the demon clan had a deep grudge, so the Xiao clan naturally did not treat the demon clan well. On the martial arts stage, the aura of the two had been raised to the extreme. Letting you come out alive from Dark Cave Mountain that day was my biggest mistake. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Yan's figure flashed and turned into a white light, shooting toward Fang Chen. At the same time, a shocking demon chi exploded from Yao Yan's body. The demon chi soared into the sky, shocking everyone. Seeing this, even the Xiao clan leader and Venerable He Qi on the platform were a little surprised. No wonder the demon clan is so confident. This guy has already cultivated the demon eye, said the Xiao clan leader with a sigh. The demon eye was one of the top demon techniques of the demon clan, and its attack power was very strong. Usually, those who could cultivate the demon eye would become the top expert of the demon clan in the future. Yao Yan used the demon eye as soon as he came up. His eyes turned, and a faint gray light appeared in them. The gray light emerged from his eye sockets and spun rapidly in front of him. Finally, it condensed together and formed a terrifying gaze. Wherever the gaze passed, the space collapsed. The demon eye appeared and shook the world. This was a saying passed down in the demon clan. Although it was a little exaggerated, it could be seen how powerful the demon eye technique was. Compared to when I was at Dark Cave Mountain, my strength has increased by quite a bit. Fang Chen said softly as he stared at Yao Yan, who was shooting towards him. However, if that's all you've got, you're not even worthy of my attention. With a sneer, Fang Chen took out the star-concealing sword and quickly brandished it. Whoosh! The Azura sword skills, 15th, move whistled through the air. Rumble. Sword chi soared into the sky, and the sword hummed. The majestic sword chi, along with the power of the Azura sword principle, whizzed out and hit the demonic eye. Whoa! When the demonic eye collided with the sword light, it instantly collapsed. Circles of ripples appeared and enveloped Fang Chen. This is an illusion. In an instant, Fang Chen understood that this was an illusion from the demon eye. Soon after, he shook his head slightly. a mere illusion technique, dared to embarrass itself in front of him? While Fang Chen was breaking the illusion, Yao Yan sneered coldly. Humph! Even a mystic light realm or mystic reality realm martial artist might not be able to break the illusion within the demon eye. You're dead meat. Thinking of this, Yao Yan roared and used all his strength to control the power of the demon eye. He crazily clashed with the sword light, wanting to shatter it and take Fang Chen's life. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. This illusion technique is full of loopholes. Fang Chen looked around. The aura of the illusion technique was very strong, but in his eyes there were too many loopholes. His hands began to form a hand seal. Then, with a thought, a berserk illusory aura began to emit from his body. The illusion formed by the demon eye was unable to resist him and was instantly shattered. Crack! A crisp sound rang in Yao Yan's ears. The latter's body trembled slightly. Immediately, he widened his eyes and stared intently at Fang Chen. You want to trap me with this weak illusion technique of yours. Fang Chen sneered. The strongest power of the 15th move of the Azura sword skill was truly unleashed, and it completely destroyed the remaining power of the demon eye. Crack! The insufferably powerful demon eye was shattered into pieces at this moment. Yao Yan's body, which was moving forward, also flew out as if he had hit a wall. Thud! 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 After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Yao Yan's heart trembled. His face was filled with disbelief. How did he break my demon eye technique? In the demon clan's area, the elders of the demon clan were all shocked. The 5th wolf god's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and no one knew what he was thinking. The demon eye technique is very strong, but unfortunately it was not able to unleash its true power in your hands, Fang Chen said as he shrugged his shoulders. Yao Yan's expression changed and he felt ashamed. He clenched his fists tightly and screamed in his heart, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Yao Yan had already entered a state of madness. Even his strongest trump card, the demon eye technique, could not hurt the other party in the slightest. Yao Yan could not accept it for a moment. He roared angrily, and his body emitted an extremely violent power. Roar! A beastly roar was heard, and everyone exclaimed. Yao Yan changed back to his original form. His original form was a huge bat, and every time he flapped his wings, it would cause a spatial storm. The royal family of the demon clan, the Bloodbat clan. Fang Chen muttered to himself. On the rostrum, the Xiao clan leader and Venerable He Qi nodded in satisfaction. After watching Fang Chen's battle, they were finally relieved. Although Yao Yan's strength was strong, he was no match for Fang Chen at all. Yao Yan's strength is at most on par with Commander Qi Xan without his totem power, the Xiao clan leader said. Yes, even Commander Qi Xan with his totem power is no match for Fang Chen. Yao Yan is nothing to be afraid of, Venerable He Qi said. On the martial arts arena, the bloodbat whistled and flapped its wings, attacking Fang Chen. Bang! The hidden star sword slashed the bloodbat's wings, and sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Fang Chen took a few steps back and curled his lips. As expected of the royal family of the demon clan, the Bloodbat clan, this defensive ability is insane. The Bloodbat clan's defensive ability was recognized as the strongest in the chaotic void. Their bodies were invulnerable. Shura sword technique. However, Fang Chen wasn't a brute. He skillfully used the space-time collapse technique, and his body moved unpredictably. At the same time, he used the 15th move of the Shura sword technique. The power of this move could easily crush a mystic light realm martial artist. It was very powerful. Puchi! At first, Yao Yan was still able to block it, but as time passed, his body was covered in wounds and blood. Roar! Yao Yan roared, and the bloodbat attacked again. Scram! The myriad sword domain, the sword domain, and the Azura sword art combined to unleash the strongest attack. Dong! The blood bat's body was forcefully sent flying by the hidden star sword, and it smashed into the ground. Splash! The blood bat turned into a human. Yao Yan's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his aura was weak, and his body was covered in wounds. Young master! The elders of the demon clan hurriedly came to Yao Yan's side and placed their hands on his body. They injected powerful demon qi into his body to ensure that his life wasn't in danger. The fifth wolf god's gaze had been on Fang Qin the entire time. Damn it! He actually merged the blood of the wolf god into his bloodline and formed the wolf god bloodline. The fifth wolf god cursed inwardly. Furthermore, what shocked him was that he could vaguely feel the aura of the darkness bloodline in Fang Chen's blood. This discovery made him exclaim in shock. One had to know that even his bloodline hadn't transformed into the darkness bloodline. However, a human martial artist who had absorbed the blood of the wolf god had such a sign. He looked at Fang Chen with jealousy. This boy's potential is too strong. He can't be allowed to live. The fifth wolf god thought to himself. At this time, the Xiao clan patriarch stood up and chuckled at the Yao and werewolf clans below. Since the competition is over, I ask the Yao and werewolf clans to leave quickly. The azure sky does not welcome you. Although he said it with a smile, his words were very intimidating. For a moment, the demon clan elders' expressions changed. They didn't know what to say. Yao Yan had been defeated. What excuse did they have to continue staying in azure sky? Although the demon clan wasn't afraid of the Xiao clan, if they attacked the Xiao clan, they would definitely anger the human clan. They couldn't act rashly. Chapter 25-28. After pondering for a long time, the demon elders looked at each other. The leading elder stood up and said, "Since the younger generation has lost, we will naturally evacuate from Azure Sky Heaven." But at this point, the Fiend clan elder changed the topic. He looked at Fang Qin and said, "This fellow has a supreme treasure of my Fiend clan. Can you make him hand it over?" Despicable. Fang Qin cursed. "I don't care what grudges you have between the two of you. All I want to say right now is that Fang Qin is the leader of the 10 great commanders of the Azure Sky. Moreover, he is also the most important member of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. No matter who it is, if they have any ideas about him, they are going against the Xiao clan." The Xiao family patriarch's words made his stance clear. The Xiao family would always stand on Fang Chen's side. Upon hearing this, the demon elder's expressions changed. "Xiao family patriarch, the future is long. I hope you won't regret your words in the future." After that, the demon took Yao Yan and quickly left Azure Sky Heaven. "Fifth wolf god, what do you want to ask?" The Xiao family patriarch's aura shook the heavens. He squinted at Fifth wolf god. Fifth wolf god stood up slowly. He used his aura to resist the Xiao family patriarch's oppression. The void in front of them seemed calm, but it was actually very chaotic. The slightest carelessness would completely destroy the Xiao family's headquarters. This was not something the Xiao family patriarch wanted to see. So powerful. Seeing the two secretly fighting, Fang Qin could not help but exclaim. He could feel the waves of powerful energy in the air. After a long while, Fifth Wolf God retracted his aura. He looked at the Xiao family patriarch with a smile and said, "Xiao family patriarch will meet again." Whoosh! However, no one expected that when Fifth Wolf God left, he used his wolf god bloodline to penetrate the void and enter Fang Chen's body. First, Fifth Wolf God was very powerful. It would be difficult to hide it. Secondly, the Fifth Wolf God had used the wolf god's bloodline as a disguise to launch the attack. Therefore, even the Xiao family patriarch did not notice it. Even Fang Qin and the mysterious Heaven Conail's artifact spirit did not notice it. Everything seemed to be over. Fang Chen's body didn't show any abnormalities. The patriarch of the Xiao family smiled as he looked at Fang Qin. "Commander Fang, you're not only strong, but your potential is also heaven-defying. I think you'll be able to step into the mystic light realm soon. The patriarch of the Xiao family naturally knew what it meant to enter the mystic light realm. That was an existence that could suppress those in the mysterious realm. The patriarch of the Xiao clan now regarded Fangchen as a future apex venerable, a limit venerable. Patriarch. Fangchen cupped his fists and said, hesitating to speak, "Ha ha ha, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, everything is ready." The Xiao clan patriarch smiled. If it wasn't for the arrival of the demon race and the fifth wolf god disrupting our plans, I'm afraid we would have reached the Sky Pillar ancestral clan by now. Hearing this, Fangchen heaved a sigh of relief. However, he also felt more and more pressured. The fifth wolf god and the demon race had already noticed him. Once he left the azure sky, he would definitely be attacked. Don't worry, we'll take the sky crossing formation and head directly to the great devil sky. By the time the demon race and the fifth wolf god react, we'll have successfully returned to the azure sky. Venerable Hei Qi comforted. Everything was under their control. Fangchen nodded and waited for the time to come. In the dark void outside the azure sky, spatial storms could be seen everywhere. A few elders of the demon race stood silently on a meteorite. The fifth wolf god stood in front of them. "What do we do now?" the elder of the demon race asked. "With the protection of the Xiao family, we can't do anything in the azure sky." The demon race had already decided to give up, although the shifter ceiling tower was a threat to the demon race. However, they did not want to cause a war between the human race and the demon race because of this. However, the fifth wolf god obviously didn't think so. He belonged to the blood race and was considered a neutral race. He didn't care about the war between the demon race and the human race. "I don't believe he'll stay in the azure sky forever," the fifth wolf god said coldly. Just as he was about to speak, a light flashed in his mind and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I'll take my leave first." The fifth wolf god left abruptly. The elder of the demon race shook his head slowly and returned to the demon race. Mo Shatian. Rip. The calm sky was suddenly torn apart by a pair of claws, and a werewolf walked out. The fifth wolf god looked down at the ground. With a single thought, he was able to see Mo Shatian's situation clearly. The Qiu family? The Azura Sword Dao? The fifth wolf god's face revealed a sinister smile. "Let's see if you'll be anxious after I destroy your lair." In fact, the fifth wolf god wasn't too sure if this was Fangchen's lair. However, when he sensed that all the martial artists in the azure sky realm were cultivating the Azura Sword Dao, he was finally sure. Back then, he lost his mortal shell in Mo Shatian. "It's over there." The fifth wolf god waved his finger, causing him to appear in front of the mine where Fangchen had acquired the wolf god shell. Now the mine had been fully developed. Many disciples of the Qiu family were mining quickly. Die. With a single glance from the fifth wolf god, the mine beneath them began to crumble. Miserable screams came from the collapsed mine. Soon, some of the stronger martial artists came out. Swoosh! The fifth wolf god pointed with his finger, and suddenly the void trembled. The martial artists who had escaped were shaken to death. Feel the wrath of the werewolf race. The fifth wolf god howled to the sky. His howl spread throughout the entire Mo Shatian. The Qiu family's headquarters was calm. Suddenly, the clear sky was covered by dark clouds. The howl of the wolf spread quickly. All the martial artists prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Is the world going to be destroyed? Many people were screaming. As the overlord of Mo Shatian, the Lingshu family's leader also came to the void in a flash. He searched through the void and found the place of origin. Is there a problem with the mine? The Lingshu family's leader's face changed. Just as he was about to give an order, he felt a vast and majestic force sweeping over. No. The Lingshu family's leader howled to the sky and resisted with all his might. The entire Emoshation was covered by the wolf god's aura. Mountains collapsed and tsunamis appeared. Emoshation was about to be overturned. Kacha! Mountains broke. The void collapsed and tsunamis erupted. The entire Emoshation seemed to have fallen into the devil's hell. Wails and cries were endless. In the short span of an hour, the originally prosperous Mashation had already been destroyed to the point where all life was in misery and suffering. It was almost completely shattered. At this time, the fifth wolf god stopped. It's about time. If this continues, those old fellows of the human race won't be able to sit still. The fifth wolf god said in a low voice. Since ancient times, the chaotic void was divided into 33 heavens. They were essential to any heaven domain. Moreover, there was an unwritten rule in the chaotic void. Profound god realm sovereigns couldn't casually attack ordinary heavens. Otherwise, how could ordinary heavens withstand the full power attack of a profound god realm sovereign? This could be considered a disguised form of protection for ordinary heavens. The fifth wolf god also knew this, so he didn't dare to kill. He only flipped Emoshation over and didn't completely destroy it. He still had a card up his sleeve. I'll wait outside Emoshation and see if he'll come back. The fifth wolf god laughed sinisterly. His figure flashed, and he left Emoshation. Emoshation was in a foul state. Looking down from the sky, it was a terrible sight. However, all of this originated from his anger towards Fangchen. Between Emoshation and waning moon sky, there was a towering cliff called the Suicide Cliff. On the Suicide Cliff, it was very quiet. Only Bai Qingqing and Blackstone were present. Bai Qingqing was still pleading with her master, as usual, to help Fangchen. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Blackstone still refused. On this day, Blackstone couldn't stand Bai Qingqing's pleas anymore. He came to the peak of the Suicide Cliff and sat down cross-legged, looking down at the dark void. Rumble. At this moment, he felt a tremor coming from afar. The sound is coming from Emoshation. His expression changed slightly. His gaze pierced through the void, and he discovered that a piece of land in the distant sky was suffering a hellish disaster. Chapter 25-29. Blackstone was also a top venerable. With his sharp eyes, he immediately saw Emoshation undergoing a huge change. Then he saw the fifth wolf god. According to his disciple, he had long known about the grudge between Fangchen and the fifth wolf god. For a wolf god's molt, Fangchen had actually turned a heaven upside down. A cold glint flashed in Blackstone's eyes. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Emoshation. At this time, the fifth wolf god had already left. Blackstone sighed and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, a violent energy surged out from his body and enveloped the entire Emoshation. The lifeless Emoshation was once again injected with vitality by Blackstone. Whoosh! A moment later, Blackstone returned to the Suicide Cliff. This is all I can do. To be honest, Emoshation had nothing to do with him. It was fine if he didn't do anything, but Blackstone's heart was still relatively benevolent. This kind of thing was as easy as lifting a finger for him. With his help, Emoshation would at least not collapse and would have a chance to recover. Bai Qingqing leaned against the blue stone, her face filled with sorrow. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps and immediately looked up. She suddenly realized that her master was walking towards her step by step, his face filled with vicissitudes of life. Master. Seeing the white hair on her master's temples, Bai Qingqing's heart fluctuated greatly. She called out softly, "Sigh." Blackstone glanced at Bai Qingqing and sighed. "Let's go." "Where to?" Bai Qingqing was stunned for a moment and asked. "Great Devil Sky." With that, Blackstone turned and walked into the thatched hut as if he was preparing something. Looking at her master's back, Bai Qingqing woke up from her daze. She was emotional and tears filled her eyes. The Great Devil Sky was one of the top 10 heaven domains in the Chaos Void. It was also the headquarters of the Tianqing Zong family. In the Great Devil Sky, the Tianqing Zong family was the absolute overlord, just like the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven and the Xiu family of the Azure Luo Heaven. However, the Sky Pillar Zong family and Azure Net Plains Xiu family were slightly stronger than the Divine Sword Plains Li family. However, below the 5 great clans, there were only these 3 great clans. Master said that he wanted to go to the Great Devil Realm. Didn't this mean that he was finally willing to help? Thank you, Master. Bai Qingqing thanked him excitedly. Amo Shatian was very far away from the Azure Luo Heaven, and the news had yet to spread. At this moment, the preparations for the sky-traversing formation had been completed in the city of the Xiu family's headquarters. Inside the formation, for people walked in one after another. One of them was Fong Qin, while the other 3 were the Xiu family's top venerable ones. Venerable He Qi was among them. The remaining 2 were Thundercloud Supremacy and Heavenly Cultivation Supremacy. Speaking of which, Supremacy Heavenly Cultivator was not originally called by this title, but it was changed later on. When he had just achieved the Martial Highness realm, he had accidentally stumbled into the Heavenly Cultivation mystical ground and acquired a powerful secret art, allowing his strength to reach the peak of the Martial Highness realm. He was very happy about his encounter this time, so he changed his name to Heaven Cultivation Supremacy. Although Supremacy Heavenly Cultivator had a cold face and did not like to talk, he was very strong, second only to Supremacy He Qi. Even Supremacy Thundercloud, who was traveling with him, was not his match. It was worth mentioning that all 3 of them were on the Venerable list. The Venerable list was a supreme list in the Chaos Void. It represented the combat strength of the profound God Realm supremacies. There were a total of 1,000 names on the list. The top 20 were all limit supremacies, and below them were the top venerables. Supremacy He Qi and the other 2 were already in the top 100. This was already very good. From this, one could see the Xiu family's foundation. You must be careful on this trip to the Sky Pillar Zong family. Once you find the person, quickly return to the Azure Luo Heaven, the Xiu family patriarch reminded. He was in limit supremacy, the patriarch of the Xiu family, and the overlord of the Azure Luo Heaven. Going to the Great Devil Realm without permission would cause a misunderstanding. Moreover, he had to stay behind to guard the Azure Luo Heaven to prevent the Yao race and other people with ulterior motives from attacking the Azure Luo Heaven. Whoosh! The sky crossing formation was activated and white light flashed. The Great Devil Realm was filled with evil demonic qi. Here, blood, slaughter, and demonic qi were the main themes. The Sky Pillar Zong family was a demonic cultivator clan. Every member of the clan cultivated demonic secret techniques. Over the years, under the rule of the Sky Pillar Zong family, demonic qi spread throughout the Great Devil Realm. In the center of the Great Devil Realm, in a bustling city. This was the headquarters of the Sky Pillar Zong family and also the place where many of the Sky Pillar Zong family's experts cultivated. Whoosh! The sky crossing formation suddenly flashed, and 4 people walked out in a single file. Stop right there. The martial artist guarding the sky crossing formation sternly reprimanded. I am Supremacy He Qi of the Xiu family in the Azure Luo Heaven. I am here to visit the Sky Pillar Zong family. Supremacy He Qi released his aura, revealing his identity. Immediately, a berserk aura surged out, causing the guards to stagger. So, it is Senior He Qi, we will report this immediately. The guards cupped their fists in fear. Peak supremacies had bad tempers. Once they were angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they were killed by Supremacy He Qi, the Sky Pillar Zong family wouldn't start a war with the Xiu family for the sake of the big picture. No need. Supremacy He Qi raised his head and looked at the void. As soon as he finished speaking, a gap appeared in the void, and a black-robed old man walked out. So, it is Supremacy Hei-Chi. I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The black-robed old man smiled. Supremacy Ma-Tian. Supremacy Hei-Chi greeted. The latter was also a peak supremacy on the supremacy list. He wasn't weaker than him and had a high status in the Sky Pillar Zong family. He sensed his arrival and came out to greet him. Let's go. We can talk about it in the mansion. Supremacy Ma-Tian waved his hand and led the way. After the peak supremacies left, the guard who reprimanded Supremacy Hei-Chi heaved a sigh of relief. His forehead was covered in sweat. Too strong. Just his aura alone made me feel like collapsing. The guard exclaimed in his heart. This was an aura that was released unintentionally. If it was released on purpose, even cultivators stronger than them would instantly collapse. An ancient city, Lord's Mansion, was filled with an ancient aura. At the same time, there was a dense, black, demonic aura. Is this the headquarters of the Sky Pillar Zong family? Fang Qin muttered inwardly. Of course not. The Sky Pillar Zong family has a long history, like Maishio family. This mansion is only used to receive guests. The real headquarters is in an independent space, Supremacy Hei-Chi explained. Supremacy Ma-Tian looked at Fang Chen in surprise. He didn't understand why Supremacy Hei-Chi would bring a mystic star realm cultivator here. Furthermore, it seemed like he had a good relationship with this mystic star realm cultivator, since he was willing to patiently explain. Fang Chen nodded. So that was the case. Soon, the group arrived at the garden. There was a black pool in the black pond, which gave off a creepy feeling. There was a pavilion in the middle of the black pool. Please take a seat. Demon Celestial Venerable took the lead and stepped into the pavilion. He extended his hand and smiled. Supremacy Hei-Chi placed his hand on Fang Chen's shoulder and led him to the pavilion. This black liquid is called the Purple Extreme Black Demon Water. After every supremacy of the Sky Pillar Zong family dies, the energy in their body will evolve into the Purple Extreme Black Demon Water. Supremacy Hei-Chi introduced. Of course, every supremacy can only evolve a cup at most. This is the foundation of the Sky Pillar Zong family for countless years. Fang Qin was shocked when he heard that. The pond was huge, and there was even more black liquid inside. He couldn't imagine that this so-called Purple Extreme Black Demon Water was gradually accumulated after the supremacies of the Sky Pillar Zong family died. The Zong family cultivates demonic arts. Once they die, the energy in their body will automatically turn into the Purple Extreme Black Demon Water. Don't think that this Purple Extreme Black Demon Water is useless. It's actually very useful. Supremacy Hei-Chi said, every member of the Sky Pillar Zong family will soak in the Purple Extreme Black Demon Water when they reach adulthood to activate their innate abilities. Haha, as expected of Supremacy Hei-Chi, you know everything about my Sky Pillar Zong family. Supremacy Ma-Tian laughed. Supremacy Hei-Chi waved his hand and said, I'm afraid everyone knows about the peak experts of the primal chaos void, right? It's just a little Purple Extreme Black Demon Water. How can it enter Supremacy Hei-Chi's eyes? Supremacy Ma-Tian said, May I know why Supremacy Hei-Chi is here? Chapter 2530. The Purple Pole Black Demon Water was one of the most important resources of the Sky Pillar ancestral family. What was in front of them was merely the worst. The Purple Pole Black Demon Water was for the outstanding martialists of the Sky Pillar ancestral family who had contributed greatly to the great Devil Sky. For them, it could only temper their physical bodies and strengthen their primordial spirits. It was also very beneficial to their cultivation. The true disciples of the Sky Pillar ancestral family used the best, which was what the Sky Pillar ancestral family valued the most. It was hidden in an independent space. Supremacy Demon Celestial, how long has it been since we last met? Supremacy Black Red didn't answer Supremacy Demon Celestial's question. Supremacy Demon Celestial stared at Supremacy Black Red and said, "More than 1,000 years." He still remembered that the two of them had even exchanged blows more than 1,000 years ago. People of different paths couldn't work together. Wasn't this referring to the two of them? Yes, more than 1,000 years is just the blink of an eye. Supremacy Black Red sighed. Time passes too quickly. Old farts like us are about to fall behind. The current world is the world of the young. It had to be said that Supremacy Demon Celestial was also deeply touched on this point. They had lived for far too long. They had witnessed the rise and fall of the primal chaos and witnessed the emergence of generation after generation of geniuses. They had seen too many scenes, but they had been stuck at the mysterious celestial realm, unable to step into the ancient god realm. As time passed, the blood in their bodies gradually dried up. No one dared to say that they were immortal. The so-called immortal was only a relative term. For example, ordinary mortals could only live for 100 years, but supremacies like them could live for trillions or even longer. However, there would be a day when their lives would come to an end. If they didn't become ancient gods, they would be nothing more than ants. When they thought of this, the two of them exchanged a glance, feeling a sense of sympathy for each other. However, Supremacy Demon Celestial quickly restrained his emotions and said solemnly, "Supremacy Black Red, there is no need to beat around the bush. Just say what you have to say. You brought two peak supremacies and a mysterious celestial realm marshalless to the great devil sky. There must be something important." Supremacy Thundercloud and Supremacy Sky Cultivation hadn't said a word from the start. According to the patriarch of the Xiao family, the two of them had come to hold the fort and didn't need to speak at all. At the critical moment, all he had to do was to threaten them. Venerable Black Red nodded slowly. He pointed at Feng Chen and said, "Venerable Demon Sky, do you know who this person is?" Venerable Demon Celestial seriously sized up Feng Chen. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "My eyes are bad. I don't know this person." "His name is Feng Chen," Venerable Black Red said. A trace of surprise flashed across Demon Celestial Venerable's eyes when he heard that. He had also heard about the news spreading in the chaos void. "It's you." Demon Celestial Venerable's face instantly darkened. According to the news from Dongming Mountain, Zhong Xiangshan, who ranked 9th on the profound list, was killed by Feng Chen. "You killed Zhong Xiangshan and still dare to come to my great devil realm?" Demon Celestial Venerable scolded, clearly displeased. "Venerable Demon Celestial Venerable, it's inevitable that there will be casualties in a normal competition between the younger generation. Can't you even see this point?" Venerable Black Red said, "The purpose of my trip is very simple. A few decades ago, your Sky Pillar Zone family sent people to the Void Star Heaven to attack a sect called the Limitless Sword Sect, forcing the Limitless Sword Sect to almost be destroyed. After that, you took away some outstanding disciples of the Limitless Sword Sect." After a pause, Venerable Black Red continued, "Back then, there were few people among the people you brought back who are related to Feng Chen. I hope you can hand them over." Bang! With a bang, Venerable Demon Celestial slammed his fist on the stone table and stood up. "You've gone too far. You killed my Zong family's prodigy, and now you want people?" Demon Celestial Venerable said coldly, "Venerable Demon Celestial Venerable, they're just a few weak cultivators. Why do you have to be like this?" Venerable Black Red said. Venerable Thundercloud and Venerable Heavenly Cultivation also stood up. Seeing this, Demon Celestial Venerable sneered. "What? Since the soft approach didn't work, you're going to use the hard approach? Let me tell you, don't think that my Sky Pillar Zone family is afraid of you just because the Patriarch is in seclusion. For the sake of Venerable Black Red, I won't pursue this matter. Leave quickly, or don't blame my Sky Pillar Zone family for being impolite." Venerable Black Red and the other two looked at each other. They knew that things wouldn't end so easily. Previously, He had thought about whether to reveal Fong Chen's identity. If he didn't say it, the Sky Pillar Zong family would be able to find out as long as they did a little investigation. If he said it, Demon Celestial Venerable would definitely be furious. However, all of this was under their control. Venerable Demon Celestial Venerable, I hope you'll consider it, Venerable Black Red said. Fong Chen is now the leader of the 10 great commanders of our Azure Sky Pillar Zong family. If it was just Fong Chen asking for people, Demon Celestial Venerable would definitely not agree. However, Fong Chen was the leader of the 10 great commanders of Azure Sky Pillar Zong family. His identity was a little different. He's the leader of the 10 great commanders of Azure Sky Pillar Zong family? Demon Celestial Venerable was puzzled. Absolutely. This time, it was the Patriarch's idea to come here. Venerable Black Red threatened Demon Celestial Venerable with the Patriarch of the Xiu family. Demon Celestial Venerable's eyes flickered, but he didn't fight Venerable Black Red in the end. Humph, Demon Celestial Venerable sneered. Let me tell you the truth. Even if you want to rob him, you won't be able to take him away. Just as Venerable Black Red and the other two were puzzled, Venerable Demon Celestial continued. There are indeed a few disciples that the Limitless Sword sect has brought over who are rather talented. Furthermore, they have received great nurturing from our Sky Pillar ancestral family. Fong Chen's heart tightened. He had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, what? Venerable Black Red asked. Some of those outstanding disciples violated the Zong family's rules and were thrown into the Blackstone prison. It's a pity. That girl called Star and Moon originally had the opportunity to join our Sky Pillar Zong family and become a key nurturing target. Unfortunately, she didn't agree. Instead, she betrayed our Zong family. Hearing the words Star and Moon, Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was very anxious. Humph, my Zong family spent so many resources to nurture her. In the end, she secretly opened the door of the Blackstone prison and entered it. Such a person deserves to die. Blackstone prison. Venerable Black Red was very clear that the purpose of this trip was Star and Moon. But now he heard such bad news. That was the Blackstone prison. Even profound God realm venerables wouldn't be willing to enter it. A weak girl entering it was courting death. Perhaps he couldn't help but turn to look at Fong Chen. The latter's face was as calm as water as he stood there quietly. The more he was like this, the easier it was for him to go berserk. Are you serious? Venerable Black Red asked in disbelief. Humph, I've already said what I wanted to say. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Venerable Demon Celestial flicked his sleeves and said unhappily. After a long while, Venerable Black Red nodded and said, In that case, we'll take our leave first. Venerable Black Red and the other two brought Fong Chen across the purple pole black demon water and prepared to head to the Sky Stride Array. However, at this moment, Venerable Demon Celestial spoke. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? What do you mean? Venerable Black Red frowned. Do you think my Sky Pillar Zong family is a place where you can come and go as you please? Venerable Demon Celestial revealed his ferocious fangs and said, Venerable Black Red, I'll give you face and let this perpetrator stay. The three of you can leave. What kind of joke was this? The murderer of Zong Xiangshan had walked right into the trap. How could they let him go? Whoosh! As soon as Venerable Demon Celestial finished speaking, 3 people walked out from the dark corner. You, Venerable Black Red's face turned gloomy. Venerable Demon Celestial, do you really want to do this? Venerable Black Red said, word by word, This perpetrator killed Zong Xiangshan and will definitely die. He won't be able to leave the great devil sky alive. Venerable Demon Celestial's attitude was firm. Behind him stood 3 top-notch venerable ones. In an instant, the 4 top venerables were facing off against Venerable Black Red and the other 2. The scene was very solemn. Fong Chen's face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking in his mind. In the distant horizon, at the edge of the great devil sky, rip, an old man tore through the void and came to the great devil sky. Phew, this old man is exhausted. Master, hurry up. It'll be too late if you're late. A panting voice came from behind Blackstone. Chapter 2531. In the mansion, a cold wind blew as the two sides faced each other. Fong Chen was stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. For a large clan like the Sky Pillar Zong family, what they cared about was their face. Zong Xiangshan was the most outstanding disciple of their Zong family's younger generation and their hope for the future. They had treated him as the next successor of the patriarch and had given him many resources in the family. They had sent him into Dark Cave Mountain to obtain the legendary Sword Dao treasure, but he had been killed. When the Sky Pillar Zong family received the news, they were furious. After asking around, they found out that the murderer was Fong Chen. They had originally wanted to issue an order to hunt down Lin Yin, but who would have thought that Venerable He Qi would bring Fong Chen over at this time? Since he was here, he wouldn't leave. It's been a long time since I fought. The world has almost forgotten about me. Venerable Thundercloud laughed heartily. He was already rubbing his fists and preparing for battle. The heavenly cultivation supremacy who was standing at the side was rather calm. However, his eyes glowed faintly. The top venerables behind demonic, celestial venerables were astonished by the light. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder as the two sides faced each other. If they weren't careful, they would fight. It's useless. This is the great devil sky, the territory of my Sky Pillar Zong family. Although the three of you are strong, you can't take him away. Venerable Demon sneered. Since that's the case, let's fight. In fact, Venerable He Qi had also thought about it. Since the Sky Pillar Zong family had only sent 3 top venerables, it meant that they had something important to do, and the other venerables couldn't leave. Kill! Reverend He Qi struck out at lightning speed. A powerful force whizzed out and slammed against Reverend Mo Tian's body. Dong! The terrifying force instantly spread out, and the buildings in the mansion collapsed. If it weren't for the other 3 venerables protecting him, the purple pole black demon water would have evaporated instantly. Boom! The shocking force collided with each other, and Venerable He Qi took a few steps back. On the other hand, Demon Sky Venerable's body staggered a little. After stabilizing himself, Venerable Demon stared at Venerable He Qi and said, "It seems like you haven't been idle all these years." After saying that, Venerable Demon attacked again, and the 3 top venerables behind him. Rumble. The 7 top martial highnesses were engaged in an unprecedented battle, resulting in an oppressive atmosphere in the city. Fong Chen was too weak to interfere. Rip! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. When supreme experts attacked, mountains collapsed and the earth shattered. Their attacks were extremely terrifying. Even the sky has been torn apart. Fong Chen quickly retreated into the distance, afraid that he would be affected by the shock waves of the battle. Although there were only 3 people on Venerable Black-Red side, their combat strength was too formidable. Surprisingly, the battle between the 4 of them ended in a draw. Damn it! Venerable Demon Celestial cursed and transmitted his voice to the other 3, asking them to stop Venerable Black-Red and the other 2. He stepped forward and arrived in front of Fong Chen. Die, brat! The power emanating from Venerable Black-Red wrapped around Fong Chen. The latter was unable to resist and was instantly imprisoned. Stop! Venerable Black-Red was furious and roared at the sky, but it was to no avail. Just as Venerable Demon Celestial's attack was about to land on Fong Chen's body, the space behind Fong Chen was torn apart, and a black hole-like vortex appeared out of thin air. An extremely violent, devouring power surged out from within. Rip! Because Fong Chen was too close, his body was wrapped in the devouring power, and he was instantly sucked in. Seeing this, venerable demon Celestial quickly retreated. At the same time, the battle came to an abrupt end. Venerable Black Red's eyes were scarlet red as he yelled, "Fong Qin!" Rumble. Violent power surged out from the black hole, and a moment later, a burly figure walked out with an aura of death. Patriarch. Venerable demon Celestial was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his fists. Venerable Black Red and the others had ashen faces. That was the Blackstone prison, and Fong Chen was most likely not able to come out alive after being sucked in. Thinking of this, Venerable Black Red felt dejected. Venerable Black Red, as the Grand Elder of the Xiu clan in the Azure Net Heaven, why have you come to the Great Devil Celestial for no reason? The Zong clan Patriarch questioned. Patriarch Venerable Black Red brought the murderer of Zong Xiangshan to the Zong clan. Venerable Demon Celestial told the Patriarch everything that had happened. The Patriarch shook his head after hearing it. He didn't expect that he would accidentally open the Blackstone prison and suck in Zong Xiangshan's murder. But thinking about it, a Mystic Star Realm cultivator would definitely die if they entered. No matter what, those who dared to oppose the Zong clan wouldn't end up with a good ending. For the sake of the Xiu clan, take one of my punches and you can leave. The Zong clan Patriarch said coldly. Then he let out a low growl and threw out an ordinary punch. Boom! The void distorted as if the end of the world had arrived. It was extremely shocking. Venerable Black Red and the others' faces changed when they saw this, and they all tried to block it. Crack! The three of them only felt a terrifying power coming at them, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Bang! The three of them were sent flying, but they stabilized themselves and looked at the Zong clan Patriarch from afar. Scram! The Zong clan Patriarch scolded. Rip! The void was torn apart, and old monster Heisher walked out. Where is he? Blackstone looked around, but he couldn't find Fong Qin. Where's Fong Qin? Blackstone looked at Venerable Black Red and asked. He was sucked in by the Blackstone prison, Venerable Black Red replied casually as he wasn't in a good mood. What? Blackstone's eyes widened, and Bai Qingqing's face paled as tears flowed down her cheeks. Patriarch Zong, my Xiu clan will remember today's humiliation. With that said, Venerable Black Red and the other two took the sky-traversing array formation and returned to the Azure Civ Heaven. Blackstone, are you here for the perpetrator as well? The Zong clan Patriarch asked. Unfortunately, I'm late. Blackstone shook his head and sighed. Seeing his disciple's sad expression, he didn't know what to say. You can leave. I don't want to be your enemy. Blackstone was a rogue cultivator. Although he was a peak venerable, his strength was enough to fight against the extreme realm. If he was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's go. Blackstone pulled Bai Qingqing's arm and left the great devil sky. Patriarch, Venerable Demon Celestial was stopped before he could finish his words. Fong Qin has fallen into the Blackstone prison. He's dead for sure. Let's end this matter here. I'll contact the Xiu clan Patriarch. I don't think they'll go against my Sky Pillar Zong clan, just because of a dead genius. The Zong clan Patriarch said, Master, I'm going to the Blackstone prison to find Fong Qin. Bai Qingqing said sadly in the dark void. Blackstone stared at his disciple and said, Are you crazy? Do you know what kind of place the Blackstone prison is? Bai Qingqing was silent. All right, I'll tell you. Blackstone said, The Blackstone prison is a famous prison in the Chaos Void. It's incomparably large and hidden in the dark void. There's an entrance in each of the 10 super celestial domains. Any martial artist who betrays the human race or causes great harm to the Chaos Void will be thrown into the Blackstone prison. Blackstone prison had existed for so long that there were even rumors that it was born at the same time as the Chaos Void. However, it was too long ago to be verified. However, Blackstone knew very well that, after countless years, the Blackstone prison had become extremely terrifying. The environment inside was harsh, and those who could survive were peak experts. However, they couldn't charge out because of the Blackstone prison's powerful defenses. Once the experts in the Blackstone prison appeared, the entire chaos void would be destroyed. "Master, you don't dare to enter the Blackstone prison?" Bai Qingqing asked. Blackstone shook his head. "It's not that I don't dare, it's just that there's no need. If I have the time, I might as well enter the dark cave mountain and search for opportunities in the Empyrean Sea." But Bai Qingqing couldn't help but cry when she thought of Fang Chen entering the Blackstone prison. Don't even think about entering the Blackstone prison. There are only 10 entrances in the 10 super celestial domains, and they won't be opened easily. You won't even have the chance to enter. Not to mention, I won't agree to it. Blackstone said, "Let's go back to the suicide cliff with Master. You're too weak, so you need to cultivate hard." Chapter 2532. The Blackstone prison was on the opposite side of the chaos void. Just like a house, it had a balcony and an Een platform. The balcony could see the sun all year round. But some Een platforms could never see the sun for the rest of their lives. On the other side of the chaos void was the dark void, which was where the Blackstone prison was located. Since ancient times, there had been countless rumors about the Blackstone prison. The most widespread rumor was that the Blackstone prison was built by countless ancient god experts in a certain era. The Blackstone prison existed to punish the races that wantonly destroyed the chaos void and opposed the human race. Therefore, the Yao race was very wary of the Blackstone prison. Even the neutral dark blood race was wary of it. The Blackstone prison was extremely vast and was said to be as old as the chaos void. Over the years, countless martial artists had been thrown into the Blackstone prison. The cultivation resources in the Blackstone prison became increasingly scarce, and in the end, only the strong could obtain them. In short, this was a very poor place, even worse than the barbarian lands described by the outside world. This was also the reason why many profound God realm sovereigns were unwilling to enter the Blackstone prison. After countless years of accumulation, those who could remain were all outstanding figures in the same realm. It wasn't that they didn't have opponents, but that the environment here was too bad, and there was no need to waste time here. Darkness, blood, and lack of resources. This was the main theme of the Blackstone prison. There were almost no buildings here. There were only mountains. At a glance, it was a scene of desolation. Everywhere was a terrible environment, and there wasn't a single person on the vast land. Bang! A black hole appeared in the void, and Fang Chen's body fell from the sky with a bang, landing heavily on the ground. Fang Chen was in so much pain that his teeth were about to crack. But soon he became vigilant. What is this place? He clearly remembered that when Supremacy Demon Sky's attack was about to reach him, he was suddenly engulfed by a violent, devouring power, and then he lost consciousness. What a strange place. Looking around, Fang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Who would have thought that there would be a place in the primal chaos void that was so lacking in resources? Just by looking at the land before him, it couldn't even compare to the ancient sword continent of the past. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. The most important thing right now was to find out where he was. Then he would think of other countermeasures. Hoo! Fang Chen's figure flashed as he moved forward rapidly. While flying, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the origin energy here was so thin that it was almost non-existent. It was too shocking. How could one cultivate in such an environment? Could it be that he had arrived at a dead star? The vast primal chaos void was filled with all sorts of strange things. It was common for human warriors to discover some vast and empty lands that were not suitable for cultivation. These kinds of lands were called dead stars. Due to the scarcity of origin energy, he was unable to absorb it into his body. This caused him to expend too much energy to cast space-time collapse. After flying for an hour, Fang Chen stopped on a mountain peak, panting. It's too tiring. This place is simply not suitable for humans. Fang Chen curled his lips. Flying aimlessly like this was not a solution. He had to think of a solution as soon as possible. Damned bastard, get the hell out of here! Suddenly, a curse came from behind Fong Chen. Hearing this, Fong Chen's body trembled subconsciously, and his face was filled with excitement. He quickly turned around and suddenly found a warrior in tattered clothes glaring at him, as if he wanted to devour him. What a sharp gaze! Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. After a short moment of excitement, he slowly calmed down and asked, "Brother, I don't mean anything else." However, before he could finish, he was attacked by a thunderous attack. The other party was only a mysterious Star Realm warrior, but in a real battle, his attack power was extremely strong. Dong dong dong. After exchanging a few punches, Fong Chen felt pain in his hand and was forced to retreat. After stabilizing himself, Fong Chen looked at this guy strangely. How can his physical body be so strong? He felt that this person was like a barbarian. He didn't know how he could cultivate to such a level in such a harsh environment. His myriad sword body had reached the peak of the 8th grade, and just one punch was enough to threaten a mysterious light realm warrior. However, facing this barbarian, he was forced to such a degree. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword. The other party seemed to be very surprised that Fong Chen's physical body was so strong. It's been a long time since I've met a mysterious Star Realm warrior whose physical body could match mine. The barbarian licked his dry lips and laughed eerily. Looking at you, you should be an outsider, right? Good, I'll kill you and absorb the energy in your body. My cultivation should be about to break through, right? An outsider? Fong Chen was confused when he heard this. Unfortunately, the barbarian didn't give him an explanation and threw out a punch. Shura sword technique. Fong Chen already knew how strong this person's physical body was, so he used the Shura sword technique without hesitation. The 15th move erupted. A resplendent sword light whistled out. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it pierced the barbarian's fist. Ding! Sparks flew, and the barbarian's fist was heavily injured. Blood flowed out, and his body quickly retreated. You can injure me? The barbarian looked at Fong Chen with interest, and a terrifying light appeared on his body. Die! The barbarians attacked once again. Fong Chen didn't hold back, and a torrential storm of Shura sword techniques shot out. The dense sword light formed a powerful force that wrapped around the barbarian. Crack! Finally, after an intense battle, the barbarian didn't have enough energy and was pierced by the Shura sword techniques. Then his defense shattered, and he was surrounded by the dense sword light. Withdraw! In the end, Fong Chen didn't kill him. Instead, he withdrew the Shura sword techniques at the crucial moment. Crack! He took a step forward and grabbed the barbarian's neck, binding his body. I don't want to kill you, but you have to tell me where this place is. Fong Chen said in a deep voice. The barbarian's eyes flashed, and after thinking for a long time, he asked tentatively, You really won't kill me? Fong Chen nodded. After receiving his promise, the barbarian finally agreed. Let me go first, the barbarian said. Fong Chen let him go. After all, the barbarian wasn't his match. If he dared to play any tricks, it wouldn't be too late to kill him. You really came from the outside world. The barbarian looked curiously at Fong Chen. He didn't dare to believe it. How could someone from the outside world have such a powerful body? Furthermore, although this person was only at the Mystic Star realm, his combat power was comparable to the Mystic Light realm. Unimaginable. That's right. I came from the outside world. Now, can you tell me where this place is? Fong Chen asked. This is the Blackstone prison, the barbarian said. Hearing that, Fong Chen exclaimed inwardly, How could he have appeared in the Blackstone prison? Right, he thought back to the scene from back then. It seemed that after the black hole had appeared, a figure had walked out, and then a violent, devouring power had enveloped him. Could it be that someone opened the Blackstone prison? However, Fong Qin didn't understand. The Blackstone prison was such an important place that the prisoners inside couldn't open it. Only the Zhong family's patriarch had the strength and qualifications to open the Blackstone prison. Thinking of that, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that it was the Zhong family's patriarch's actions that saved his life. The heavens were toying with him. Not only did he not die, but he had also arrived in the Blackstone prison. "You are—" Fong Qin clenched his fists, his heart filled with excitement. Didn't entering the Blackstone prison mean that he would be able to find his wife? But soon, Fong Qin's face darkened. He had just entered the Blackstone prison, and he had already felt the harsh environment. Would his wife be able to survive in there? Fong Qin felt a sense of urgency in his heart. "You're also someone who has committed a grave crime, right?" The barbarian asked. Anyone who entered the Blackstone prison was someone who had committed a grave crime. "But your strength is not bad. If I'm not wrong, even among the younger generation in the primal chaos void, you should be one of the top, right?" The barbarian said. The barbarian thought that his strength was enough to sweep through the mysterious star realm. However, after meeting Fong Qin, this thought of his was shattered. "How big is the Blackstone prison?" Fong Qin finally asked. The barbarian shook his head. "I'm not sure, let alone a mysterious star realm cultivator. Even a mysterious light realm or mysterious reality realm cultivator wouldn't be able to walk through the entire Blackstone prison." Chapter 2533. The Blackstone prison wasn't very big compared to the primal chaos void. However, because of the harsh environment, it was too difficult to travel everywhere. Since ancient times, only those who were unforgivable and evil would be banished to the Blackstone prison. The origin energy here was very thin, and cultivation resources were even more scarce. If one wanted to survive, they had to constantly fight with others to obtain more cultivation resources. Only by constantly increasing one's strength could one survive. For example, this barbarian was only a small mystic heaven realm cultivator when he was banished here. He had struggled to survive in this region for countless years. He would be chased by experts from time to time, and he didn't even need to think about cultivation resources. Just as he thought he was about to die and fell into despair, he suddenly discovered the inheritance left behind by an expert before he died. This discovery allowed Barbarian to slowly grow. He climbed from the mystic chi realm to the mystic star realm step by step. Today, he had already cultivated a powerful physical body. With his mystic star realm cultivation, he could take the attacks of mystic light realm cultivators head-on. In this area, it was obvious that he was already a king-like existence. If this was the outside world, many people would think it was too easy to advance 2 realms after countless years. However, this was the Blackstone prison, a place of nightmares for geniuses. After hearing Barbarian's explanation, Fong Qin finally understood. It was as if he had entered a barbaric era. Here, there was no fighting and scheming. There was only fighting with iron fists. There was nothing that a pair of iron fists couldn't solve. If there was, then use 2 pairs. In the Blackstone prison, there were no friends, only enemies. Once they met other human cultivators, they would definitely think of ways to kill each other and obtain the other's strength to survive. Thinking of this, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. "Brother, what's your name?" Barbarian asked. He rarely admired someone, especially someone who was at the same realm as him. In the past, Barbarian looked down on people from the outside world, thinking that they didn't know how to cultivate. In the same realm, the prisoners in the Blackstone prison could suppress people from the outside world. However, he had now met someone whose physical body was stronger than his and whose sword techniques could completely suppress him. Moreover, this person had only cultivated for a short period of time. He was a peerless genius. "Fong Qin," said Fong Qin, "how long have you been in Blackstone prison?" The barbarian shook his head in disappointment. It had been too long, so long that even he had forgotten when he had entered. "Then why did you come in?" Fong Qin continued to ask. Hee hee. The barbarian laughed self-deprecatingly. I was misunderstood as a demon spy. This short sentence fully reflected the barbarian's inner sadness. Fang Qin didn't think about whether the barbarian was right or wrong. All he knew was that he needed the help of the barbarians to find his wife, the star and moon. Since you are the boss of this area, you should be very familiar with this place, right? Fang Qin asked. Barbarian calmed himself down and nodded. There are many areas in the Blackstone prison. My area is very small, only about 10,000 miles away. However, in my area, I am the only king. Everyone else has to bow down to me. I need your help. Fang Qin directly stated his intentions. Oh! The barbarian's eyes flickered. I want to find someone. She also entered the Blackstone prison in the past 10 years, Fang Qin said. If you can help me find her, I will give you some cultivation resources. In the Blackstone prison, the most attractive thing for warriors was cultivation resources. Really? He couldn't defeat or kill him. Moreover, the other party had held back, so the barbarian was grateful. Don't worry. As long as you can find her, you can choose any cultivation resources I have here. Fang Qin patted his chest and promised. Then he flicked his finger. An ray of light drilled into the barbarian's mind. Is this the person you are looking for? The barbarian asked. The portrait of the star and moon appeared in his mind. Barbarian brought Fang Qin to tour his area. Everything within 10,000 miles was the barbarian's territory. There were some Mystic Star Realm beasts and a few Mystic Star Realm cultivators in this area. There were less than 10 of them in total. This was the power of the barbarian. So few people. Fang Qin curled his lips and said, Don't underestimate them. After all, this is the Blackstone prison. Many people fight to the death the moment they meet, and there are many casualties, the barbarian said. I don't dare to say that my subordinates are very talented, but they can easily fight against normal mystic light realm cultivators. As for those beasts, they aren't weak either. After understanding the situation, Fang Qin had a rough understanding of the barbarian's territory. The barbarian didn't get the information he wanted after many rounds of questioning. He shrugged helplessly at Fang Qin and said, The Blackstone prison is very big. The person you are looking for might not have come from this entrance. Even if he came in, he might not appear here. Fang Qin nodded. In reality, he didn't have much hope. Looking up at the dark sky, Fang Qin felt lost. The only thought in his mind was to find the star and moon. As for how to leave the Blackstone prison, it was a matter for another day. I hope you are safe, Fang Qin prayed in his heart. The barbarian walked next to him and patted his shoulder. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe there will be news soon. Boom! 1,000 miles away, a mountain suddenly exploded and was razed to the ground. The barbarian looked over, and his expression changed dramatically. Crap, a strong enemy is here. Wild energy howled. In the blink of an eye, a scarred man appeared in front of the barbarian. How is it? Have you thought it through? The scarred man said in a low voice, emitting a terrifying aura. Who is he? Fang Qin asked in a low voice. He is a local tyrant who specializes in bullying the weak. He is a Yao and has terrifying innate abilities. I can't beat him. Although they were both in the mysterious star realm, the scarred man was stronger. He was originally very far away from my territory, but in the past few decades he has been secretly suppressing the surrounding forces. Not long ago he came to my territory and asked me to submit, but I refused, the barbarian explained. Fang Qin stared at the scarred man. If the barbarian hadn't said it, he wouldn't have been able to sense the Yao qi in his body. His disguise is so good? Fang Qin muttered. What, you found a helper? Seeing Fang Qin's unfamiliar face, the scarred man laughed mockingly. Scar, don't go too far, the barbarian said in a low voice. His aura fluctuated, and he was ready to attack. It seems that you have made your decision. The scarred man shook his head and said, Yes, I don't need to reason with you, nor do I need to give you time. I just need to suppress you with absolute strength." The scarred man licked his dry lips and said fiercely, "Boom!" The scarred man clenched his fist and threw out a punch. Suddenly, an earth-shattering attack swept over. The barbarian glanced at Fong Chen, gritted his teeth, and charged forward. Dong! The barbarian used his powerful physical body to block the scarred man's first attack. Powerful. Fong Chen's eyelids twitched. This scarred man was even stronger than the barbarian. Die. The barbarian went completely berserk. He didn't hold back and used his strongest attack. Rumble. The scarred man dealt with it calmly and sent the barbarian flying with a pair of iron fists. Whoosh! Seeing that the scarred man was about to attack the barbarian's vitals, Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and slashed out. Ding ding ding. The hidden star sword carried a formidable coercion as it chopped horizontally in front of the scar-faced man, blocking his advance. This bought some time for the barbarians to retreat. Seeing this, the scarred man turned to look at Fong Chen, his eyes filled with greed. Whoosh! Another sword strike forced the scarred man to retreat. You are courting death. The scarred man could feel the power of Fong Chen's swordsmanship. He roared at the sky and transformed into his original form. A huge black bear appeared in front of Fong Chen. Black bear. It was about the same size as the three-eyed bear king. Roar! The black bear's head instantly enlarged, and then an arrow shot out from its pupils. Innate divine ability. Fong Chen was a little surprised. The black bear's innate mystique was actually targeted at the human primordial spirit. Interesting. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2534. Fong Chen did not know the specific race of the black bear. It was also his first time seeing a black bear with such an innate ability. Buzz! In the sky, circles of ripples appeared and eventually transformed into arrows. These arrows were very terrifying because they were targeted at the primordial spirit. The most important thing for human warriors was the primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit was damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. Roar! The black bear let out a furious roar as it fully activated its innate super ability. Under its control, the densely packed arrows in the sky whizzed through the air. Innate soul reversal technique. Fong Chen used the innate soul reversal technique. Sometimes, only the innate soul reversal technique was the most effective in countering soul Dao attacks. A soul power spear was formed in an instant. Carrying a majestic soul Dao power, it quickly rushed towards the densely packed soul Dao arrows. Crack! In a one-on-one fight, the soul power spear was definitely stronger than the arrows. But there were too many arrows and the black bear's innate ability. It was a little complicated. Dong! After a short resistance, the soul power spear shattered. Fong Chen's primordial spirit shook and he quickly retreated. At this time, the barbarian adjusted his state again and punched the black bear with his iron fists. Bang! The barbarian's fists made the black bear pause for a moment, giving Fong Chen a chance. Interesting. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. Then, with a thought, the demon ceiling tower opened and the three-eyed bear king walked out. I'll leave the bear tribe to you. Whether it was the three-eyed bear king or the black bear in front of him, they both belonged to the bear tribe. They were just different species. Roar! The three-eyed bear king nodded, and the flames of war appeared in his gong-sized eyes. Seeing this, the black bear once again used its innate ability. Open the third eye. The three-eyed bear king knew how terrifying the black bear's innate ability was and directly opened his third eye. Whoosh! It was as if the darkness before dawn was forcibly torn apart by a ray of terrifying light. A terrifying light burst out from the third eye of the three-eyed bear king. The beam of light pierced through the air, causing thunderous booms to ring out as it shot into the soul Dao arrow, whereupon it exploded. Crack! The sound of shattering rang out incessantly. Those soul path arrows that could threaten Fong Chen's primordial spirit actually shattered like glass at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the black bear's innate ability was broken. At the same time, the three-eyed bear king's huge body dashed in front of Black Bear. It clenched its claws into fists and sent Black Bear King flying. Dong! Its huge body smashed heavily onto the ground. The black bear bared its teeth. Roar! The black bear roared at the sky, unwilling to give up. He used his innate ability once again, but the result was the same. The third eye of the three-eyed bear king was too domineering, and there was no way he could withstand it. Voila! The black bear was heavily injured and had exhausted too much of its energy. It transformed back into its human form. As a member of the bear tribe, you are willing to be a dog of the human tribe. You are the scum of the bear tribe. After transforming into the scarred man, he began to mock and ridicule the three-eyed bear king. Watch me eat you alive. The three-eyed bear king was enraged. It instantly arrived in front of the scarred man. The latter wanted to escape, but it was too late. His body was restrained by the three-eyed bear king, and then its claws crushed his head. Whoosh! The scarred man's palm pierced into the three-eyed bear king's abdomen. While the three-eyed bear king was in a daze, he fled into the distance. However, before he could escape, he was stopped by a sharp sword light. Then the three-eyed bear king roared. The three-eyed bear king was completely enraged. It tore the scarred man apart with its claws. In the end, it ate him alive. Crack! The powerful scarred man died in the hands of the three-eyed bear king. Seeing this scene, the barbarian was also stunned. Then he gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. Amazing, the barbarian said as he walked to Fong Chen's side. The three-eyed bear king smiled at Fong Chen. Master, if something like this happens again, you must call me. The three-eyed bear king was bored to death cultivating in the tower. All right, you can go back first. Fong Chen nodded. After the three-eyed bear king returned to the tower, the place regained its peace. Only the bloodstains on the ground proved that a great battle had just taken place here. The barbarian looked at Fong Chen with a burning gaze. He seemed to have an idea in mind, but he hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Fong Chen saw through the barbarian's thoughts. The barbarian chuckled and rubbed his hands. Brother, since you have such a powerful pet beast, we can totally dominate the other regions. When the time comes, not only can we obtain cultivation resources, but we can also find the person you're looking for. Isn't that the best of both worlds? I think you just want cultivation resources, right? Fong Chen said. The barbarian was a little embarrassed by Fong Chen's words. However, after pondering for a moment, Fong Chen nodded and agreed. This was Blackstone Prison. Cultivation resources had to be fought for. Otherwise, if he stopped cultivating, he could easily die here. That was the first reason. And to find his wife, the Star and Moon, he would definitely have to leave this region. Rather than that, he might as well listen to the barbarian and occupy one region after another. As his strength increased, he would occupy more territories. When the time came, he could just raise his arm and shout loudly to find the Star and Moon. That was the second reason. With these 2 points in mind, Fong Chen agreed. Really? The barbarian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the latter to agree. You're more familiar with the nearby regions. Come up with a detailed plan, Fong Chen said. No problem. Leave it to me. 3 days later, the barbarian came up with a hand-drawn map. There were many red dots on the map, as well as some twisted lines. Every red dot represents a force. We're at this red dot. The barbarian pointed at the red dot at the edge of the map. That's the territory of the black bear from before. Above the red that they were at, there was a red dot several times bigger. That was the original territory of the black bear. There are a few tough guys under the black bear. If we want to occupy his territory, we need to defeat those tough guys, the barbarian explained. Why is there so little? Fong Chin frowned. The barbarian spread out his hands and said helplessly, I said that the Blackstone prison is very big and the environment is very bad. Even a mysterious god realm venerable can't go everywhere. When I was first thrown in here, I was high-spirited and thought that I had great prospects here. So I wandered around, but I only went to this little place. Thinking back, the barbarian felt his heart palpitate. Fortunately, he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have died here. Fong Chin could sense that this space should be the edge of the Blackstone prison. The cultivation resources here were even more scarce, and there weren't many experts. The closer to the center of the Blackstone prison, the more experts there were. According to the barbarian, there were even limit experts. Fong Chen had asked if there were any ancient god experts. The barbarian shook his head. Could an ancient god expert be born in such an environment? That's right. Even a place as fertile as the primal chaos void couldn't give birth to an ancient god, let alone the Blackstone prison. After calming himself down, Fong Chin made a decision. He would first occupy this space at the edge, then gradually expand it. I hope I can find a wife. Fong Chin prayed in his heart. After the plan was formulated, the next step was to implement it. The most important thing now was to occupy the territory of the black bear. The news of the black bear's death had not spread. Once it spread, it would definitely cause chaos in this space. Fong Chen and the barbarian traveled through the night and arrived at the black bear's territory 2 days later. Is this the place? Fong Chen asked. The barbarian nodded. This is the black bear's territory. His mountain should be up ahead. As they spoke, the two saw the black bear's mountain. It was surrounded by a dark aura, giving off a bloody feeling. The two looked at each other, then rushed up the mountain. At this moment, there were several mysterious star realm demonic beasts cultivating on the mountain. One of the demonic beasts suddenly stopped cultivating and frowned. Human aura. Then he was furious. You're courting death. Boom! A thunderous sound spread through the entire mountain. Immediately, all the demonic beasts on the mountain appeared, their demonic chi soaring into the sky. Chapter 2535. Human, how dare you set foot on my black bear mountain? You're courting death. A huge demonic beast glared at Fong Chin furiously. Behind it, many weaker demon beasts were emitting an imposing aura. These should be all the demon beasts of the Black Bear Mountain. The reason why Black Bear could occupy such a large territory was that he was a demon beast and could control these demon beasts. If he were a human, it would not be so easy. Glancing around, Fong Chen stepped forward and said, Your leader, Black Bear, has been killed by me. Submit to me quickly, or I'll kill you without mercy. Impossible, our leader is the strongest. He can't be dead. Damn human, how dare you boast? Watch me twist your head off. One of the demonic beasts could no longer tolerate Fong Chin. With a flash, it launched an attack at Fong Chin. Whoosh! The response was a sword light. With a swoosh, the sword light pierced through the void and split its head in half. The demon beast died on the spot. This scene caused many of the demonic beasts on the mountain to be shocked. Roar! The demon beast in the lead roared to the sky and ordered the other demon beasts to attack. Fong Chin took a step forward and leapt into the air. He arrived before the beast and launched a thunderous attack at it. The demon beast could not resist at all and was killed by Fong Chin. Even he is dead. Do you still want to make unnecessary sacrifices? Fong Chen held the demon beast's head and scolded. Suddenly, the remaining demon beasts retreated. The barbarian stood up and said, Anyway, your goal is to survive and get cultivation resources. Are you different from anyone else? If you follow my brother, I'll let you enjoy the same treatment as Black Bear or even better. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. You've seen my brother's strength. Submitting is your best choice, the barbarian advised. Some demon beasts were hesitant, while others hid their aura and crawled on the ground to show their submission. In the end, all the demon beasts submitted. "We submit to Master," many demonic beasts shouted in unison. Fong Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "I am very different from Black Bear. He is savage by nature. As for me, I only occupied this mountain to find some human cultivators. Normally, I will not interfere with your freedom. If you are in trouble, I can even help you. As long as you can help me find it, I will give you a lot of cultivation resources," Fong Chen said. "Yes, Master." Fong Chen sent the mental portrait of the star and moon to every demon beast and asked them to search for them. In the following period of time, Fong Chen and the barbarians worked together to continuously eliminate the leaders. In a short span of 3 months, they had already occupied 90% of the territory at the edge of the space. Today, at the top of Black Bear Mountain, Fong Chen and the barbarians stared at the map. At the top corner of the map, there was an unusually bright red dot. This red dot was also the only red dot left in this space. This territory was called Blood Dragon Ridge. There were 3 blood dragons with tyrannical strength, which was a bit tricky. "Brother Fong, shall we slow down?" the barbarian asked. Fong Chen fell into silence. He had been inquiring for 3 months, but there was no news, which made him even more anxious. As for whether to attack Blood Dragon Ridge, he had not decided yet. Report. At this moment, a demon beast ran quickly. "Master, we captured a demonic beast at the border of the Blood Dragon Ridge and got some information from it," the demonic beast said. "What news?" Fong Chen's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly asked. More than 10 years ago, the 3 leaders of Blood Dragon Ridge went out together and seemed to have captured a human warrior. Now that human warrior has become a figure second only to the 3 leaders in Blood Dragon Ridge, the demon beast said. "Human warrior? More than 10 years ago." Thinking of this, Fong Chen was excited. "Is the information true?" Fong Chen forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "At present, we don't know whether it is true or not. We were still interrogating him, but he was discovered by Blood Dragon Ridge. For this we paid a great price. I was lucky enough to escape and report the news." Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded. With a flick of his finger, a fruit appeared in front of the demon beast. "This is for you." This fruit was very important for cultivation, especially for demon beasts. "Thank you, Master." After the demon beast left, Fong Chen looked at the barbarian and said, 3 days later we will attack Blood Dragon Ridge. Brother Fong, aren't you a little too impatient? Blood Dragon Ridge is very powerful. Once we attack, there will be no way back, the barbarian advised. Fong Chen waved his hand. He had made up his mind. Seeing this, the barbarian nodded. Well, then I will accompany Brother Fong in his madness. Blood Dragon Ridge was red. It was said that it was dyed red by blood. Usually the 3 blood dragons did not appear and were always in a state of seclusion. Especially after returning from outside more than 10 years ago, they had never come out. On a blood-red stone, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, staring at the twinkling stars in the night sky. In a large open space beside him, there were many mechanical puppets. These puppets looked simple, but in fact, their techniques were unique and their attack power was very strong. I have waited for more than 10 years. There is no hurry, the man said softly, his voice containing strong confidence. In order to escape Blood Dragon Ridge, I have planned for nearly 20 years. Once I take action, I must succeed. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be in vain. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this man was his former good brother, Qing Ho. Back then, Qing Ho and Tian Xian left the universe together and came to the Wuji sword sect. It happened that the Tianqing Zong family attacked, causing them to be captured together with Star and Moon. However, after entering the Great Devil Realm, their fates were different. Star and Moon had strong potential and were valued by the Zong family, while he and Tianxan were treated as servants. In the end, just because they made a small mistake, they were thrown into the Blackstone prison that struck fear in people's hearts. After more than 10 years, Qing Ho had a preliminary understanding of the Blackstone prison. After being captured by the 3 blood dragons, he showed his strong puppet techniques. He attracted the attention of the 3 blood dragons and gradually gained their trust, thus becoming the chief steward of Blood Dragon Ridge. The 3 blood dragons got a piece of dragon blood jade and have been in seclusion to comprehend it. They even let me take care of Blood Dragon Ridge. Unfortunately, I don't think I am prepared enough and can't act rashly, Qing Ho said. More than 10 years had passed, and with the help of the cultivation resources of Blood Dragon Ridge, coupled with the harsh environment, his cultivation level rose steadily. Today he had reached the limit of the profound Qi realm. Of course, this little bit of strength couldn't protect him completely. The most important thing was his puppet techniques. He often had many puppets in his summer ring. Some of the puppets could even fight against profound light realm martial artists. Unfortunately, when he fought the 3 blood dragons, they worked together to unleash a forbidden technique and severely injured the strongest puppet. All these years, he had been waiting for an opportunity to recover. This space seems to be a little chaotic recently. Qing Ho murmured. Whoosh! With a thought, the puppets in the large, open space instantly formed a battle formation, and a terrifying power spread out. Seeing this, Qing Ho nodded with satisfaction. Let's use the power of Blood Dragon Ridge to unify this space first, Qing Ho said as he stood up and clapped his hands. He had told the 3 blood dragons before, but they only wanted to improve their strength and comprehend the dragon blood jade. They didn't have time to care about this. The sky is changing, Qing Ho said. Feng Chen and the barbarian traveled for several days and finally arrived at the boundary of the Blood Dragon Ridge. Blood Dragon Ridge is just ahead, the barbarian said. Feng Chen nodded and stopped in his tracks. His pitch-black eyes stared at the incomparably red mountain in front of him. Blood Dragon Ridge. Feng Chen clenched his fists. He was very excited. This time they had to be careful. If they were to act rashly and alert the enemy, it would be troublesome. Let's sneak in first, Feng Chen whispered. Immediately, the 2 figures instantly turned into black spots and disappeared into the Blood Dragon Ridge. The 2 of them stopped at the only way to the Blood Dragon Ridge. Sensing their auras, 2 puppets appeared in the void and stopped them. When Feng Chen saw this, his body trembled with excitement. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2536. No one knew better than him who had made these 2 puppets. Their auras had attracted the attention of the puppets hidden in the dark. After the 2 puppets appeared, a violent aura suddenly emerged and trapped Feng Chen and the barbarian in the middle. Not good. The barbarian cursed in his heart and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Feng Chen. Swoosh! Then he quickly pointed his finger at the screen. The finger light touched the bodies of the 2 puppets. In an instant, the 2 puppets that were charging menacingly froze in place. The barbarian was dumbfounded. The 2 puppets in front of him obviously had the combat strength of the mysterious star realm, but they were frozen by Feng Chen in an instant. He was in awe of Feng Chen. At the same time, Qing Ho was cultivating on a blood-colored stone at the peak of the Blood Dragon Ridge. Suddenly, he sensed something in his heart. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the stone. Rip! The 2 puppets were imprisoned in front of the mountain gate. Feng Chen was excited as he stared at the void in front of him. A moment later, the void was torn and a figure quickly walked out. When the 4 eyes collided with each other, it was as if there were only the 2 of them in the whole world. Their hearts were filled with excitement and emotion. Seeing the newcomer, the barbarian was ready to attack. But he found that there was something wrong with Feng Chen. The barbarian exclaimed softly. His eyes widened as he looked at Feng Chen, who was walking forward. No words could describe the thoughts in their hearts at this moment. Thinking back, when Ching Ho left the Star River universe, he was just a fledgling puppet master. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. Fong Chen had made a name for himself in the chaotic void. Brother. Fong Chen's voice was trembling. He staggered to Ching Ho, opened his arms, and embraced him. The two hugged each other affectionately, and the air was filled with complicated feelings. The change in Ching Ho's heart was even greater. He had not expected to meet his good brother in the Blackstone prison. "Good brother, I thought I would never see you again," Ching Ho said excitedly. His throat was a little choked, and his voice was unclear. "They know each other." The barbarian was a little surprised, but he soon felt relieved. This man must be the human clan warrior who was captured by the 3 leaders of the Blood Dragon Ridge more than 10 years ago. The two of them knew each other in the outside world, the barbarian thought. Seeing each other again after several decades, the two of them were incomparably excited. After a long while, the two of them gradually calmed down. They looked at each other and laughed. "I really didn't expect this." "Yeah, I didn't expect it either." The two brothers found a place and sat side by side, chatting about the things that had happened to them over the years. When he found out that Skyheart was also in Blackstone prison, Fong Chen's heart stirred. "Amazing." Ching Ho gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with his good brother in this lifetime. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. In such a short time, Fong Chen had already become famous in the chaotic void. Although he did not fight with Lei Pu and Su Zichen, he defeated Yao Yan, who was the 3rd expert on the Xian ranking. In the outside world, Fong Chen was ranked 3rd on the Xian ranking. His name had spread to every corner of the chaotic void. "You've been in Blackstone prison for more than 10 years. Haven't you seen anyone else?" asked Fong Chen. Ching Ho shook his head. "I was a little unlucky. As soon as I came to Blackstone prison, I was captured by the 3 blood dragons of the Blood Dragon Ridge. However, they let me go because I showed a strong talent in puppetry. After that, I gradually became the steward of the Blood Dragon Ridge." After learning about Ching Ho's experiences over the years, Fong Chen sighed with emotion. "The hateful Sky Pillar Zong family didn't treat us like humans at all. They made us do the work of slaves and exploited us. In the end, they even threw us into Blackstone prison." Ching Ho's words were filled with anger toward the Sky Pillar Zong family. Fong Chen gently patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. One day, we'll get our revenge with our own hands. You, on the other hand, actually managed to get the Xiao family to help you. You even went to the Great Devil Plain to ask the Zong family for help." Ching Ho grinned. Fortunately, the head of the Zong family opened the Blackstone prison. Otherwise, you wouldn't have escaped either. Although he was currently trapped in the Blackstone prison, he could be considered to have survived while at death's door. The two of them smiled at each other. "Right. Why did you come to the Blood Dragon Ridge? Are you the one who recently stirred up a storm in this space?" As the steward of the Blood Dragon Ridge, Ching Ho naturally paid attention to the situation here. Fong Chen nodded and said, "My subordinates found out that there's a human clan warrior who was captured more than 10 years ago in the Blood Dragon Ridge. I came to have a look. What are the 3 blood dragons of Blood Dragon Ridge doing now?" Fong Chen was very happy to meet Ching Ho. However, after the joy, he was also thinking about how to take Ching Ho away from here. They got a piece of dragon blood jade and are wholeheartedly comprehending it. "They have no time to care about the situation here," Ching Ho said. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, covering the sky and the sun. A dark aura shrouded the sky. The whole Blood Dragon Ridge was trembling as if it was about to collapse. "What's going on?" Fong Chen stood up and his face changed greatly. "Oh no, the blood dragons have come out." Ching Ho shouted secretly. He pulled Fong Chen and rushed down the Blood Dragon Ridge without looking back. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the dark clouds that covered the sky, a blood-red true dragon was roaming in the void. Ching Ho. As soon as it came out, it found Ching Ho. Rip. Its eyes opened and shot out two amazing rays of light toward Fong Qin and Ching Ho. On the plain under the Blood Dragon Ridge, Ching Ho felt bursts of power coming from behind him. He did not hesitate to activate his strongest puppet. Crash! The 9 puppets formed a battle formation and surrounded the 2 rays of light. Boom! The 2 rays of light exploded with great power and directly blew the 9 puppets away. Bang! The 9 puppets fell to the ground and were put into Ching Ho's sumo ring. Hiss! It was raining heavily in the sky. The dark clouds that covered the sky became darker and darker. A blood-red, true dragon roared. Rolling in the clouds, it stirred up the wind and clouds. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath, which instantly smashed a big hole in the ground. With Fong Qin and the other 2 as the center, the area within 100 miles was completely burned. At a glance, it was a scene of devastation. Ching Ho, where are you going? The blood-red true dragon was constantly wandering in the thunderclouds, speaking in a deafening human language. Third Master! Ching Ho wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. Humph! We trusted you the most and asked you to be the steward of the Blood Dragon Ridge. I didn't expect you to collude with human warriors and try to subvert the Blood Dragon Ridge. Fortunately, I came out today. Otherwise, the Blood Dragon Ridge might have been destroyed in your hands. The blood-red true dragon was extremely dissatisfied with Ching Ho. Its body was full of endless flames, which was very overbearing. Betraying the Blood Dragon Ridge will only lead to death. As soon as the blood-red true dragon's voice fell, the rain suddenly stopped. Its body moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of Ching Ho. Roar! The dragon's roar spread through the 9 heavens. The blood-red true dragon stretched out its claws, which were as hot as gold, and even the surrounding air evaporated. Be careful! Fong Qin pulled Ching Ho away and put his body in front of the snow dragon true dragon's claws. Rip! As Ching Ho's body flew out, the blood-red true dragon's claws, like a sharp weapon, were embedded in Fong Qin's body. Blood kept flowing out of the wound. The blood-red true dragon's claws erupted with a vast power, trying to destroy Fong Qin's body. Dong! All the power in the black, vibrantly golden armor gathered together and forced the blood-red true dragon's claws. At the same time, the body of 10,000 swords was also activated to the extreme. The domain of 10,000 swords was opened, forcing the blood-red true dragon's claws to be unable to move forward. As for its body, it was temporarily imprisoned. It was as if it had fallen into a swamp. The blood-red true dragon was a little surprised. Do it! Fong Qin gritted his teeth and roared. The barbarians were also stunned for a moment by Ching Ho's words and immediately attacked the blood-red true dragon. Weak human beings, you blaspheme the gods. You deserve to die. Chapter 25:37. The 3 blood dragons in the Blood Dragon Ridge were not true dragons in the true sense. They were just ordinary flood dragons with a trace of true dragon blood in their bodies. The blood dragon in front of them was the weakest of the 3 blood dragons and was also the 3rd head. The 3 of them had comprehended the dragon blood jade together, and he had reached a bottleneck, so he came out of seclusion. He discovered this as soon as he came out of seclusion, so he was naturally furious. When he had captured Ching Ho, he had advocated killing the human clan warriors, but his big brother and second brother had strongly disagreed. Humph! A mere flood dragon dares to call himself a god? Fong Qin sneered. As he spoke, he drew out the Hidden Star sword and performed the 15th move of the Azura sword technique. A domineering and sharp sword light, carrying the aura of death, slashed out. Puchi! The Hidden Star sword's special attribute, the sword domain, instantly spread out and merged with the 1,000 swords domain, forming the strongest restraint. The blood dragon's body seemed to have fallen into a swamp and was unable to move for a while. This also gave Ching Ho and the barbarian more opportunities. The barbarian was the main attacker. His physical body was very strong, and he relied on a pair of iron fists to constantly pound the blood dragon's head. As for Ching Ho, his strength was weaker, and he used the puppet to fight against the blood dragon. In the blink of an eye, a large wound appeared on the blood dragon's body, and blood flowed out. The blood dragon looked up to the sky and roared, but it was unable to break through Fong Chen's restraint. Damn human! The blood dragon was completely enraged. He opened his bloody mouth and performed his innate ability. Boom! The sky seemed to be dyed red by blood. It was very terrifying. The red was terrifying and oppressive. The blood-red clouds gathered behind the blood dragon, forming a dazzling light. This dazzling light blended with the dragon breath from the blood dragon's mouth, forming a vortex that was like a black hole. The vortex rotated and the devouring power skyrocketed. Hiss! Fong Chen and the other two felt the terrifying devouring power. His life gate is under his armpit, Ching Ho shouted. At the same time, he relied on the puppet and desperately escaped from the blood dragon's attack range. The barbarian punched the blood dragon's head and was immediately sent flying by the violent force. With a flick of his wrist, Fong Chen used the space-time collapse technique and hid in the void. When the blood dragon's innate ability was activated to the extreme, as if it was about to shatter this space, the hidden star sword appeared silently. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The tip of the hidden star sword was incomparably sharp. Without any obstruction, it directly pierced into blood dragon's armpit. Under his armpit, there was a light green stripe. The hidden star sword pierced into the light cyan stripes without any mistake. Roar! The blood dragon's body trembled as it lifted its head and let out a long roar. An angry roar came from its mouth. The innate ability that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly shattered. The blood dragon struggled desperately, breaking through the shackles of the myriad sword domain. The majestic power even forced Fong Chen back. The hidden star sword was still stuck under the blood dragon's armpit, swaying as the Azura sword chi destroyed the blood dragon's life gate. Roar! The blood dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, creating large pits. Fong Chen and the other two stood cautiously in the distance, staring at the blood dragon. For more than 10 years, Ching Ho stayed in the Blood Dragon Ridge and did not waste any time. While planning to escape from the Blood Dragon Ridge, he also explored the secrets of the 3 blood dragons. Inadvertently, he found the blood dragon's life gate. Roar! The blood in the blood dragon's body ran dry. Finally, it could not hold on any longer, and its huge body fell to the ground. Its gong-sized eyes gradually closed, and it died completely. Phew! The barbarian breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes widened as he shook his head in disbelief. That was one of the 3 blood dragons of the Blood Dragon Ridge. It was killed by the 3 of them just like that. He felt as if he was dreaming. First, they killed the black bear. Now, they even took care of the blood dragon. It was incredible. It's dead. Ching Ho said, "The blood dragon's fatal weakness is the life gate under his armpit. Once it is stabbed, he will die without a doubt. However, brother, your swordsmanship is really powerful. Under normal circumstances, the life gate under the armpit of the blood dragon will have a very strong defense. It is very difficult to break through." Ching Ho did not expect that Fong Chen could stab it with one sword. The 3 of them walked to the blood dragon's corpse. Ching Ho pointed at the blood dragon's head and internal organs and said, "Although this blood dragon is not a pure true dragon, its body is full of treasures. Its internal organs can improve strength, its blood can purify bloodlines, and there is a red spot in its head. Swallowing this can improve the power of the soul path." According to Ching Ho's explanation, the blood dragon was dissected in a few seconds. Brother Ching Ho, these internal organs are yours. Fong Chen handed the bloody internal organs to Ching Ho. The latter hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted them. As for Fong Chen, after swallowing the red spot in the head, his soul path aura increased greatly and his primordial spirit seemed to have strengthened a lot. As for the barbarian, he swallowed the blood dragon's flesh in a panic. The night was very quiet. Darkness shrouded the earth. In a mountain range, a pile of torches lit up the dark night sky. In front of the fire, Fong Chen and the other two sat cross-legged. The barbarian placed pieces of flesh on a wooden stick and rotated them back and forth. This is blood dragon's flesh. It's very nutritious. The barbarian smiled and said, "Moreover, only when roasted can it taste good." "Not bad, it tastes good." Fong Chen took a bite and felt that the meat was very smooth and tender. It was really good to be able to taste so delicious in the Blackstone prison. Moreover, the blood dragon's flesh contained a huge amount of power. After swallowing it, it could strengthen the body and temper the meridians. To human warriors, it was a great tonic. The huge blood dragon's body was quickly divided by the three of them. After a while, Fong Chen patted his stomach and felt that it was full. The aroma of the roasted meat still lingered at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and turned to look at Ching Ho, who happened to be looking at him. "Brother Ching Ho, after all these years of training in the Blackstone prison, your state of mind has already improved. The reason why you can't break through is that you don't have good cultivation resources." After saying that, Fong Chen took out many pills and other cultivation resources from his arms. "These should be able to help you break through, right?" Fong Chen smiled and said. The barbarian's eyes revealed a look of envy, but he didn't say anything. His relationship with Fong Chen wasn't that good. He knew his own limits. "These are for you." Fong Chen threw some pills to the barbarian. "Really?" the barbarian said excitedly. Fong Chen nodded. There were countless materials in the warehouse he got from 9 Dragon Mountain. It was a pity that his alchemy skills were limited. Otherwise, he could make pills himself. "Right, this is for you too." Suddenly, Fong Chen thought of something and immediately took out some iron materials from the warehouse. "I don't know what these things are, but looking at the annotations, they seem to be used to make puppets," Fong Chen said. There were simply too many precious materials in the storehouse. He had never heard of or seen some of them, so he naturally didn't recognize them. Ching Ho took the iron materials and felt that they were very heavy. Ching Ho found that there were countless tiny pinholes in the iron materials. These pinholes spread out naturally and seemed to be absorbing air. That's not right. Suddenly, Ching Ho's mind shook. He immediately looked at the iron materials in his hand in disbelief. The pores all over the body can spread out on their own to absorb the origin energy and strengthen the body. This is meteoric black iron? Ching Ho cried out involuntarily. His heart was too shaken. Meteoric black iron. It was really meteoric black iron. Others didn't know, but as a puppeteer he knew best. Meteoric black iron was the best material to make puppets. "What is meteoric black iron?" the barbarian asked. Meteoric black iron can absorb the origin energy to strengthen the body. After it is made into a puppet, there is almost no need to store energy, because it can absorb the energy existing between heaven and earth. Ching Ho took a deep breath and explained. This also meant that as long as the puppet existed, it could be used without limit. Solar energy? Fong Chen was stunned for a moment and said, "Wasn't this the same as the solar lights on Earth?" "No. To be exact, it was much more advanced than the solar lights. Those could only absorb the sun's light to transform energy, but this meteoric black iron could absorb the origin energy in the air. As long as the chaotic void was not destroyed, the origin energy would always exist. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2538. Annihilation black iron was something that every puppeteer dreamed of obtaining. Fong Chin actually got his hands on it, and such a big piece at that. Ching Ho was about to go crazy with joy. Ha ha ha. Ching Ho laughed, ignoring Fong Chin and the barbarian. In his opinion, such a large piece of meteoric black iron could be refined into a powerful puppet. No, to be exact, it could be refined into a puppet army. Imagine a huge army of puppets that could attack without limit. As long as the primal chaos void was not destroyed, they would be able to continue attacking. Even if there was a huge disparity in strength, they could exhaust human warriors to death by attrition. This was the power of the meteoric black iron. Is it really that powerful? Fong Chen was surprised. More than that, you'll know when I refine the puppets, Ching Ho said, but a touch of worry appeared on his face. It seems that refining the meteoric black iron will be difficult. With my strength, it seems I can help you. Fong Chen laughed. Don't forget that the two of us practiced the puppet Tao of the heavenly puppet clan together. Hearing this, Ching Ho slapped his head and laughed foolishly. Yes, although Fong Chen gave up halfway, at least the foundation was still there. Brother Fong, you just need to help me refine the meteoric black iron, Ching Ho said. Leave the rest to me. Okay, no problem. Fong Chen, who knew a little about the puppet Tao, began to refine the meteoric black iron. Because the meteoric black iron was very hard, it needed to be continuously burned with an extremely strong flame. Fong Chen spread out his palms and flames shot out. He pressed them against the meteoric black iron and began to refine it. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Phew! Looking at the liquid state of the meteoric black iron in front of him, Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It took 3 years to completely refine the meteoric black iron. One could imagine how difficult the process was. Leave the rest to me. Using meteorite black iron as a material to create a puppet required a very high level of skill. However, Ching Ho was able to deal with it. Rip. Fong Chen arranged an array formation that enveloped Ching Ho. Leaving the barbarians to guard Ching Ho, he quietly left the mountain range. For the past 3 years, he had been thinking about his wife, star, and moon. He wanted to take this opportunity to look for her everywhere. In a wasteland, there were a few figures walking side by side. Damned Blackstone prison, the environment is really terrible. One of them cursed with an aged expression on his face. How can we cultivate in such a harsh environment? I really don't know how the clan works. Another person smiled bitterly. Can't you see? A middle-aged man in black sneered. After Zhong Jinlong became the clan leader of the Sky Pillar sect, our bloodline was completely suppressed. Those elders and young geniuses were mercilessly thrown into the Blackstone prison. From the conversation of these people, it was not difficult to tell that Zhong Jinlong was the current clan leader of the Zhong family. They were also once members of the Sky Pillar Zhong family. However, they were not in the same faction as Zhong Jinlong, and he took revenge after taking the position. All right, that's enough. The only old man frowned. No matter what, we are still members of the Zhong family. The bloodline of the Zhong family flows in our bodies. But no buts. If you have so much time, why don't you focus on cultivating? One day, you can kill your way out of the Blackstone prison and take back everything you lost, the old man said impatiently. The others shook their heads. Killing their way out of the Blackstone prison was simply a fantasy. It was impossible. Only ancient god experts could do it. As if he had seen through their thoughts, the old man said coldly, "Humph, how long have you lived? What do you know? Although the environment of the Blackstone prison is bad and it is difficult to get out after entering, it has happened before in history." Is that true? Someone has really gotten out? If it is the overlords of the 10 heavens who control the 10 entrances, then it is as good as nothing. The Blackstone prison had a total of 10 entrances, located in the 10 heavens. The overlords of each heavens controlled an entrance and could enter and exit at will. Of course, Once they were trapped in the Blackstone prison, it would be difficult for them to get out. Therefore, the Blackstone prison would not be opened easily. It would only be opened when fighting against the foreign races. The shameless methods of the Sky Pillar Zong family were despised by the great clans. That's right. The old man seemed to be immersed in his memories. I also heard it from others. It is said that there are 5 kings in the Blackstone prison, each occupying heavens. Every king has the ability to pierce through the heavens and earth. Their cultivation has reached the level of peak honorable, and they are only a step away from the level of ancient god. You should also know what it means to have a peak honorable in the Blackstone prison. Hearing this, the few of them cried out, "Are there really peak honorables?" They had never heard of the 5 kings before. The environment of the Blackstone prison was harsh. The martial artists here were invincible in the same realm and could crush anyone in the outside world. In other words, the 5 peak honorables in the Blackstone prison could completely defeat all the honorables in the Chaos Void. Doesn't this mean that if they go out, they have the ability to fight against ancient gods? One of them exclaimed. The old man nodded and said slowly, "Of course. In my heart, the 5 kings are comparable to ancient gods. They are mysterious and unfathomable. Until now, no one has seen the 5 kings even once. The 5 kings, from a certain point of view, only existed in legends. Whether they really existed or not, no one knew. However, there were some rumors passed down from ancient times that said that people had seen the 5 kings in action. They could destroy the entire world with just a thought. Just as the few of them exclaimed, Fong Chen suddenly appeared in front of them. People from the Zong family? Fong Chen felt a familiar aura from the few of them and recognized them immediately. The few people from the Zong family looked at each other and attacked at lightning speed. In the Blackstone prison, there were no friends, only enemies. Kill! With a roar, the few of them displayed their powerful strength and directly attacked Fong Chen. Mysterious Star Realm? Even the old man glanced at Fong Chen indifferently. He was filled with disdain. "You are from the Zong family?" Fong Chen did not run away and asked calmly. "Oh, you know about the Zong family too?" The old man was surprised and asked in surprise. Fong Chen nodded. "How can I not know? I dream of destroying the Zong family even in my dreams." Ridiculous. The old man sneered and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a golden energy burst out and blasted towards Fong Chen. Kacha! The hidden star sword slashed across the sky and split the golden light. "Kill him!" The old man's indifferent voice sounded. With a thought, a string of golden beads appeared in Fong Chen's hand. It was the golden Buddha beads that he had obtained from the golden Buddha sovereign. Wang. He injected the energy in his body into the golden Buddha beads. Instantly, a bright golden light lit up the entire area. A terrifying aura burst out from the golden Buddha beads. As if it could destroy the heavens and earth, the few people that surrounded Fong Chen were instantly engulfed by the golden light. Not good. The old man felt the terrifying energy and tried to escape. However, he was still engulfed by the golden Buddha beads. Kacha! Half of the old man's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood as a miserable cry came from his mouth. When the energy of the golden Buddha beads dissipated, the others had already turned into ashes. See. The golden Buddha beads crumbled and turned into powder. A strong wind blew past and blew it away. The golden Buddha beads were a one-time use item. The power it could unleash was enough to threaten mysterious, true realm cultivators. This time, it could be considered to have saved Fong Chen's life. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to escape from several mysterious light realm cultivators and one mysterious true realm cultivator. "You!" The old man dragged half of his body and looked at Fong Chen in horror. Whoosh! The head of the sword energy fell, and the old man was killed. When Fong Chen put away the spatial rings of the others, he suddenly discovered that a scroll rolled out of the old man's sleeve. Out of curiosity, he picked up the scroll and slowly opened it. A map instantly appeared in front of him. This is the map of the Blackstone prison. The markings on this map were much more detailed than the one provided by the barbarians. Based on rough estimations, the area on the map was at least several tens of thousands of times larger than the space they were in right now. Thinking about it, this should be the map of the entire Blackstone prison. Chapter 2539. He slowly opened the file, and a panoramic map appeared before his eyes. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. This was a panoramic map of the Blackstone prison, and its value was immeasurable. He did not expect the Zhong family to be able to get their hands on it, but from their conversation, he could imagine that they seemed to have been abandoned by the Zhong family and exiled to the Blackstone prison. The 5 great kings? Fong Chen's heart was faintly shaken. If what the people of the Zhong clan said was true, then the legendary 5 great kings were truly existences that could contend against the ancient gods. The difference between the ancient gods and the profound gods was only one word, but the difference was only known by those ultimate venerables. At least, Fong Chen had never heard of any ultimate venerables in the chaos void who could fight against the ancient gods. As expected, only in a harsh environment can a peerless expert be born. Fong Chen said, if the 5 great kings were to join forces and escape, the entire chaos void would tremble. From the map, the Blackstone prison was like a piece of land divided into 5 regions. Each region had an obvious red dot, and Fong Chen guessed that these 5 red dots should be where the 5 great kings were. The 5 red dots almost covered the entire Blackstone prison. I'm now in the eastern region. Fong Chen thought to himself. Soon he put away the map and returned to Qing Ho's place of seclusion. How is it? Fong Chen asked as he glanced at the place where Qing Ho was. The barbarian shook his head and said, it's not a big problem. At this time, several months had passed since Qing Ho refined the puppet. Fong Chen could see that there was still some distance before the final step. Qing Ho seemed to be using a special method to condense the liquid meteoric black iron. Time flew by. In the warehouse, Fong Chen sat cross-legged, and there were countless elixirs around him. These were all from the inventory of the warehouse. While waiting for Qing Ho, he had been cultivating day and night. He had consumed all the cultivation resources that he could find. It took Qing Ho 10 years to refine his first puppet. The appearance of this puppet shook the entire mountain range, and the barbarians were forced to crawl on the ground by the terrifying shockwave. Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes and instantly felt the tremors in the outside world. Just as he was about to get up, a violent energy surged around him. Am I finally going to break through? It had been a long time since he stepped into the profound star realm, and he had accumulated enough. He just lacked an opportunity. He had cultivated bitterly for 10 years and devoured many cultivation resources. Today, amidst the violent tremors, he had finally broken through. Mystic light realm cultivators could absorb the power of faith in the miniature universe for their own use. This was also why there was a huge gap between the mystic star realm and the mystic light realm. Once one crossed it, it would be a smooth journey. Rumble. The energy in his body shook as his physical body underwent the final evolution. At this moment, the Azure universe that was separated by endless space also underwent a huge change. Azure universe, mortal world, rumble. Rumbling thunderclouds covered the entire sky. The aura was so powerful that it made all the humans in the mortal world tremble. They thought that the end of the world had arrived. Fong Chen and the bone progenitor stood side by side in the air, looking down at the mortal world. I've finally broken through. Fong Chen's clone let out a sigh of relief. His main body had broken through to the mystic light realm, and his mortal world had been perfected. Traces of power of faith gathered from the mortal world and entered his mind. Dong! His body shook as the power of faith quickly spread to his limbs. Fang Chen felt his strength increase by a lot. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people wanted to obtain the power of faith. This is the true power of faith. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This was the difference in strength between mystic light realm cultivators who had a miniature universe and those who didn't. The boundless power of faith could be absorbed into the body at all times, which could enhance one's strength. This was only the mortal world, and there were only a few mortals. When the cultivation world and the God world were perfected, the power of faith would reach its peak. Fang Chen was looking forward to it. After a short change, the Azura universe returned to normal. At the same time, a figure appeared in the minds of the people of the mortal world. Subconsciously, they believed that this figure was their ruler, the supreme expert of the world. The only thing they believed in was this figure. Within the Blackstone prison, after absorbing the power of faith, Fang Chen's strength reached the peak, and he stepped into the mystic light realm in the blink of an eye. Who? After letting out a sigh of relief, Fang Chen pressed his hands down and withdrew his aura. The power of faith is so strong. Fang Chen sighed. Rip. He took a step forward and came to the outside world. He saw a black puppet appear in front of him. He could feel that the black puppet contained a vast amount of power. Brother Fang, do you want to give it a try? Qing Ho couldn't stop smiling. Barbarian was lying on the ground in a sorry state. He couldn't wait to give it a try, but in the end he couldn't even withstand a single punch from the puppet and was sent flying. Barbarian's mouth twitched as he crawled up from the ground. Sure, Fang Chen said with a smile. Immediately, he activated the myriad sword body. His myriad sword body had reached the 9th level, and his physical strength had increased by several times. Although it looked like a simple punch, it was enough to shatter the head of a mystic light realm cultivator. Dong! The puppet stood there quietly and didn't move at all, allowing Fang Chen's terrifying punch to land on its body. Rumble! When his fist came into contact with the puppet, he immediately felt a vast amount of energy surging towards him in an endless stream. With a loud bang, his body bounced back. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen stared at the puppet with wide eyes. Strong. Qing Ho walked over and chuckled. How is it? Its defense isn't bad, right? This was Qing Ho's proudest creation. Its defense was so strong that even mystic light realm cultivators couldn't do anything about it. Fang Chen's attack had already surpassed the majority of mystic light realm cultivators, but he still couldn't break through the puppet's defense. This was proof. Do you want to try its attack? Qing Ho chuckled. Before Fang Chen could nod, the puppet received the order and started to attack. Because it was a puppet, it only used pure power to attack. When it attacked, countless holes opened up on the meteoric black iron on its body and crazily absorbed the origin energy in heaven and earth. Dong! The puppet's iron fists clashed with Fang Chen's. Crack! Fang Chen felt his hand hurt, and a trace of blood flowed out of his palm. Who? 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 His body instantly retreated and barely dodged the puppet's attack. So strong! Fang Chen exclaimed. This punch from the puppet could probably sweep through mystic light realm cultivators, right? It could even fight against mystic true realm cultivators for a bit. The more it was like this, the more excited Fang Chen became. Qing Ho's skill in puppetry had reached such a level. Hee, it's mainly because of the meteoric black iron you provided, Brother Fang. You don't know how strong the meteoric black iron is when used to make puppets, Qing Ho said with a smile. Any puppeteer could make puppets with the meteoric black iron as the main material. He was proud of himself. With such a puppet, he could protect himself even in the primal chaos void. In the eyes of the barbarians, he had reached the heavens in one step in the Blackstone prison and was no longer on the same level as before. Haha, I'm going to continue. Qing Ho was very happy and continued to make puppets while he was in his best state. The meteoric black iron that Fong Qin provided was very large, and he only used a small amount to make the first one. According to Qing Ho's estimates, he should be able to make at least 10 or so. Brother, do you have any other good things? The barbarians asked as he came to Fong Chen's side. For example, a weapon as strong as your sword. Fong Qin looked at the barbarians, and the latter felt a bit awkward. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to ask for something from Fong Qin. What kind of weapon do you usually use? Fong Qin asked. It's best if it's a war hammer, the barbarian said. Fong Qin searched for a while and soon found an iron hammer in the storage room. Chapter 2540. How about this? Fong Qin handed the hammer to the barbarian. After the latter took it, he couldn't bear to put it down. After a few casual swings, he could feel the vibrations in the air. Chaos-level hammer? The barbarian was overjoyed. He looked at Fong Qin with a more complicated expression. In his heart, Fong Qin was too mysterious. He could take out such a precious weapon so casually. I can't thank you enough. The barbarian cupped his fists and thanked him. Fong Qin waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. In fact, this hammer was not a weapon at all. It was only used in the warehouse as a forging tool. If the barbarian knew about it, who knew what he would think? Over the years, Fong Qin had roughly known everything in the warehouse, from the initial shock to the current calm treatment. Although there were many top-grade, chaos-level weapons in the warehouse, for him, only the Hidden Star Sword was the most suitable for him. The Hidden Star Sword was at the mid-grade chaos level at the beginning. It had been nurtured by him with painstaking efforts. After a few decades, it had now reached the top-grade chaos level. As if it had sensed Fong Chen's inner thoughts, the Hidden Star Sword issued a series of sword cries to express its inner joy. Fong Chen gently stroked the smooth sword body and grinned. At the level of profound God, time really passed quickly for them. Time passed quickly as they continued to refine the annihilation puppets. 50 years later, the 9th annihilation puppet was formed. Rumble, a vision of heaven and earth appeared. The whole mountain range was shaking. The 9 pitch-black annihilation puppets stood side by side. The aura they exuded was amazing. Congratulations. Fong Qin cupped his fists and congratulated. As a brother, he was also happy that Qing Ho could reach such a height. The latter hugged Fong Qin and said, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your annihilation black iron, my puppet attainments wouldn't have reached the next level. After a short conversation with Fong Qin, Qing Ho turned to look at the 9 annihilation puppets. Crash! As the palms moved, the 9 puppets instantly changed their positions. The movement of their positions was completely in accordance with the arrangement of the formation. Interesting. Fong Qin smiled. A moment later, the positions of the 9 puppets were fixed. They were arranged in a hierarchy, with 4 in front and 5 behind. Then, Qing Ho flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and drilled into the middle of the 9 puppets, instantly activating the joint attack formation. Rumble. Violent energy swept out, causing the sky to tremble. Even Fong Qin could feel the powerful airflow that was no weaker than a mysterious reality, Realm Warrior. Using a joint battle formation to connect the 9 annihilation puppets together is extremely profound. Fong Qin said, although he had once received the inheritance of the heaven puppeteer race with Qing Ho, he had given up on the path of puppetry. On the other hand, Qing Ho had been studying it all this time. Now, Qing Ho's attainments in puppetry had long since surpassed him. How is it? When the 9 puppets form a joint attack formation, they won't be afraid even if they encounter a mysterious reality, Realm Warrior. Qing Ho looked at Fong Qin and smiled. It's a pity that the origin energy in the Blackstone prison is extremely scarce. If they were in the chaotic void, their power would be doubled. Fong Qin nodded. Qing Ho was right, but this is enough. Qing Ho chuckled. Over the past 50 years, he had swallowed a large amount of spirit pills while studying the annihilation puppets. His cultivation had silently reached the mysterious star realm. This way, he could control the annihilation puppets more easily. Boom! While Fong Chen and Qing were talking, a tremor came from afar. Following that, dust flew everywhere as a small hill was raised to the ground. What is he doing? Qing Ho pointed at the crazy barbarian and asked. Fong Chen curled his lips and said, "Maybe he's too excited." At this time, the barbarian laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. After obtaining the best Chaos-level Warhammer, the barbarian's strength had been greatly improved. Now, the fighting strength of the three of them was very terrifying. He could even fight against a Xianzhan realm expert, Blood Dragon Ridge. In the past, when Fong Chen and the other two fought with the third head, the energy fluctuations destroyed more than half of the Blood Dragon Ridge. Now, although the Blood Dragon Ridge had recovered its former prosperity, there are still traces that could not be erased by time. The Blood Dragon Ridge, which had been quiet for more than 50 years, suddenly shook. Demonic chi and blood rushed to the sky. The appearance of the heavens and earth caused the Blood Dragon Ridge to shake. The leader has come out of seclusion. Ha ha ha! Our Blood Dragon Ridge is finally going to be glorious. Many subordinates of the Blood Dragon Ridge exclaimed. In the blood clouds that covered the sky, 2 blood-red streaks roamed. They looked down, their anger soaring to the heavens. Who dares to destroy our Blood Dragon Ridge? The first head's thunderous voice came into the Blood Dragon Ridge. Many of his subordinates were shaken to the point that they staggered. The second head slightly sensed, and his face changed dramatically. "Big brother," the second head shouted in a deep voice. "Sense it." A blood-red jade pendant appeared in the second head's hand. This was the legendary Dragon Blood Jade. They had been comprehending the Dragon Blood Jade for decades. Now that they had comprehended it, they finally came out of seclusion. "What? Our third brother is dead?" After a little sensing, the first head found that his third brother's aura had disappeared from the Dragon Blood Jade. This meant that his third brother was dead. Impossible. Who killed our third brother? Thinking of the destruction of the Blood Dragon Ridge, the first head was furious. How? The dragon's roar shook the world. The 2 blood-red streaks roamed in the thunder clouds, shuttling through the void, looking for the enemy. Avenge our third brother. In just a moment, the 2 blood dragons used the remaining aura in the Dragon Blood Jade to find the mountain where Fong Chen was. "Here he is. No matter who you are, since you dare to kill my third brother, you must die." The 2 blood dragons looked at each other and then attacked angrily. They opened their bloody mouths and breathed out terrifying dragon breaths, one after another. Suddenly, the whole mountain was burned. The fire soared into the sky, and the scorching heat spread in all directions. In the mountain, Fong Chen and the other 2 were looking at the panoramic map, planning their next move. Suddenly, they noticed the dignified aura in the air. "What's that?" Qing Ho's face changed when he saw the 2 blood dragons in the sky. "The leaders of the Blood Dragon Ridge?" Fong Chen asked. Qing Ho nodded and said, "We've been discovered." "What are you afraid of? Let's fight them." The barbarian was fearless. He waved his iron hammer and was ready to fight. "If the 3 of us join forces, we won't be afraid of these 2 stinky bugs." The barbarian said, "Especially Brother Qing, Ho's annihilation puppet. It can destroy these 2 guys in the Blood Dragon Ridge in minutes." For countless years, the barbarian had been wandering alone in the Blackstone prison and had had enough. Now it was time to rise up. Qing Ho, the first head of the Blood Dragon Ridge, turned into a human and stood on the top of the thundercloud. He looked down and roared in a low voice. "The Blood Dragon Ridge has been good to you. How dare you betray us? Humph, my third brother insisted on killing you. It was my eldest brother and I who protected you," the second head said. And then, You can do whatever you want and control my freedom? Qing Ho said coldly. He had never had a good impression of the Blood Dragon Ridge. He submitted to the Blood Dragon Ridge just to protect himself. You damn guy, I'll turn you into ashes today. The first head punched out angrily. Dong! The vast fist radiance, like gold, swooped down from the top of the thundercloud and blasted toward Qing Ho with trembling power. However, at the critical moment, the Annihilation Puppet stood up and blocked the blow. Crack! The powerful fist radiance did not leave any mark on the Annihilation Puppet. Instead, it collapsed. Seeing this, the first head was stunned and immediately said, No wonder you dare to betray the Blood Dragon Ridge. It turns out that you have something to rely on. Humph! How can a mere puppet withstand the attack of my eldest brother and me? Today, you will die without a burial place. As soon as the second head finished speaking, he roared to the sky. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. At the same time, the blood dragon appeared and rushed toward Qing Ho in an invincible manner. It's time to test the power of the Annihilation Puppet. Qing Ho grinned and waved his hand. The 9 Annihilation Puppets formed a battle formation. Behind him, Fong Chun watched with a smile. The barbarian was belligerent and wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Fong Chun. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to attack in the future. For the latest novel update, please visit Chapter 2541. Qing Ho flicked his finger. Every time he flicked his finger, one of the extermination puppets would change its position. This was the combined battle formation that Qing Ho had accumulated over countless years. It was very suitable for the extermination puppets. Whoosh! Every time the extermination puppets moved, they would explode with a powerful force. Buzz! The 9 extermination puppets attacked at the same time. 9 powerful forces combined and hit the second head like a dazzling sun. Crack! The second head could not resist at all. His body was instantly smashed into pieces. Stop! Seeing this, the first head's eyes turned red and he roared in anger. However, when he swooped down, the second head's body and soul had already been destroyed. Second head. The first master had completely fallen into madness. His eyes were crimson red as he turned into a 100-meter-long blood dragon. With a swing of his tail, the void shattered as he viciously whipped the 9 puppets. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The 9 puppets, 9 of them working together, easily blocked the attack. Damn it! I want to avenge my brother. The blood dragon roared and the mountain range shook. The first head rushed into the combined battle formation and fought fiercely with the 9 extermination puppets. The attacks of the 9 extermination puppets are comparable to the attacks of a mysterious, true realm martial artist. A mere blood dragon is nothing to be afraid of, Fong Chun said. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the blood dragon was forced into a miserable state. Bang! Under the joint attack of the 9 extermination puppets, the blood dragon was sent flying and hit a small hill in the distance. Dong! Dust flew, and a large pit was formed on the small hill. The blood dragon struggled out of the pit, and a blood-red jade appeared in its claws. Dragon blood jade? Qing Ho said softly when he saw this. The blood dragon's eyes were burning with anger. It clenched its claws, and a violent dragon chi was injected into the dragon blood jade. The dragon blood jade was instantly activated. Buzz! Layers of ripples were emitted from the dragon blood jade. Every time a ripple appeared, it would cause the void to tremble. What a powerful force! Qing Ho's scalp went numb. He forcibly controlled the 9 extermination puppets to surround the dragon blood jade. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The dragon blood jade shattered, and a heart-palpitating energy swept over and violently bombarded the bodies of the 9 puppets. The energy fluctuations emitted made Fong Chun and Barbarian's expressions change drastically. Too strong. The entire mountain range was in a sorry state. The power released by the dragon blood jade was so strong that it almost shattered the ground. Fortunately, the 9 annihilation puppets successfully blocked the power of the dragon blood jade. At the same time, they joined forces to completely strangle the blood dragon. Crack! The dragon blood jade shattered and scattered on the ground. Its power gradually dissipated. When the 9 puppets returned to Ching Ho's side, there were some wounds on their bodies. Even the annihilation puppet was injured. Ching Ho felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for the annihilation puppet, the 3 of them would have been doomed. "This is the dragon blood jade," Fang Qin muttered as he looked at the broken jade on the ground. If he guessed correctly, the dragon blood jade should contain the power of the ancient true dragon. It seems that the 3 blood dragons haven't fully comprehended it. Otherwise, they would have been able to truly transform after absorbing the power of the dragon blood jade. Barbarian didn't care. He came to the battlefield and carried the 2 blood dragons on his shoulders. "We can eat barbecue again tonight." Fang Chen picked up the broken jade and threw it into the demon ceiling tower. The demon tiger and beast transmitted its voice to him. The broken jade was useful to it. Ching Ho and Fang Chen looked at each other and put away the annihilation puppets. Although they were injured, they didn't need to be healed. The origin energy in the air could gradually heal them. This was the strongest effect of the annihilation black iron. The 3 of them had uprooted the strongest force in this area. After the 3 blood dragons died, the 3 of them were the strongest in this area. "We can't stay in this tiny place. We still have to find sister-in-law, Tian Xian, and the others," Ching Ho said. "That's right. What's the point of being the strongest in this tiny place? If one day we can stand at the top of the Blackstone prison and coexist with the 5 great kings, then it'll be worth it," Fang Chen said. Barbarian, on the side, continued to barbecue. He tore off a piece of cooked blood dragon meat and handed it to Fang Chen and Ching Ho. "You two are too abnormal. I used to think that I was a genius, but after meeting you two, I feel that I'm at most an assistant." After taking a bite of the blood dragon meat, Barbarian shook his head helplessly. Who asked him to meet 2 geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years? Ching Ho wasn't too bad. At least he wasn't too strong. It was just that his attainments in puppetry were ridiculously high. The one who really made Barbarian speechless was Fang Chen. The scariest enemy wasn't the one who beat you until you were covered in wounds and couldn't fight back. It was the one who destroyed your confidence before you even made a move. In front of your opponent, you didn't even have the courage to make a move. That was the scariest thing. Although Fang Chen wasn't his enemy, in front of him, he was always like a child who couldn't grow up. He would never be able to catch up with his footsteps. The outside world naturally didn't know about the situation in the Blackstone prison. Since Fang Chen was sucked into the Blackstone prison, everyone generally thought that he would die without a doubt. Some people even called for his name to be removed from the Xian roll. However, the Xian roll was a list of the young geniuses in the chaotic void compiled by the 5 great clans. It wasn't easy to remove one's name. Warriors at the Xian god level would cultivate in seclusion for millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. Although Fang Chen had entered the Blackstone prison, it had only been a few decades. Who could guarantee that he was dead? Everything had an absolute. The great clans didn't want to embarrass themselves, so they didn't change the role. For a time, rumors about Fang Chen spread throughout the chaotic void. Many people felt that it was a pity that such a genius had fallen just like that. Of course, there were also some people who were gloating over Fang Chen's misfortune. For example, the Blood Tribe. The Son of Darkness had successfully reconstructed his physical body. He even threatened that if Fang Chen was still alive, he would definitely beat him until he couldn't fight back. There were also the demon race. The demon ceiling tower followed Fang Chen and stayed in the Blackstone prison forever. To them, it was also a good thing. After Yao Yan heard the news, he celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. In the dark void outside the Mashation, the 5th wolf god, who was waiting to kill Fang Chen, also returned to the werewolf tribe. In the great devil heaven, the Tianqing Zong family was silent. Because of Feng Qin, the Zong family secretly opened the Blackstone prison and affected the safety of the human race. The Void tribe, Thunder Punishment tribe, and Holy War tribe jointly warned the Tianqing Zong family that if they were discovered again, they would bear all the consequences. No matter how arrogant the Tianqing Zong family was, they didn't dare to go against the great clans. Suicide Cliff. After Bai Qingqing was brought back by the old monster Blackstone, she had been immersed in cultivation. 10 years ago, she even took the initiative to ask to enter the stone forest to cultivate. In front of the thatched hut, the old monster Blackstone stood stooped and stared at the natural array in front of him. There were many chaotic times, and there were countless opportunities and dangers inside. The old monster Blackstone called it the stone forest. With his means and the combination of the natural array, he turned this place into a dangerous place. It's been hard on you. The old monster Blackstone sighed. Every day, he felt a little guilty when he saw his disciple crying. Back then, if he had agreed earlier and rushed to the great devil heaven in advance, perhaps that kind of thing wouldn't have happened. I hope you can pass this hurdle. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing was the hurdle of love. Even those top-notch experts who left their names in history would more or less be troubled by love, let alone by Qingqing, who was inexperienced in the world. As her master, he could only help so much. She had to walk the rest of the path on her own. I hope the moment you walk out of the stone forest, you can forget everything in the past and start anew, the old monster Blackstone said. In the chaotic void, the past few decades were like a day. Under the calm, undercurrents were surging. In the Xiao family of Azure Net Heaven, the Black-Red Venerable, the Thundercloud Venerable, and the Celestial Venerable began to cultivate after their successful return. The Xiao family and the Tianqing Zong family had completely fallen out. For decades, the Xiao family patriarch had been fighting against the mastermind behind the scenes. On this day, the Black-Red Venerable came out of seclusion. In the meeting hall. How is it? The Xiao family patriarch asked. Still one step away, the Black-Red Venerable said. He had already touched the threshold of the limit venerable realm. It wouldn't be long before he could step into that level. However, he still kept a straight face. He was still brooding over what happened back then. Perhaps Feng Chun isn't dead. Chapter 2542. After the 3 blood dragons of the Blood Dragon Ridge were killed, there was no longer any threat in the border region. Feng Qin and the other 2 did not plan to stay here any longer. Their eyes were set on the border region. After all, it was just a small place. If they wanted to find Star and Moon and the others, they had to go out. So far, they did not dare to touch the region where the 5 great kings were. However, they could slowly infiltrate it. Among the 3, Barbarian had lived in the Blackstone prison for the longest time. He was more familiar with the place. We should go there. Barbarian pointed at the map that Feng Qin provided and said, I have heard that the strongest expert in this region is a mysterious, true realm martial artist. The region that he controls is much bigger than the border region. Most of the people that were exiled from the Great Devil Sky will appear here. The region that Barbarian was referring to was called the Hengu region. The strongest expert was called Hengu Sage, a member of the demon race. It is said that this Hengu Sage was an expert of the demon race. However, he violated the rules of the human race and was exiled to the Blackstone prison by the overlord of the Great Devil Sky. Barbarian said, too much time had passed, so there was no way to verify this. The Sky Pillar clan had dominated the Great Devil Sky for many years. When Hengu Sage was exiled, the overlord of the Great Devil Sky was not the Sky Pillar clan. With our strength, we don't have to worry about anything in the Hengu region. Barbarian said. Feng Qin nodded. From the map, they could see that the Hengu region was a few times bigger than the border region. They might be able to find Star and Moon and the others there. What are you afraid of? If Hengu Sage dares to stop us, we will just kill him," Ching Ho said confidently. He had 9 annihilation puppets in his hands. He was not afraid of mysterious, true realm martial artists. "Let's go." The 3 of them discussed for a while and started to move. The border region was not too far from the Hengwu region. However, due to the harsh environment of the Blackstone prison and the thin origin energy, their speed was very slow. According to their current speed, it would take them at least 3 months to reach the Hengwu region. However, the 3 of them were traveling together so that they would not be lonely. The horizontal martial region was incomparably huge. Strictly speaking, it was the territory of the demon clan. Most of the demon race banished from the Great Devil Realm had sought refuge under Sage Hengwu in order to seek protection. However, Sage Hengwu did not disappoint them. He gathered all of the weak demon race members together. He had opened up a training ground for them, and at the same time, systematically trained them. After countless years, Sage Hengwu's influence grew stronger and stronger. Anyone who could dominate a region in the Blackstone prison was a top-notch expert. In the vast Hengwu domain, there was only one believer, and that was Hengwu Sage. The latter's strength had reached an unimaginable level. In the past, some of the territories around the horizontal martial hell had tried to take over the horizontal martial hell. However, they were all forced back by the horizontal martial sage. 3 months later, Fong Chen's group of 3, their bodies covered in mud, finally arrived at the border of the horizontal martial region. "Once we pass this mountain, we will enter the territory of the horizontal martial region," the barbarian said. He had only come to the Hengwu region once a long time ago. At that time, although Sage Hengwu was strong, he did not dominate the region. "If the 3 of us enter the Hengwu region like this, we will be discovered by the demon race immediately." After all, the Hengwu region was the world of the demon race, and the 3 of them were humans. The 3 of them spoke as they climbed up the mountain. Standing on the mountain peak, they looked down and saw an endless desert. Dust flew everywhere, and the scorching light shone on the desert, giving them a burning feeling. Fong Chin shook his head and sighed. It seemed like other than the territories of the 5 kings, the environment in the Blackstone prison was the same. It was extremely harsh. "Let's go." Just as Fong Chin said that, a few Xiaohei dots appeared in the desert. The Xiaohei dots grew bigger and bigger. Finally, they could see clearly that they were from the demon race. "Stop!" A few demon race members shouted as they sized up Fong Chen's group with their black eyes. "Sage Hengwu has ordered that any human martial artist who steps into the Hengwu region shall be killed without mercy." One of the demon race members said with disdain. They looked at Fong Chen's group as if they were looking at dead people. This scene made the barbarian very unhappy. "Humph, aren't you just a few gatekeepers? What are you acting for?" The barbarian sneered. "Courting death." The few demon race members were enraged and attacked together. Xiao, the barbarian, took the lead and rushed into the group of demon race members with his war hammer. Bang! With a swing of his hammer, the body of a demon race member was shattered. "Too weak." The barbarian shook his head with disdain and continued to swing his hammer. Bang! 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 After a few swings, all the demon race members were killed. Whoosh! Putting away his war hammer, the barbarian looked at Fong Chin and Ching Ho happily. "How was it?" the barbarian asked. "Powerful." Ching Ho gave him a thumbs up. Following this, the 3 of them entered the Hengwu region without any obstruction. On a tall mountain peak in the Hengwu region, 2 old men sat on a green stone platform and were playing chess. Hengwu Jinren's only hobby was to play chess with others. Opposite him was a black-clothed man with 2 horns on his head. He held a black chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. Hengwu Jinren's expression changed, and he said with a bitter smile, "I lost." "Hengwu, your chess skills have improved a lot," the black-clothed man with 2 horns said. Hengwu Jinren waved his hand and said, Just say what you want to say. A busy person like you wouldn't come here for no reason. He, the black-clothed man with 2 horns, chuckled and said, To be honest, I came here for an important matter. Oh, Hengwuzhenren looked at the black-clothed man with 2 horns in surprise. I found the remains of an expert in your Hengwu region. I hope you can join hands with me and open it. The black-clothed man with 2 horns said seriously. Remains of an expert? Hengwuzhenren was surprised. He had dominated the Hengwu region for countless years and knew the situation here very well. Why didn't he find it? The black-clothed man with 2 horns seemed to have noticed Hengwuzhenren's confusion and explained, Do you still remember my innate ability? Of course. Previously, I found a treasure by chance. After absorbing its energy, my innate ability was strengthened. After the evolution, my innate ability became even more powerful. The black-clothed man with 2 horns said, Once I accidentally released my innate ability to test its power. However, I was shocked to find that the Hengwu region resonated with my innate ability. Hengwuzhenren was very clear about the innate ability of the black-clothed man with 2 horns. Are you serious? Hengwuzhenren asked anxiously. Of course. After that, I personally came to the Hengwu region to check it out. There was indeed the remains of an expert. I didn't sense it wrongly. The black-clothed man with 2 horns said, This is an opportunity. From the response of my innate ability, I felt a trace of danger. I want to join hands with you to explore the remains. Hearing this, Hengwuzhenren fell into deep thought. The latter's innate ability had sensed the remains of an expert. Where is it? Hengwuzhenren asked. The black-clothed man with 2 horns whispered into Hengwuzhenren's ear. A smile appeared on Hengwuzhenren's face as he nodded. However, before he could say anything, the smile on his face froze. What's wrong? The black-clothed man with 2 horns asked. Interesting. Spiritual being Hung Wu laughed out mockingly. There are 3 humans who have entered the Hung Wu region. Not only that, they even killed a few of my underlings. Oh, the black-clothed man with 2 horns was slightly surprised. How dare they commit murder in the territory of Hengwuzhenren? Furthermore, they're humans. They must be tired of living. Hengwuzhenren stood up and said, Brother Blackhorn, after I deal with these 3 humans, I will go with you to explore the remains of an expert. All right, I will wait here for Brother Hengwu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hengwuzhenren's figure flashed and disappeared. In the dusty desert, Feng Qin and the other 2 were slowly advancing. Suddenly, a violent wind blew and a demonic aura filled the sky. There are demonic beasts approaching. Could it be that Hengwuzhenren discovered us and came here personally? If that Hengwuzhenren comes, I will personally kill him. Just as the barbarian finished his words, a sinister and arrogant laugh could be heard from the distant horizon. Chapter 2543. Kill me? Sage Hung Wu swore. This was the most ridiculous and arrogant thing he had heard in all these years. Voila! Sage Hung Wu appeared amidst the wind. His body was surrounded by a violent demonic aura as he stared at Barbarian with his black eyes. Are you the one who said that you will kill me personally? Sage Hung Wu asked coldly. You're Sage Hung Wu. Barbarian asked while holding his hammer. Since you know that I'm Sage Hung Wu and still dare to say such words, either you have a strong background or you're very strong. But now I don't see any of these on you. So, whoosh, whoosh. Spiritual Master Hung Wu waved his hand. Instantly, a ferocious demonic aura materialized into a battle saber in the air and slashed out. You must die. When Sage Hung Wu's voice entered Barbarian's ears, the illusory blade had already arrived in front of him. Dong! Barbarian didn't even think about it. He waved his hammer and clashed with the illusory blade. Sparks flew everywhere as a violent energy poured out. Dang! 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 Barbarian's body, quickly retreated as he felt pain in his hand. "You dare to be so arrogant in my Hung Wu zone with such strength!" Sage Hung Wu sneered as a powerful demonic aura was emitted from his body. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of Barbarian. He stretched out his hand, and a bright light burst out, grabbing at the Barbarian. At this moment, Fong Qin couldn't help but make a move. He could tell that Barbarian's strength was weaker than Sage Hung Wu. If he didn't make a move, Barbarian would be in danger. Whoosh! The 15th move of the Shura sword art was executed. The Hidden Star sword carried an extremely bright Shura sword chi and appeared in front of Sage Hung Wu. Kacha! With a loud sound, Sage Hung Wu's palm collided with the Hidden Star sword. Ding! Ding! Sage Hung Wu's body was forced to retreat. After stabilizing his body, Sage Hung Wu squinted his eyes and stared at Fong Qin. Shura sword art. Sage Hung Wu said coldly, "You know about it too?" "Humph! I was wondering who it was. So it's the descendant of that bastard demonic sword exalted." Taoist Hung Wu's words were filled with anger. From his tone, one could tell that he had a grudge with demonic sword venerable in the past. Die. Traversing martial sage, stomped his foot and unleashed his strongest attack in an attempt to kill Fong Qin. Joint battle formation. Qing Ho's figure moved and the 9 annihilation puppets whizzed out, forming a battle formation and surrounding Sage Hung Wu. This is... Spiritual Master Hung Wu's expression drastically changed as he felt his heart palpitate. Soon, he recognized the black meteoric iron and cried out, "A puppet made of black meteoric iron?" At this moment, Hung Wu Jinren was no longer as calm as before. A trace of anxiety emerged in his heart. Obviously, he had also heard of the meteoric black iron. Kill! Qing Ho ignored horizontal martial sage's words and continued to control the annihilation puppet. Under the joint attack of the 9 annihilation puppets, Hung Wu Jinren was soon unable to withstand the attacks. His clothes were tattered and his body was riddled with wounds as blood flowed out. The annihilation puppets are really powerful. With them, we can almost do whatever we want in the Hung Wu zone. Barbarian grinned. The battle was extremely intense. Even though Hung Wu Jinren was forced to unleash his innate ability, he still couldn't defeat the annihilation puppets. Bang! The 9 annihilation puppets unleashed their strongest attacks and easily broke through Hung Wu Jinren's innate ability before sending him flying. Damn it! Hung Wu Jinren's eyes turned scarlet as he cursed inwardly. Soon after, he activated his bloodline power. Buzz! Scarlet blood seeped out from his bloodline and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. A power that caused people to tremble burst out from his blood. Boom! Hung Wu Jinren unleashed a forbidden technique. With his bloodline power as the foundation, a powerful fist light bombarded the annihilation puppets' bodies. Crack! The 9 annihilation puppets' formation changed as their bodies started to sway. Seizing this opportunity, Hung Wu Jinren's figure flashed and shot out. Should we chase them? Barbarian asked. Qing Ho looked at Fong Qin, but the latter shook his head. Our goal is to find them, not to kill them. Okay, then we won't chase them. Qing Ho nodded. The 3 concealed their auras and continued to rush forward. Hung Wu Zone, on a towering mountain peak. The black-clothed twin-horn man was drinking tea as he waited. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as Hung Wu Jinren returned. What happened to you? Seeing this, the black-clothed twin-horn man hurriedly asked. Hung Wu Jinren's face turned gloomy as he flicked his sleeves and said, I met a puppeteer with 9 annihilation puppets. What? Annihilation puppets? Hearing this, the black-clothed twin-horn man's face changed as he thought of something. You fought with them? The black-clothed twin-horn man asked. Will they come after us? What if they come after us and ruin our plan? Hung Wu Jinren became even more gloomy as he asked several questions in a row. This is my lair. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they die without a burial place. Hung Wu Jinren said. The black-clothed twin-horn man nodded and said, In that case, let's stay here for a few more days. Several days later, Fang Qin and the other two arrived at Hung Wu Jinren's lair. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. He actually built his lair in such a place. Barbarian curled his lips. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, this mountain peak was relatively rich in origin energy. Let's go and meet Hung Wu Jinren. If we want to find someone in this vast Hung Wu zone, we'll need his help. Fang Qin said. Along the way, the three had carefully asked around. You've gone too far. On the mountain peak, Hung Wu Jinren was enraged when he saw the three approaching. He stomped his feet in anger. Hung Wu, who is the one with the annihilation puppets? The black-clothed twin-horn man asked. It's that azure-clothed man. Hung Wu Jinren said. The black-clothed twin-horn man nodded lightly and looked down. When Fang Qin and the other two were halfway up the mountain, they stopped. What's wrong? Barbarian asked. There's an array. Fang Qin laughed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and a dense array aura swept over. In an instant, Fang Qin and the other two were trapped in a powerful array. Damn you guys! You think you can do whatever you want with the annihilation puppets? Hung Wu Jinren appeared and looked down at the three. He sneered and said, Today I'll let you know that I, Hung Wu Jinren, am not someone you can mess with. Hung Wu Jinren, you're a mysterious realm martial artist. Is this all you've got? Fang Qin's face was calm as he stood with his hands behind his back and asked, Stop pretending. I'll twist your head off. Hung Wu Jinren sneered when he saw Fang Qin's calm expression. Actually, we can sit down and talk peacefully. Fang Qin continued. Humph. You only know fear when you're about to die. It's too late. Hung Wu Jinren thought that Fang Qin and the other two wanted to reconcile with him. How was that possible? This was his territory. With the protection of a peerless array, the three of them couldn't do anything to him. In this place he was invincible. Seeing that Hung Wu Jinren was about to make a move, Fang Qin sighed and said, Hung Wu Jinren, you think too highly of yourself. How can a mere array trap the three of us? As soon as he finished his words, the array that trapped the three of them shattered. Seeing this, Hung Wu Jinren was shocked. He tried his best to control the array, but he was shocked to find that the connection between him and the array was broken. You, Hung Wu Jinren was furious. I've said that your array can't trap me. Now can we sit down and talk? Fang Qin shrugged his shoulders and said. Hung Wu Jinren's eyes flickered as he thought quickly. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Then he saw that his chest had been pierced through by a black palm. Blood spurted out. He turned his head with difficulty and asked in a hoarse voice, Why? Bang! The black-clothed twin-horn man pulled out his hand from spiritual master Hung Wu's chest, causing the latter's body to fall to the ground. The black-clothed twin-horn man smiled as he looked at Fang Qin and the other two and said, Since Hung Wu Jinren has a grudge against you, I'll help you settle it. Fang Qin and the other two watched this scene quietly. How is it? Are the three of you interested in working with me? How? The barbarian asked. In the Hanggu zone, there is a relic of a powerful expert. I would like to join forces with the three of you to explore it. The black-clothed, twin-horned man smiled. What's the reason? Qing Ho asked. The three of you are stronger than him. For the latest novel updates, please visit